Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Ascendant of Alchemy God and Mage Lord? Harry Potter x Fullmetal Alchemist. It will be a big series, so join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. November 3, 1913. East City Train Station, 2:45 p.m. No one was there to greet Edward D. Elric as he prepared to deboard the train. Which was good, it was as he expected. He was not due to return before the 6th and he wasn't known for being early. He had been a bit concerned halfway across Armistice that Mustang would somehow know that he was early and have someone waiting for him here. There was no reason for this to have been true, but Mustang seemed to always know what Ed was doing, sometime before he even did it. Ed yawned as he looked out of the window before he stood to gather his things. He tightened his coat around the bundle tied to his chest as he said, "Oh no, this is going to be 100 times worse than a cat. Al's never going to let this go. Okay buddy, I'm going to need you to promise to keep quiet until I figure this out. Can you do that for me?" The bundle squirmed in response to his voice and a soft mewling crept from the folds. Ed sighed as he reached inside with a single finger of his left hand to gently rub the top of the black downy soft head. "Come on little guy, work with me here. No one can know about you. At least until I can figure out how this doesn't make me the world's biggest hypocrite." He carefully but quickly weaved his way off the train and through the crowd to the nearest restroom as he dug through his pockets. He knew it was in there somewhere, he wouldn't have left it on the train. Just as he reached the restroom and was growing concerned, he had in fact left it on the train. His hand finally closed around the cold glass bottle deep in his pocket. With a small sigh of relief, he quickly emptied the bottle into a second, empty bottle with a grimace as some of the white liquid splashed over his fingers. He turned on the hot tap and rinsed off his hand before letting the water run over the second bottle, heating it until it was the right temperature before moving to the cleanest stall the bathroom offered. He sat down on the toilet and unwrapped the blanket covering the bundle tied to his chest, revealing the face of a small infant. He reached into the sling and removed a child no more than 3 months old. "I got milk on my hand for you. I hope you appreciate what I am going through," he said as he gently guided the nipple into the hungry mouth. Ed had made a lot of impulsive choices in his nearly 15 years, but never had he imagined it would lead to him willingly holding a bottle of milk in a train study on bathroom while trying to figure out a way to lie to his brother. He may have messed up this time. October 29, 9:45 a.m. King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Barty Crouch awaited the promised alchemist as the train deboarded. Aside from a handful of travel-worn witches, the only one to leave the train so far was a rumpled child carrying a battered old suitcase. Impatiently, he stared at the door of the train with his hands clasped behind his back to avoid glancing at his watch once more. The platform cleared as the witches slid through the barrier or apparated as the boy looked around tiredly as he yawned once again. Slowly the boy approached him, as Mr. Crouch reluctantly turned his attention briefly to the boy long enough to note a slight limp. "Barty Crouch?" the boy asked politely in a tired, scratchy-sounding voice. Barty noted the boy seemed worn out in a red oversized coat over black leather pants and jacket with black boots and long golden blonde hair in a loose braid. The boy barely came up to his chest, even with the lifts in his boots, and couldn't have been more than 13 in Barty's assessment. This child had to be either the child or assistant of the alchemist he was to meet. "Yes, I am Bart Crouch. Is Mr. Elric all right?" he asked, suddenly concerned that perhaps something had happened on the train since this Elric had yet to appear. "I'm fine, thank you," the boy said as he shifted slightly, as if he was suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. "I am Major Edward Elric, the Fullmetal Alchemist." "Preposterous. You are," Barty said in outrage. How dare they not take this situation seriously? Voldemort was a threat not just to England, but the world in general, and they sent a mere child to assist. After promising to send their best resource, Ed bristled. Though he had grown used to this reaction, his was still annoyed and insulted by the insinuation. He pulled out his pocket watch as well as The letter sent by his commanding officer, Colonel Roy Mustang. Yes, me, he grumbles. He was in no mood for this. After 3 straight days on hard train benches he just wanted to eat something and lay down in an actual bed for a few hours. His leg was killing him, and his shoulder wasn't. Much better. The humidity in this country was murder on his stumps and he feared for his automail joints, and what Winry would say if they acquired water damage. You can't be more than 12. Mr. Crouch said incuriously. This was not what had been agreed to. They said they were sending an expert. I'm 14. Ed growled as he once again offered the letter which Crouch had failed to take. I have been doing this the last 2 years, I am the expert. They sent a mere child. Crouch muttered to himself as he finally took the letter. Ed growled again, suppressing his anger as much as he could. He had promised both Mustang and more importantly his brother that he would keep his temper. He had to at least get off this platform before losing his cool. ATTN. Barty Crouch, Head of England Police. From the office of Colonel Roy Mustang, Head of Eastern Command Security. By order of Central Command per request of Minister, I, Colonel Roy Mustang, Flame Alchemist. I'm sending to liaison in my stead Major Edward Elric, the Full Metal Alchemist. He has been briefed on the situation to the best of our ability given the limited information provided. So, this Colo, Nell Mustang saw fit to send you instead of bothering to join us himself. Crouch said as he looked back up at what his assumed was a trainee or intern. Ed snorted. I guess they could have been lazy and come himself. Not that he'd be much help. He's useless on a wet day. I am more than capable, as the letter said. Mentally he added, traveling abroad, to his list of shit Mustang owes me big for. Especially since he hadn't been allowed to bring Alphonse on this mission. He'd rarely had a mission where Al wasn't allowed to come, and he didn't see how this was supposed to help him with his own goals. This was getting them nowhere fast. Apparently, this child was the best they were going to get for foreign aid, which was disappointing considering the relationship Wizarding England and Armistice had established recently. Armistice had no wizards of their own as far as they could tell and was so isolated that if not for the recommendation of Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, they would have never made contact. Flamel assured them however that the country was full of alchemists. Alchemists as talented as Flamel himself. Yet they sent a child. With a sigh as his thoughts came full circle, Crouch decided that the best course of action was to take the boy to Dumbledore and wash his hands of the whole mess. What were alchemists going to do against Death Eaters anyway? 10:45 a.m. London, England, room 308. Barty Crouch was uncertain why Dumbledore had directed them to this rundown motel in the heart of Muggle London instead of somewhere reasonable, but the man was to meet them any moment. NT and he couldn't wait to be rid of this child they saw fit to send instead of aid. The boy in question was sitting across from him at the small table provided with a tired scowl on his face. Fly felt a slight pang of sympathy for the boy. He was clearly young. For all he knew this was the boy's first mission. He didn't dare ask but apparently his question was apparent in his expression "'Cause with a slightly feral-sounding growl the boy answered the unasked question. I am not new to this, you know. I am the youngest state alchemist in history, passed the exam at 12, and have been assigned new cases roughly every 6 weeks since then. Unfortunately, they are mostly classified but I'm sure I can get them to send you some highlights if you're concerned about my abilities. That won't be necessary, I'm sure. Albus will be taking things from here once he arrives. He knows far more about alchemists than I do and is therefore the best one to handle this situation. What situation is that? They promised us the best field agent they had available and sent a mere child. Either your country is so primitive they allow children to fight for them, or they aren't taking our plight seriously. Barty finally said out loud what had been running through his mind since this ordeal started. Either way, I am far too busy attempting to actually stop this war to handhold you through the basics of our situation. Edward turned an interesting shade of red, but before he could say anything there was a sharp knock at the door before Albus Dumbledore walked into the room. Albus, as usual, was wearing a pointed hat and long robes both in deep purple speckled in silver stars. His half-moon glasses perch at the end of a long, crooked nose and his small smile is meant to be reassuring. Though Ed finds it to like quite a few former mayors to be comforting. Good morning, Barty, Mr. Elric. Dumbledore said as he closed the door behind him as he slipped a long wooden stick into his sleeve. I'll leave you to it then, Albus. Barty said as he left the room without another word. Ed was relieved to be free of the man, though deeply disappointed to have been left in the strange old man's company. Shall we get right to it then? Albus said after an awkward moment of Edward staring at him. That would be for the best. The intel that was sent is not informative, I'm afraid. Ed sighed, attempting to be polite and professional as Mustang had instructed. Firstly, though I have placed you in Muggle accommodations in an attempt to prevent Death Eaters from noticing your presence, I must implore you to avoid venturing into Muggle England. Further, if you do venture into Muggle England, I must ask that you avoid using your powers at any time in front of Muggles. Albus said calmly as Ed stares at him blankly. I didn't understand half of that one at least. Ed said, his politeness reached his limits part of the way through the old man's speech. Muggles are completely unaware of magic users here. It is illegal to reveal yourself in front of them, especially under 17. Albus explained calmly. Alchemy isn't magic. It is included in the laws of magic. Why don't you explain the situation? Ed huffed, not willing to continue the argument further. If he understood this correctly, he wasn't likely to have to deal with Muggles to complete this mission, therefore it wasn't worth the fight. He also had no intention of heeding the old man's advice if it came down to it. Voldemort and his Death Eaters have been ravaging the country for the last few years, as I understand was in your report. Dumbledore began as Edward nodded, still waiting for the part that they hadn't told them. Namely, what they wanted him to do for them. He wasn't expected to be here long after all, just a couple of weeks. Primarily this was information gathering for Mustang as far as he was concerned. Recently it has been brought to our attention that two families in particular have come under direct threat. Their children, to be more accurate. Why would he be after the children? Leverage. The prophecy actually. It said, simply, that the one who could defeat him would be born the end of July and that neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore said with a resigned air. Edward bristled at these words. This man couldn't possibly mean that his group intended to allow these children to die to defeat this madman, because a prophecy said so. What complete nonsense. Edward waited, hoping for further clarification, but the more Dumbledore spoke the angrier he got. In the end Ed decided there was only one reasonable course of action. He needed to find these families and warn them that their children were in very real danger, and not just from this villain. He hoped they listened. He nodded along with the old man until it was finally late enough to feign exhaustion and Dumbledore left. Thank goodness for the assumption of travel weariness, and Ed having travel. Ed enough in the last few years that it had little effect on him. He could fall asleep anywhere, but he could also keep going for long periods of time. After 20 minutes of peace Edward snuck out of the room. First order of business was to locate these villages Dumbledore had mentioned. Dumbledore seemed to think Godric's Hallow was likely the first target, but Edward wasn't convinced. He decided to go with whichever was geographically closer when he snuck off to warn these families, Potters and Longbottoms. According to Dumbledore, he wasn't certain which was which or anything about either of them, so it was likely he was going to end up in a lot of trouble here. Not that this was unusual for him. As near as he could tell from the smarmy cryptic bastard had said he had roughly 3 days to figure this out. Edward luckily found the leaky cauldron just 3 blocks from his room, which is where he was instructed to go to contact the wizarding community. From there he went into the EY and was shown the entryway into the wizard shopping district by a nice red-headed lady who seemed to think he was a late-arriving student. He located the post office quickly and was amused at the idea of Mustang's expression when an actual owl delivered his message. The idea was worth the aggravation of having to borrow a quill of all things to scribble the short letter out. Colonel Roy Mustang, East City Command Armistice. Mustang. This mission is even bigger bullshit than usual, and that's saying something. They literally want me to do nothing more than sit in a hotel room for the next week. So they can claim they tried everything possible. Never dealing with these people again. Expect a room service bill in my summary. Edward Elric. Now that he had warned Mustang that things were not what was expected, he was free to search out where he needed to go. He headed straight to the bookstore in hopes of finding an Atlas of England. October 31st, 9:15 p.m. Godric's Hallow. Edward had spent far too many hours stomping up and down the streets of this village with no sign that he was getting any closer to his goal. He had figured out where it was rather quickly, but finding transport had taken some time. Eventually, he had arrived following a train ride, an exceptionally long walk from the neighboring village. He was tired, sore, and running on pure spite at this point. He had been in this village for roughly 6 hours and was no closer to locating whichever family it was that was to be hiding out here. On one hand, this was good in that it meant the family was well hidden, but bad in that he still had another family to warn half the country away. Perhaps he should have simply sent a letter, but Ed had never done things the easy way. Why start now? With this sarcastic thought, he huffed, pulled his coat closer to him, and started down the next street when he saw a flash of green light followed by screaming at the corner. He ran as fast as he could to the house, already transmuting his arm into a blade as he went. Just inside the foyer, he froze for a moment when he saw a younger man laying at the foot of the stairs, completely still. The man had black hair and glasses askew on his nose. He wasn't breathing. Ed debated searching for a phone when he heard a woman scream above his head. As he stepped over the man, a voice yelled and another flash of green light filled the house. He reached the landing when he saw a man towering over a crib, a red-haired young woman dead at his feet. Before Ed could move, the man spoke again and the room filled once more with green light. Ed ran into the room as the man collapsed and a screaming wind rushed through the room. He carefully approached the crib in fear of what he would see. As he reached the side, stepping over the bodies, the baby inside began to wail. He reached into the crib with a sigh of relief. At least the baby was all right, he thought as he hugged the child to his chest. 1. Difficulties in keeping secrets. Chapter 2. Difficulties in keeping secrets. November 3rd. 3:20 p.m. Elric Suite in Eastern Command dorms. As he had hoped, Edward slipped unnoticed into his rooms, which were thankfully empty. His brother was still out of town then. He had been a bit worried. After all, he himself was ahead of schedule. He looked down into the bundle tied securely to his chest as he discarded his coat and boots. The baby seemed to be fast asleep following his train station snack. Good. Ed set down his suitcase just inside the door next to his boots and made his way over to the kitchenette area. Kitchenette may have been too generous of a term for the tiny counter covering 3 cupboards. The center of said counter contained a small sink. He set a paper shopping bag down on the left of the sink and began to empty the contents. He really hoped no one had recognized him in the market. He'd never live it down if anyone he knew noticed him buying these 2 cans of milk. The baby needed it though, so he didn't have a choice. Along with the milk, he had also bought bread and cheese, and a few apples so he wouldn't have to go back out today or hopefully tomorrow. Once he had stored these items away, he turned to look critically at his tiny space. The kitchenette also featured a table with 2 chairs pushed against the wall. Across from them, making a walkway, were 2 gray couches that faced each other over a battered oak coffee table. Through the door to the left was a small bedroom with a set of bunk beds and a dresser. To the right was a small bathroom with a toilet, sink and shower. This was more than enough room for Ed and Al. Al rarely ventured into the bedroom, preferring to sit in the living area and read through the night unless Ed was having nightmares. This again brought Ed to the question of how he was going to keep this whole mess from his brother who never sleeps. He hoped for maybe a week before the cat, or rather baby, was out of the bag. He just needed to come up with a really good argument for how this was different than Al wanting to save every single cat he saw. First though, he wanted to unpack and take a nap before the baby was hungry again. He picked back up his suitcase and headed to his room. Luckily the baby didn't seem to cry often or very loudly, so hopefully none of his neighbors noticed. He wasn't entirely certain babies were allowed in here. He'd have to find that out as well. Later, after his nap, he opened his suitcase just long enough to pull out his journal, the baby care book he had picked up in London, and a small stack of diapers. He set the diapers on the SMALL table next to his bunk as well as his journal. Then he untied the sling from his chest and laid the baby on the bed. He made sure the baby was comfortable before he laid down next to him and thumbed through the book, reopening it to the last chapter he had read. If he had understood Dumbledore correctly, the boy had been born either the 30th or 31st of July. He would then be 3 months old, so Ed was focusing on the information for that age at the moment. Sooner or later he would have to read the rest, but this chapter was scary enough. Apparently, the baby should still be waking up a few times a night, and at least that was normal. He was worried the poor little thing had been suffering from nightmares following the events earlier this week, but apparently the book seemed to think he wouldn't understand what he had witnessed, and therefore it was simply hunger that was making him jerk awake every couple of hours. This was a relief. Ed closed the book and curled himself around his tiny charge to nap himself. He had just begun to drift off when the baby beside him began to stir. Ed patted him gently in hopes of getting the child to settle without fully waking so as to have a bit more time. The baby snuggled close to him and stilled, much to his relief, before it occurred to him that perhaps it wasn't safe to sleep like this. His arm was automail. What if the baby banged his head on Ed's arm? What if he had a bad dream himself and flailed around? What if the baby suddenly learned how to move and crawled right off the end of the bed? The book seemed to think that last one was impossible at his age. But what if it happened? Now, feeling a bit panicked, Ed couldn't force himself to sleep. This wasn't the first time these concerns had come to him, and it was unlikely to be he last unless he figured out some way to keep the baby safe and close at the same time. He laid there, still curled around the baby, trying to think of the best solution. He could very well go out and buy a baby bed. Word of that would get back to Mustang for sure. Maybe though he could make a basket of some sort at least. He then thought of the laundry basket sitting in the bottom of his closet. It was about the right size and made of wicker, so it should be okay for the baby. He got up and pulled the empty basket out of its normal hiding spot. He then pulled out a spare blanket and lined the bottom of the basket with it. Afterwards he set the still sleeping baby inside the basket before setting it back on his bed and curling back around it. He couldn't feel the baby breathing like this. Now a new set of concerns involving the baby somehow smothering without him noticing came to him. After an internal debate he laid his hand against the child's chest and finally drifted off to sleep, with the tiny chest rising and falling gently under his hand. With any luck he'd get an hour or two before the baby woke up. London, England, November 1st, 12:45 a.m. Edward's hotel room. Ed could figure this out. He was the youngest state alchemist in history. He was a genius, a prodigy. He could do this. It can't be that hard. This is what he told himself anyway as he sat against the headboard with the tiny squirming human laying between his splayed legs in a rented room. Thousands of miles from any allies. The child was angry about something, he knew that much. What was the question until the smell hit him? Of course, the kid wasn't old enough to use the toilet, but it still needed to, and Ed would need to clean it up. He wasn't sure if it was a boy or a girl, or if that even mattered for this. There had to be books on this out there somewhere. He needed to find some along with some baby items like diapers. Diapers. He didn't have any diapers. How was he supposed to change the baby? It was the middle of the night. There was no way he would find a store at this hour. He didn't know how to apply a diaper either. The closest he'd been to a baby was looking at babies when their mothers invited him to. Before tonight he'd never even held one longer than 5 minutes. Thinking fast, Ed dug through the suitcase on the floor next to his bed until he found an old t-shirt he used to sleep in. He then unwrapped the baby and stared at the insane number of buttons making up the front of its outfit. With a sigh he unbuttoned the baby and gently removed the offending item. He then turned his attention to the diaper itself. Okay, I'm gonna be a little slow here. Don't be offended. I need to pay attention to how this comes apart to be sure I know how it goes back together. The baby didn't seem to care, though he didn't think it understood him anyway. Slowly he undid the pins and set them aside. Those pins seemed a bit dangerous to him, and then unfolded the diaper itself, paying attention to how it folded together. Suddenly, he was blinking away liquid from his face as he said in a soft huffing voice. Well, I guess you're a boy then. Try not to do that again, buddy. That was gross. He quickly cleaned the child off and wrapped his t-shirt around the baby in a similar manner as the diaper had been. Then he got up to steal the sheet from the second bed. A few claps later gave I am a healthy stack of diapers the same size and shape as the one he removed. Ed turned back to the baby in hopes of changing him before he could ruin the shirt. The smell hit Ed and he sighed. I'm going to just let you keep that one. Ed changed the baby again quicker the second time before he threw both his t-shirt and the original diaper in the trash. He knew that he'd have to start washing them. But he couldn't be bothered to deal with that tonight. He then turned his attention to the outfit the baby had been wearing. It seemed to have grown more buttons while sitting on the bed. This was impossible, of course. But still it felt like it. He thought about the outfits he had seen the babies around East City wear as well as the ones he'd seen growing up. They were much more sensible. Picturing the dress-like garment clearly, he clapped again, producing a gown for the baby to wear. Ed struggled to redress the baby. He kept pulling his arms back out of the sleeves. When Ed had finally wriggled it on him completely, Ed was glad he had decided to alter the garment. He wrapped the blanket around the baby, who immediately calmed and seemed to already be mostly asleep. Afterward, Ed hanged pillows around the baby and laid down next to him to decide what to do next. Clearly, he couldn't stay in England. He didn't trust that the baby would be safe with these people. He needed to figure out how to get the baby to the train station without anyone noticing him. He also needed to collect some basic supplies for the baby without alerting anyone to what he was up to. He thought about it for a while, trying to come up with a feasible plan. He remembered eventually how the mothers back home when he was growing up would tie the babies to themselves to keep their hands free to help in the field. He sat back up and once again turned to the other bed, this time creating a baby sling as well as a couple more gowns and using the extra buttons from the previous outfit to put on the baby. Afterwards he smoothed the bedspread over the bare mattress to cover up his theft of the sheets and blanket. He would also leave some money behind to pay for the linens. Luckily, he had been thinking clearly enough that he had scooped up the bottle that had fallen next to the mother's hand, but he would eventually need more of those. First though, he would have to go get some milk. He shuddered at the thought. At least that was unlikely to raise any concerns when he picked it up from the market. He finally laid back down next to the baby. He rolled over so that he was laying on his right tall arm and had his left free to curl up over the child. He drifted into a light sleep, still listening for trouble out in the hall. His mind still full of concerns and plans. King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. 10:45 a.m. This was the most stressful part of his morning. He had switched out his ticket with a bored-looking attendant and went to wait for the train, but he watches everyone around him. He wouldn't breathe easier until he was clear of the station. No, he wouldn't breathe easier until he crossed the border into his own country. He had left a short note in his room letting the wizards know he had left. Luckily, when he had gone out early in the morning, wizards had been around everywhere celebrating the end of the war. It gave him the valid excuse to leave, even if it left a sick feeling in his stomach that they were essentially celebrating the death of a family. Perhaps two families if he had managed to get to the other house before the one Ed had visited. The train was finally boarding. Celebrating witches and wizards swarmed around him. Apparently many had decided to go on holiday. Though this made him nervous in one way, in another it helped him stay hidden. Just 2 days and he would be home. Most of these people would be getting off the train long before him. He could do this, especially since he apparently now had a private car, at least until they reached Creta where he switched trains. Much like his way here, he had borrowed pigment from one of his undershirts to dye the sling this morning to make it easier to hide under his coat. Then he had gone to the closest market and picked up 2 bottles of milk as well as a random baby care book and a couple of pastries for himself before returning to his room, where he hid out as long as possible before going to the train station. The baby was dry, fed, and currently sleeping. He gratefully noted at least 3 other babies getting on the train with him, glad that it was unlikely anyone would notice his baby crying. Ed wondered briefly when exactly he had started thinking of him as his baby, but he did. He sat down as the train began moving and Ed watched as the cityscape turned to countryside. The baby needed a name. Ed didn't know what his birth parents had called him. He didn't know which baby he was either, so there wasn't a way to figure it out either. He peeked in at the baby to make sure he was okay, as an idea came to him. Ed could honor Winry's parents, or at least her dad. If he couldn't honor the baby's parents, at least he could another orphan. Yuri, are you okay with that name? Yuri Elric, after a very brave man. Happily, he sat back and settled back to take a nap. November 3rd, Elric dorm room. 6:45 p.m. Ed woke with a start to the sound of the front door closing. He listened carefully, before sighing with relief at the clanging sound of his brother's footsteps. Good the wizards hadn't somehow followed him. A moment later he tensed again when he remembered the situation at hand. He still had no idea how to convince Al that keeping Yuri was nothing like trying to keep a cat. What was Al doing back anyway? He wasn't supposed to be home until the 7th. Did something happen with the Rockbells? Oh, his brother better not have run off and done something impulsively stupid like adopting a litter of kittens. They traveled far too much to care for anything as little and helpless as a kitten. Babies were different, of course, which Ed would be sure to point out just as soon as he came up with a good enough argument on the subject, but until then he had to keep Al from seeing or hearing Yuri. Al shuffled around out front a little while longer before he went silent. This was when Ed assumed he finally noticed Ed's boots. Quickly, before Al could come into the room, Ed scooped up the basket and placed it gently in the closet. He was now glad that he had come up with putting Yuri in the basket. Ed then rushed back over to the bed silently before laying down and pretending to be asleep. Al opened the bedroom door a moment later. "Brother, what are you doing home?" Al called out softly. "Mission finished up early. What are you doing here, Al? And have you ever heard of knocking? I might have been changing for all you knew." Quote, "I wanted to come back in time to clean everything up before you got here," Al said, sounding a little irritated and a lot suspicious. "Why would it matter if you're changing? You change in front of me all the time. Are you injured?" "No, I'm perfectly healthy. I just could use a little privacy occasionally," Ed said, before feeling guilty about snapping at his brother. "I'm sorry, Al. It was a stressful mission and I'm really tired. I only just got back. Tell you what, why don't you go pick me up something to eat and let me finish my nap and then I'll tell you all about my trip." Quote, Al nodded as he backed out of the room and Ed sighed in relief. Al knew he was up to something, that much was clear, but hopefully he could put it off at least a little longer. He also needed to keep it quiet he was back in town, because if Mustang found out about this before Al did, Al would never forgive him. He would make this work. Meanwhile, while Al was out, he needed to be sure to move all of Yuri's few items into hiding. He'd gotten lucky Al hadn't asked about the stack of diapers or the milk on the counter. Ed jumped up to take care of these things and check on Yuri to be sure he was still safe and happy inside the closet. 2. Suspicious Behavior Reveals Secrets. Chapter 3. Suspicious Behavior Reveals Secrets. November 4th. East City, 10:33 a.m. Somehow, and he still wasn't completely sure how, Ed managed to keep Yuri hidden from his brother so far. Last night, after Al had returned home, Ed had insisted he needed his privacy and convinced Al to stay out front instead of coming into the room to read while Ed slept. Ed felt bad about this. He knew this had hurt Al's feelings and promised himself he would find a way to make it up to his little brother. Ed himself was exhausted. He had been terrified Yuri would cry in the night and alert Al to his presence, so he had barely slept even with the baby surrounded by pillows in a basket beside him. Unfortunately, Yuri was out of milk. Ed needed to go get him some more before he was hungry again, and he needed to make sure no one saw him buying it. He was an avid milk hater, and anyone who knew Ed even in passing would be surprised to see him buying the foul liquid. The idea that someone might think he intended to actually drink the vile substance himself was enough to make him gag. In short, he needed a cover story. With this in mind, Ed placed Yuri in his sling and buttoned up his coat before walking out of his bedroom and straight toward the door. "I'm off to buy some sweet buns for breakfast, Al. I'll be back in a few minutes." "Brother, wait. I already," Al began as Ed rushed out the front door. Al looked after him, then over to the bag of sweet rolls sitting on the counter. Before he shrugged and returned to his book. Something was clearly going on with Ed, but he would come to Al when he was ready. Ed pulled up his seldom used hood, grateful for the first time in years for the cold morning wind that allowed him to hide his face without looking guilty. Not that it would help much with how red and flashy his coat was, but there was nothing to be done about it now. He rushed to the market closest to the dorms, ignoring everyone around him as he tried to hurry. Before Yuri had a chance to wake up and be angry over the cold. Inside the market, Ed grabbed a couple of the sweet rolls that had been his excuse, as well as a cup of black coffee. He grabbed a can of milk which he carefully concealed in his oversized sleeve and made his way to the register. He bored-looking manager rang up his items as he pulled back his sleeve just enough to reveal the can. "I need this too, please," he said. "Sure," the man said, barely blinking as he bagged the rolls. "Y'all want that in the bag too?" "No, I can't have my brother seeing this," Ed said as he shoved the can deep into his pocket. The man shrugged and Ed took the bag and his coffee as he turned to leave. It was then he noticed Lieutenant Havoc was the customer behind him. Ed paled slightly as he patted his pocket to ensure the can was completely concealed as Havoc smiled at him and said, "Hey Chief, when did you get back in town?" "I'm not back. I don't know what you're talking about," Ed said as he backed toward the door. "There's no point in saying anything to Mustang about this because my train ticket clearly stated I'd be back on the 6th, so clearly you didn't see me in the market." Havoc said as Ed walked quickly out of the door. Ed was up to something, and Havoc was frankly concerned. He was back early from a mission. With an exhausted appearance and attempting to hide his return. He was buying some sort of drink judging by the glint of the can as it slipped into his pocket, and he was acting very shifty about it. Havoc hated the idea of getting the kid in any trouble, but he was going to have to report this to the colonel because he was really worried about the kid. Kaylee paid for his own coffees and rushed out to talk to Mustang now. Edward was concerned about Havoc all the way home, at which point Havoc was completely forgotten when he spotted his little brother's towering steel frame attempting to be as small as possible in the space between their dorm and the one next to it. Al was up to something, and if Ed knew Al at all, and he did, it was cat-related. Ed sighed heavily as he scuffed his toes against the sidewalk and made his way over to Al with his hands shoved deep in his pockets. "Hey Al, what are you doing out here?" Ed asked as if he didn't already know what was coming. Al looked up at him as he tried to hide the ball of gray fur in between his gauntlets and his chest plate. The chest plate itself was suspiciously half-buckled as if Al had been in the process of removing it. Which he clearly was. They'd been over this before. Too many times. "Al, you already know we can't." "Why not, brother? It's cold and it's going to rain soon, and I'll take care of it." "You won't even know she's here," Al said pleadingly. "Come on Al, be reasonable. Where would we keep it? We aren't home enough to keep a pet. Our rooms are tiny, there is no way you would have been able to keep this a secret from me for more than a few hours," Ed said. Yuri's warm presence against his chest made him feel like a hypocrite. The baby stirred just slightly, reminding Ed that he had his own secret was in peril by small spaces and thin walls. This did not improve Ed's mood. "You never care at all, brother," Al wailed dramatically as he ran off down the street, the tiny kitten still clutched in his arms. Ed shook his head as he turned back to their building. If he learned anything over the last couple years, it was that Al would calm down and come home in a couple of hours. Most likely with the kitten hidden in his armor. Ed needed to feed the baby and take a nap before that happened. He'd only bought enough milk for a single bottle, not wanting to leave it laying around where Al would see it. So he would have to go back out later. Eastern Command Colonel Roy Mustang's office. 10:45 a.m. Lieutenant Gene Havoc slipped back into the office carrying the container of FFEE he had volunteered to go pick up so that he could have a cigarette break that Mustang didn't count against him. To be fair, it was usually Hawkeye who counted it against him, but the principle remained. He set the container down on his desk and picking up both his and Mustang's coffees he started toward Mustang's inner office. "Don't you have paperwork to finish?" Hawkeye asked casually, but the threat was heard. "I need to speak to the colonel. It won't take a moment and it's important." "I won't linger, I promise," Havoc said. After Hawkeye nodded, he entered the office and shut the door. Mustang was sitting behind his desk, awake for a change, and pretending to read a file. Havoc knew he was pretending because when Mustang was actually reading anything written by the military he did so with a frown. But his expression was mildly amused. Havoc hated to ruin the man's good mood, but he had to know. "Here is your coffee, sir." Thank you, Havoc, that will be all. Mustang said as Havoc set the cup on his desk. Now close enough to see that Mustang had a letter hidden on top of the file that he was apparently decrypting. Actually, sir, I have something to report regarding Edward Elric. Yes, Mustang said, instantly tense, as he always was when one of the team was forced to give him a report on their youngest member. Mustang tried to hide it, but he worried about the boy whenever he had to send him on a mission, and this latest one sent him further away than usual. He's back in town, I just saw him in the market. Havoc said as Mustang relaxed slightly, and Havoc braced himself as he continued. He looked rather disheveled and exhausted, sir. He was buying some sort of can that he kept hidden from view and shoved into his pocket as soon as he saw me, and he instructed me that he was not actually here yet and wouldn't be until the 6th. Are you suggesting that Fullmetal, a 14-year-old boy, was buying alcohol at 10:30 in the morning? Mustang growled, tense again. Are you certain? I'm certain it was Ed, and that he's hiding something, but no, I'm not certain it was alcohol. Havoc said. Now that it had been said out loud, it seemed kind of unbelievable that Edward would drink in the first place. Then again, many soldiers coped with difficult missions by hitting the bottle. Every member of Mustang's office had been guilty of it at least once. It wasn't impossible, given Ed's association with other soldiers, that someone had suggested it to him at some point, and if the mission had gone bad. Thank you, Havoc, that will be all. Mustang said again. Havoc nodded and retreated from the office, which was notably tense with the news he had given Mustang. Even with Havoc's assurance that he didn't think Ed had actually been drinking, just that he was up to something. Mustang was silent behind his closed door for a few minutes before there was a single crash that sounded suspiciously like the Colonel's full inbox hitting the floor, before Mustang's voice could be heard through the door, clearly speaking on the phone since he was alone in there. Havoc ducked his head down as the others all looked at him in question. He didn't want to start any rumors about the kid. He'd passed on what he knew, the matter was now out of his hands. A few minutes later Mustang opened his door and stared at them all. Fullmetal has been instructed to report right away. He should be here in a few minutes one way or the other. If any one of you has seen any worrisome behavior from the boy, I need to know now. Elric dorm 10:50 a.m. Edward had finally managed to get Yuri out of the sling and in bed without waking him, and had just laid down himself when there was a knock at the door followed by a voice saying, Major Elric, sir, you have a call from Colonel Mustang. Ed groaned as he sat back up and called out that he would be right there. He hurriedly slipped back on the sling and placed Yuri back inside as he went ahead and refilled the bottle before rushing out of the room. He shoved the bottle in his pocket of his coat. Sooner or later the baby was going to whine or cry at the wrong moment and Ed would be busted. He knew this, yet still stubbornly insisted to himself that he had it under control. By the time he reached the desk, Mustang had hung up, leaving a message that Ed report to the office at once or Mustang would send a car around. Well, shit, so much for 3 days to figure it out. Ed grumbled to himself as he stomped over to the office, which was a short 4 blocks away. The baby thankfully remained sleeping even with the cold wind. Ed pulled his coat closer as he arrived at headquarters. He nodded to the secretaries and scowled at the saluting privates that were in the lobby before walking past. He unbuttoned the top button of his coat to let more air in but still keep the baby hidden as he reached the door. Then he kicked it open in his usual manner. The door hit the wall with a loud bang. Ed realized his mistake right away as Yuri jerked awake. Everyone in the room looked at Ed as the baby let out a thin wail. Mustang stepped forward with a frown on his face, and Ed gave up the idea that he may be able to play this off. Instead, with a shrug, he unbuttoned his coat, then pulled back the sling just enough to reveal Yuri's face with a sheepish grin. Well, you know how you are always telling me not to do impulsive things. I may have done an impulsive thing. Silence descended on the room as Ed placed the bottle in the baby's mouth and looked back up at Mustang. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. Mustang blinked blankly at the boy. Let's take this to my office, Fullmetal, Mustang said calmly. Ed nodded and followed Mustang into the inner office, firmly closing the door behind them. He missed tea. He looks exchanged by the team as Breda said. The kid has a baby. Well, I guess that's why he was acting strange in the store, Havoc said with a nod. Mustang sat at his desk before breathing out slowly through his nose. He stared at Edward. Edward stared back. Yuri whimpered slightly. Explained Fullmetal. Ed pulled Yuri out of the sling to pat his back. Okay, so, you know that England place is completely nuts. Because it is. They are just strange, it's all in my report. Well, not Yuri, but the rest. Nothing of value there at all, and they are in the middle of this war. They are the most disorganized group I've ever dealt with. Anyway, right, the baby. Like I said, he's not in my report. Yeah, so, his parents are dead. I heard a big explosion and went to check it out, and he was the only survivor. I couldn't just leave him there, so I brought him with me. And before you ask, I couldn't just drop him with the authorities. They are all pissy with strangers and alchemists, and he can't be okay on his own, so I kept him. You can't just keep a child, Fullmetal. It belongs to someone, Mustang said, pinching the bridge of his nose. I told you, they're dead. He's mine now. That's not how it works, Edward. We've bonded. I named him, that makes him mine. I can't send him back. Now, I can't just leave him somewhere he'd spend his whole life wondering why he was alone. Fullmetal, Edward, at least let someone help you. Not if that means taking him back. Ed said unhappily. No one else can know this, but they plan to kill this baby to make sure they win their war. Mustang sucks eye, and his breath through his teeth at this before he said, Fullmetal, Edward, fine, I'll see what I can do. Seriously, Ed said as he hugged the baby tight to his chest, relieved. He had feared Mustang would try to force him to give the baby back. Yes, Edward. However, you must tell me everything. Off the record, of course, Mustang said in a tired voice. He was greatly disturbed with the idea that they intended to kill this child. He also worried that Edward had now placed himself in danger. Elric dorm, 4:55 p.m. Ed stopped by the market on his way home for some milk for Yuri. Now that Mustang KNEW about the baby, Ed didn't have to hide his milk purchases anymore, which was frankly a relief. Ed preferred not to hide things from people who mattered to him, like the team, or the Rockbells, or his B. Rother, who still didn't know, and just spotted the milk Ed set on the counter. It was okay. Ed could still salvage this, he just had to think fast. Have you finally decided to give milk a chance, brother? Al asked as he walked closer. Here it was, Al had given him an out. All he had to do was not mess it up. Ew. No, who in their right mind would drink this crap? Ed said, before paling as he realized he just blew his chance to talk his way out of this. Who's the milk for, brother? Al said, now close enough that Ed would have felt his breath on his neck had Al been able to breathe, and wasn't a good 2 feet taller than him. What have you been hiding? With a heavy sigh, Ed tried once again to move out of his brother's range, but Al reached out and gently grabbed the bundle tied to his brother, uncovering what he had assumed would be a puppy. After all, why else would Ed say no to that kitten? Instead, to his surprise, he saw a tiny human child. Al looked on in awe. Ed groaned. Where did you find it? I found him on my trip west, which was largely a nightmare. Never going there again, Ed said as he recovered the sleeping baby. You've been hiding him since you got home, Al yelled, causing the baby to start crying and Ed to glare as he patted the child gently. Al, you have to be more careful, you scared Yuri, Ed chastised. Sorry, Al said meekly, he hadn't meant to scare the baby. Ed soon had the baby calmed again. So, can I bring in the cold little kitty? No, Al, we've been over this. We travel too much to take care of a pet. Who would take care of it while we were out of town? Ed said tiredly. Why can't I save a poor little kitten, but you get to bring home a baby? Did you just compare my baby to a cat? It's not the same thing at all, Al. A meow rang from Al's chest as Yuri began to cry again and Ed glared. He picked up the milk and quickly prepared Yuri's bottle. I don't have time for this. I'm going to go feed my son. Get rid of it, Al. Your mean brother. You never let me do anything. Al wailed as he ran sobbing from the room. Don't run, Al. Think of the cat. I'm the only one thinking of her, Al said distantly as Ed shook his head and closed the door. He knew full well that they would have this argument a few more times before Ed managed to find the kitten a new home. That's how this always went. That was your uncle. He's big and he's crazy, but he's going to love you forever. he said as he smiled down at the baby. 3. Paperwork and Punishments. Chapter 4 Paperwork and Punishments. November 6, 8:45 a.m. Eastern Command Colonel Mustang's office. Edward had been summoned to the office again first thing this morning, before he had gotten a chance to shower or eat. He stormed in with his usual scowl but lacking the normal door kicking. His brother trailed behind him this time, towering over the young alchemist yet somehow appearing to be small and pouting. Ed rolled his eyes at his brother's antics without a word before turning to Hawkeye, ignoring everyone else in the room. "I assume the colonel is in since he told me to be here. He didn't expect you this quickly. You'll have to wait a few moments while he finishes his call," Hawkeye said pleasantly with a small smile she seemed to only give to Ed and Al. Ed nodded before he walked over to Mustang's empty desk and hopped onto it instead of the chair behind it. "Where's the kid?" Breda asked, as Ed rolled his eyes and opened his coat, then unwrapped the top of the sling revealing Yuri's sleeping face. "You didn't think I left him home alone, did you? I mean, come on, he's 3 months old," Ed said with a snort. "Where'd you get the baby?" Fury asked as they all stood up to get a better look at him. Ed didn't like being crowded, but at least he trusted all of them. He still leaned back slightly so that there was a bit of space between the baby and the crowd. "If you don't know where babies come from, Fury, I doubt a 14-year-old can explain it to you," came Mustang's voice from behind the crowd. Ed was equal parts annoyed and relieved at the rescue as he hopped down and opened his mouth to protest what Mustang had just implied. "Come, Fullmetal, I have the paperwork ready that you required." Ed wordlessly followed Mustang into his office as Al sat against the wall near the door, still sulking but refusing to talk about it. Mustang shut the door behind them and made his way over to the desk, with Ed trailing behind him. "Why the hell did you imply I made this baby?" Ed asked as Mustang sat down. Mustang wordlessly handed Ed a file, which Ed opened to reveal a birth certificate and death certificate as well as what appeared to be a will. "My name is on here as the father," Ed said as he read the papers. "Who the hell is Emma Vaught?" "A very lovely young lady you met on that mission you had last year out in West City. Sadly, she recently passed away, leaving her baby to his father, who until then had not been informed of the child's birth but of course was given permission to return early from his mission to collect the child and bring him home," Mustang said casually, filling in the cover story he had created for Edward over the last 2 days. Ed filed the story away to remember what to say if asked, but at the same time wondered why he couldn't just adopt the baby instead of creating a fake person. Mustang saw the question in his face. "Please be practical, Edward. No one is going to allow a 14-year-old to adopt anyone. The only reason no one is going to question you receiving custody as it is that you are a state alchemist, and that will. I called in a few favors. No one will be able to prove otherwise on this story. His birthday is now August 2nd, we couldn't keep it the same but it's close. His name is as you requested, Yuri Alphonse Elric. Apparently, you were close enough with the mother for a time that you expressed a desire to honor your dear friend's father when you eventually had children. If these crazy cult people come looking for the child, will this hold up well enough to keep them at bay?" Ed asked as he read through the paperwork again. "It will hold up in court, yes. And as long as you use this cover story to everyone you can, only letting a select few in on the other version, then you shouldn't have a problem," Mustang said carefully. "I recommend treating this with the aim caution you have displayed with train bombing you hate to talk about. Right, so, Al, you, the Rockbells, and Hawkeye. Everyone else gets to think I managed to screw up again," Ed said with a snort. As long as the baby was safe and got to stay with him, he didn't really care what anyone else thought of him. He hated lying to the rest of the team, but he already had to keep other secrets from them. Besides, judging by their reactions, they'd already convinced themselves that is what happened, and he would just be filling in names. "Right, so I guess I better go start storytelling." "Not so fast, Fullmetal. There's one more thing," Mustang said as Ed turned away. "Since you clearly can't be trusted not to make impulsive choices, I'm keeping you here in the office until I can trust your judgment again." "What do you mean I make poor choices and can't be trusted? I make one impulsive move in 2 freaking years and you chain me to a desk." "What the hell, Mustang?" Ed screamed, before foe. RCing himself to calm down when Yuri begins to cry. Ed glared at Mustang, who smirked triumphantly. Now they won't question your cover story at all. You're welcome, Fullmetal, Mustang said snidely. Ed frowned, confused as to what Mustang meant by the whole thing. You will, however, have to remain in the office for a few weeks. It's standard for new parents not to be sent on field missions before the child is 4 months old. And it will give you a chance to settle into a new routine. Babies are a lot harder than they look. Did you just make me yell at you for the fun of it? Ed growled. No, I did that for your own good. If I wanted to hear you yell for the fun of it, I would simply point out that Yuri is likely to be bigger than you by his first birthday. Who are you calling so small a toddler towers over him, you bastard? Ed said as he stormed out of the office, ignoring Mustang's laugh, and slammed the door. He then stuffed the file into his pocket and turned back to the room. I am not small. I am average. You all are just giants, he said to the room before storming out of the office door as well. Al sighed as he stood to follow. Elric dorm, 10:30 a.m. Yuri's going to need some things, Ed said as he sat on the couch feeding the baby a bottle, and Al sat across from him reading the parenting book Ed had brought from England. This book has a list in the front of items you should have before the baby arrives, Al said, finally looking up at his brother. On their way home, Ed had found that the nice lady that ran the cafe was willing to adopt Al's kitten. She had promised that the boys could come by and see the cat whenever they wanted, which greatly improved Al's mood. We should make a list from the book and head to the market. I only read the chapter about H's current development and what to expect next. It worried me so much when it was talking about nightmares and childhood ailments. I put it down. Then Yuri needed milk, so I got distracted, and I still have all these ones from the library to finish, Ed said, refusing to admit he intentionally avoided the book after it had scared him. He had never before avoided a book for being unpleasant. Then you skipped over the list of things he'll need, Al said, refraining from mentioning that he was aware of his brother's hold-ups on the book. We should probably pick up some more books on baby care too. Proper research never ends with a single book after all. Ed quickly and happily agreed with Al. He gently set Yuri in the laundry basket that he had brought out of the bedroom and grabbed Ed the notebook he kept in the kitchen to make lists, usually of books to search for in the library or food to pick up from the store. Al began reading off the list the book provided as Ed copied it down, quickly filling the page. Was that for his whole babyhood or for this month? Ed asked as he looked at the long list. There was no chance he'd be able to write this off as mission expenses this time. Probably. Maybe some of it if he caught Mustang in a good mood. No, it's for his whole babyhood. I don't know that we need all of this right now, Al said, looking back over the list. Yeah, okay, let's go over it again and just get the stuff he needs right now, Ed said. On one hand, he didn't want to go cheap on his baby. On the other hand, he hated spending money if he didn't have to spend it. Unless it was on research. Finally, they had narrowed the list down to bottles, more diapers, a few outfits, and a cradle. Ed wasn't sold on needing a cradle, but Al insisted the book said they did. As soon as they finished the modified list, the boys headed out to find what they needed, as well as some more food because Ed still hadn't eaten since breakfast and it was making him cranky. The first issue they ran into, once Ed had grabbed some kebabs from a street vendor, was that they had never been in a baby store before. They had passed one a few times on the way to the train station, but they had never had reason to go inside. Once inside the tiny shop, however, Ed was feeling overwhelmed by the large amount of choices. How was he supposed to know what to get? It didn't help that Ed ducked back outside when they realized the aisles were too narrow for his hulking form. He had assured Ed that it was okay, and he would just head over to the market to pick up some food for Ed and milk for Yuri. Ed hoped he didn't spot any strays along the way. Ed must have looked as lost as he felt, because the shop owner came over to him to see if he needed any help as he stared at a display of baby gowns. Who knew there were so many choices in baby clothes? May I help you today? The lady asked. Ed turned to look at her slightly wide eyes with the list clutched tightly in his right and as he used his left to gently pat Yuri through the sling. The lady seemed to be in her late 30s, with brown hair and a warm smile. She looked very motherly, which helped Ed relax a bit. He realized this would be a good chance to try out the story Mustang had created for him. I found this list in the front of a baby care book I picked up of things it says my son is going to need. I had no idea there were so many choices, Ed said, allowing himself to sound a little lost and not the false bravo he generally inserted when talking to strangers. Oh, dear, yes, the lists can be overwhelming at times. The lady replied. Whatever judgment she may have felt for his situation was well hidden behind her professional yet compassionate persona. Here, can I see what you've written? Gladly, E.D. handed over the list as the lady led him through the store. In short order he had gathered everything on the list, as well as the carriage she talked him into by pointing out the baby would be able to sleep in it more comfortably while they were out, and he had told her the sad story Mustang had given him. Apparently, he had mastered the art of lying from Mustang because she bought it. He felt kind of bad for the pity she was giving him, and the discount she insisted that he needed. When he saw the total even with the discount however, he decided not to argue with her over it. Al was waiting outside for him. So between Al and the carriage Ed was able to sort all the bags as well as the carriage into one trip without resorting to calling for a car. They made their way home, Al carrying the cradle and all the bags in the carriage. When they arrived back at the dorms, the private at the front desk offered to help them carry everything up to their room. A short conversation and 2 flights of stairs later, Ed had a new concern that he needed to talk to Mustang about. Apparently, they would likely be asked to move to the family dorms, probably by the end of the week. Another complication that had never occurred to him. Eastern Command Colonel Mustang's office 1:30 p.m. Havoc, Breda, Fallman, and Fury had just returned from lunch and it appeared Mustang and Hawkeye had yet to return. Likely, they had been sidetracked by some other colonel on their way back or they would have arrived first. With no one there to force the men to pretend to work they were free to relax for a few more minutes. Where do you figure the kid picked up a baby anyway? Havoc asked as he lit a cigarette and restacked the folders on his desk to appear busy. Out west I would assume, that was where he went for his last mission. Fury said as he frowns at Havoc. Everyone knew Hawkeye had forbidden the man from smoking in the office the other day. It could have come from anywhere though. He's been sent all over the place. Clearly he returned from that last mission early to pick it up. Breda said as he idly attempted to read the latest file in front of him. It is inappropriate to speculate about superior officers at the workplace. Fallman provided before returning to his work in earnest to avoid being pulled into the conversation. Still this is just sad. Breda said with a smirk at Havoc. Quote, Havoc here can't even get a second date and the kid managed to make a baby. Havoc groaned mournfully over his terrible love life and pounded his head on the desk. Fury frowned and followed Fallman's lead on returning to work. And Breda cackled at Havoc's misery. Hawkeye and Mustang walked into the door as Havoc rapidly stubbed out his cigarette and Hawkeye glared. Don't be so hard on yourself, Havoc. It is my understanding that Yuri is not the result of a love affair but rather a momentary indiscretion. Mustang said with a smirk. He did enjoy tormenting the man, and it would help to lay me groundwork for the boy since he was unlikely to invent any details for himself. I admit Fullmetal is as tight-lipped over this as he about everything, but I managed to get a few answers out of him. Until he was contacted by the estate. He had no idea there was a child. He had been out of contact with the mother since the end of his mission last year. Hawkeye frowned at Mustang's cavalier painting of the boy's reputation. She knew it was necessary to an extent after being briefed the prior evening, but she saw no reason to make things out to be worse than they had to. Before she could say anything however, Edward stormed into the office himself. Yuri in his arms instead of in the sling for a change. This was the first time any of them had gotten a good look at the tiny baby. The baby as dressed warmly in a thick gown as well as a bunting and wrapped in a small quilt, his black hair peeked out of the hood, but was not long enough to cover the jagged wound on his forehead. His large green eyes stared around the room from his semi-upright spot in his new father's arms. Ed was less put together than the baby. He was wearing his hair in a ragged ponytail instead of its usual braid. He had on a thick cable sweater and loose jeans instead of his normal black leather, and his red coat billowed behind him hanging open for the first time this week. Everyone stared blankly at him, wondering where Al was. And what had him so rattled? Mustang. Ed began before stopping himself and taking a calming breath to stop himself from yelling and upsetting the baby again. I'm being evicted. What? Mustang said, confused. He had meant to talk to Ed about moving to the family dorms but had no intention of making him move right away. Why would you assume that? Wordlessly, Ed pulled a rumpled paper from his coat pocket and shoved it at Mustang. That damn private at the front desk reported Yuri, and now Colonel Archer says I gotta get out. He says I was already violating by having my brother there, but adding a baby is over the top and you're allowing me too many privileges. I'll take care of this, Full Metal. I was going to speak to you about perhaps moving into family housing. But by no means was I going to force you to move. Mustang said as he read over the letter. Where is Alphonse? He stayed to pack up our stuff. The letter said if we don't have it out by 4, they'll send someone in to move it. And I don't want anyone else touching my research, Ed said as he paced around the room gently patting the baby. Mustang nodded, then retreated to his inner office to make some phone calls. Ed huffed but didn't follow, instead continuing to pace the room. No one was pretending to work anymore as they all frowned in sympathy for the boy, reaching for a way to take his mind off the current situation. Breda said, what happened to his forehead? It happened when his mother was killed, Ed said absently. Don't worry, I'm keeping it clean and treated. I don't think it'll scare too badly. Breda felt like he had stuck his foot in his mouth over that one, so instead of asking more about what must have been a terrible accident, he searched quickly for another subject. Luckily, Havoc came to the rescue with a mild glare to Breda, by asking if Ed had everything he needed for the baby. I think so. I bought a bunch of stuff for him earlier. I forgot his sling though, I just wanted to get over here fast. Quote, it'll be okay, Edward. Even if they make you move out today, we will find the 3 of you a place to stay until you get into a new place. Hawkeye said, voice full of sympathy. Ed nodded at her gratefully. If someone would be willing to store our stuff for a couple days, we can always go stay at the hotel. It's not much, we don't keep a lot, like maybe 3 boxes. Plus Yuri's cradle and carriage. Ed said. He didn't mention that it had only grown to 3 boxes today after their shopping trip, and that aside from a box of old journals and books, everything Ed owned fit into his suitcase. He planned to mail the box to the Rockbells this weekend, as he did every time he managed to gather that much research. Granny stored them for him until he needed them again in her basement. He preferred to live light so that they could come and go at a moment's notice. Mustang returned from the inner office a few minutes later, clearly fuming. Hawkeye, Full Metal, come with me. We need to go collect your things and arrange housing for the night. Hawkeye and Ed followed Mustang out of the door as he stormed down the hall in the direction of the exit. Acher refuses to budge on the subject. We can keep your thing at my house until you find something permanent for you, and the state will be covering the expense of you staying in a hotel suite until a space opens in the family dorm. Thank you, sir, Ed replied, and Mustang froze. It was the first time in nearly 2 years Ed had addressed him so politely. The boy must have been very worried about what would become of his brother and child. Mustang nodded and led the way at slightly slower pace. 4. Difficulties of New Parenting. Chapter 5. Difficulties of New Parenting. East City Military Hotel. Elric Suite, November 10, 11:23 a.m. I don't know what is wrong. He's sick. I messed up somehow. Maybe I gave him the wrong kind of milk. Or the milk had gone bad. Oh no. I poisoned my baby. I'm the worst father in the world. Why did I think I could do this? I mess up everything. It was the rain, wasn't it? We got caught out in it and now he's sick. Edward saw Ed as he paced the room holding the miserably crying baby. They had gone out this morning to collect breakfast despite the threatening storm that was killing Ed's ports. He was determined to not allow his disability to affect his ability to care for his baby. The way he saw it, they already had so many other problems that he had no control over. This he would simply grit his teeth and muscle through like he did when it happened when he was on a mission. Al and now Yuri mattered so much more than his own pain. They had been caught out in the storm, however, thanks to long lines, and now the baby was acting sick. Ed set Yuri down on the center of his bed to grab another blanket out of the diaper bag and curse himself for not buying a thermometer. Calm down, brother. Even if he's sick, it's nothing you did. We'll just take him to the doctor. And they'll make him all better in no time. Al said, attempting to soothe his brother. He wanted to help more, but the baby was so small he was afraid of holding him. I can't tell if he's got a fever. Does he look like he has a fever? Al, what if he has a fever? Ed said as he paced the room. He set the baby on the center of the bed when the baby kept twisting in his arms, thinking. Gee, the boy might prefer to be down for a few minutes. I'll go down to the desk and see if they have a thermometer. No, wait. Watch Yuri. I'll ask and call for a ride to the doctor. But brother, what if he needs something? Al said. Al, it will be fine. I'll be gone less than 5 minutes. Just watch him and keep him from falling off the bed or choking or anything. Ed said as he rushed out of the room, not bothering to put on his shoes or pull up his hair. Mustang's office. Mustang had just stepped out of his office to see if Fullmetal had somehow arrived without making any noise when the phone rang. Havoc answered. The phone? Colonel Mustang's office. How may I direct your call? I don't have time for formalities, Havoc. I need a ride to the hospital now. Ed yelled into the phone. Ed, what's wrong? Havoc asked, a little confused, as everyone in the office turned to look at him. Now, Havoc. Ed screamed loud enough for everyone to hear him, before hanging up the phone. What's going on? Mustang asked tensely. I don't know. He said he needed a ride to the hospital and didn't have time to explain. Havoc said. Fury, man the phones. Everyone else, let's go. Mustang said as he head from the room, envisioning various possible scenarios, mostly involving attacks from previously arrested people, or even worse, those people from out west that were after Fullmetal's son. Within a few minutes they arrived at the hotel in 2 cars. They were all tense as they made their way into the lobby, half expecting some sort of fight. The lobby appeared normal, and Hawkeye walked up to the desk to ask if they knew anything about the Elrics. She returned a minute later and shook her head. It appears Edward came down a few minutes ago alone, looking very distraught. He made a phone call and rushed back upstairs. No one has arrived before us this morning that wasn't a guest. Mustang led the way up the stairs to the Elric suite. When they reached the 3rd floor, they could hear the baby crying all the way down the hall. Mustang sped up and rushed through the door without bothering to knock, fingers posed to snap, and the rest of the team right behind him. What the hell, Mustang? Put that away. No fire around the baby. Ed said as he stood just inside the room, now with boots and a sweater on, and his hair in a ponytail. I asked for a ride to the hospital, not to be admitted. What's going on? Mustang asked as he lowered his hand. Havoc said you had an emergency. Yeah, my baby is sick. I'm not under attack, Ed said as Al walked up to them with a brightly colored cloth bag that he handed to Ed wordlessly. Ed pushed past Mustang and the rest of the team into the hallway carrying his heavily bundled son. Come on, he isn't getting any better by standing around. Al stayed behind, knowing he wouldn't fit properly in the car. Fallman offered to stay with the worried boy, and Al readily agreed. Mustang led Edward and Hawkeye to his car as he instructed Havoc and Breda to return to the office. Mustang started to climb into the driver's seat when Hawkeye grabbed his arm. It would be best if I were to drive. Sir. Yes, of course, Lieutenant. Mustang said before joining Edward and Yuri in the back seat. Ed spared a moment to smirk at Mustang at the interaction. Shut up, Fullmetal, Mustang muttered. The baby continued to cry as they drove down the street smoothly. Mustang watched Edward for a moment. Both boys were clearly incredibly stressed. After a brief silent debate, Mustang held out his arms. Ed stared at him blankly. Mustang raised an eyebrow. Ed frowned. Mustang rolled his eyes and finally said, "Hand him here, Edward. He can feel your stress and it's upsetting him more." "What would you know?" Ed said as he reluctantly handed the baby to his boss. Yuri calmed slightly, though still crying and stiff. Ed frowned again, feeling once again as if he somehow messed up and made the baby sick. Mustang patted the baby gently as Hawkeye pulled into the hospital. Ed climbed out of the car with the intent to come around and take the baby from Mustang, but just as he reached the door his knee decided to lock up on him, toppling him into the side of the car. Hawkeye jumped out of the car to help Ed up, and he waved off her concern though allowed her to help him back to his feet. "I'm fine. Automale acting up with all this rain. Maybe it Would be better if one of you carried him in, just in case I fall again. This last part was said with a great deal of reluctance. He felt even worse having to admit he couldn't even safely carry his child through the doors. It's all right, Edward. The Colonel can carry him, since neither of you are fit to defend us in this rain. Hawkeye said, causing Mustang to pout and Ed to cheer slightly when reminded he wasn't the only one hampered by this weather. Mustang led the way into the emergency room with Ed limping just behind him and Hawkeye taking up the rear. The nurse took the baby, asking his name, then instructed them to remain where they were and disappeared behind the doors leading further into the hospital. Before Ed could protest, a second nurse came over with a clipboard to ask them to fill out the paperwork. She handed the board to Mustang, but Ed snatched it with a scowl. It was bad enough that people kept thinking he was younger than he was, just because he lived in a country of giants. He wasn't going to have people mistake Mustang as Yuri's father. Mustang shrugged wordlessly and led the others over to the corner to a cluster of seats. Ed stared down at the paperwork, however, generally speaking. Aside from his name and birthdate, he didn't fill out his own forms, let alone anyone else's, plus the combination of pain and concern was distracting him. Mustang realized the problem and held out a hand for the clipboard. He was the one who usually filled it out for Ed after all, usually after the fact. Ed grumbled but handed back the clipboard and rubbed at his painful ports. Mustang had read all of the paperwork that he had given Ed for the baby, plus he had invented the information on it when he had ordered it, so it wasn't hard to fill out the majority of the forms. Yuri's medical history was spotty. However, Ed had only recently been granted custody, so that could be used to explain the holes. He made sure to note, as Ed had informed everyone who asked, had Yuri's sole injury was a result of the accident that had killed his mother just last week. Ed, unable to pace like he wished he could, read over Mustang's shoulder, occasionally adding something to the information Mustang was filling out. Normally this would have them at odds within a few words, but they had been getting along the last 30 minutes without a single argument. Hawkeye noticed this but did not comment on it for fear of ending the truce. Mustang finished the forms and handed them to Ed to sign, before returning them to the front desk. He had just returned to their seats and was about to ask Hawkeye to collect coffee for the three of them when a doctor appeared through the hospital's side doors. Elric, the doctor asked the room at large, and Mustang stood as Hawkeye helped Ed to his feet, his knee locked up. Once more, the doctor nodded and led them behind the doors into a small office alcove. When they were all seated, the doctor turned to address Mustang directly. Your son. Hey, he's my son. Ed said angrily. He's just my boss. Oh, I apologize, the doctor said with a frown. Your son will be fine, Mr. Elric. He is running a low-grade fever, but it is nothing to worry about. I know at times first babies can be overwhelming, and of course we encourage parents to bring children in when they are concerned about their health. Ed relaxed as the doctor spoke, but Mustang stiffened. He could hear the doctor's disapproval coming. However, I feel we must address a couple of issues. First of all, the child is slightly undersized for his age. Secondly, we need to address the injury to his head. Ed turned red, but Mustang put a hand on his arm and turned to the doctor before Ed could speak. Major Elric addressed the child's injury in the paperwork. Had you bothered to read? The boy was injured when his mother was killed. Major Elric is largely unaware of the details of this event as it is still under investigation. The Major was informed of Ms. Vought's death only last week, the day after the event happened, at which time he was allowed to rush to the child and retrieve him. Unfortunately, until the death occurred, Major Elric was unaware of the child's existence. Though this indicates a form of recklessness in the Major's dealings with relationships, it does not indicate his ability to care for his son. As for the child being undersized, I cannot say for certain with the mother. But all one has to do is look at the father to understand why the child would be small. It took everything Ed had in his not to scream over the jab at his size. As Mustang not only diffused the doctor but terrified him as well with his speech. Ed instead remained silent, fuming at the suggestion that he would do anything to hurt his baby. It wasn't until the doctor had taken them to see Yuri, and left to find a nurse to discharge them, that the rest of Mustang's speech sunk in. He bit his tongue until they were in the car, Mustang was impressed with his restraint. So much so, that as soon as they pulled away, he turned to Ed and invited him to speak freely. First of all, do you think you could have thrown in my rank a few more times? I'm pretty sure that asshole might have missed it. Also, what was with that crap about my relationships? You made me sound as bad as you bastard. And I am not small. It was important to put him in his place, Fullmetal. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize you, and immediately allowed his prejudices involving young parents to take the lead. Clearly this child is not neglected. I was simply reminding him that, in the future he may want to read the tree worth of forms they force distraught parents wade through before he begins throwing around accusations. Mustang said calmly, I also made sure to let him know that if he had any further questions, they could ask through my office, and that I would be happy to provide the relevant legal paperwork. As far as your personal affairs are concerned, I would have no idea how you conduct your personal life, and I would rather it remain that way, and I'm afraid to be the one to inform you, Edward, but you are far below average in height. I am not short, E.D. said as he cuddled his son to his chest. He blushed as he continued, and I really am uncomfortable with you making it sound like I'm like you when I haven't really had time for dating. Very well, Edward. Mustang relented. If you would prefer, from this point on Yuri's mother was your one indiscretion, and I will ensure that is what is spread around. Thank you, I think, Ed said. He was quick to jump out of the car as it pulled up to the hotel, making sure to snag the diaper bag, and mentally thank whatever was out there that the rain had stopped, allowing him enough flexibility to trust himself carrying the baby to his room. He was still going to need a hot bath, followed by hot compresses to end the pain, but it was now manageable. He waved away the offer to walk him up and left as he yelled over his shoulder that he would see them both on Monday when he was scheduled to begin his desk duty. He rushed off as fast as he could, limp to update his brother on Yuri's condition. 5. Returning to work. Chapter 6. Returning to work. November 13, 9:15 a.m. Colonel Mustang's office. Edward arrived 15 minutes after he was scheduled, which was about 45 minutes before the team expected him, with Yuri, a carriage, an overstuffed diaper bag, and his brother in tow. Sorry, the carriage gave us a bit of trouble on the stairs, Al said as Ed pushed the carriage over to the corner closest to what he assumed was his desk since it was new. Good morning, Alphonse, Edward, Yuri. I hope you had a good weekend, Fallman said in reply as he placed a cup of coffee on Edward's new desk. Hawkeye should be here any minute. She was to stop by Colonel Archer's office to remind him that he will be receiving his transfer orders sometime today. Transfer orders? Ed asked curiously. He was still angry that Archer had him and his family evicted from the dorms and hadn't been looking forward to having to deal with that man anytime soon. Yes, as it turns out, he'll be transferring to the south. They could use some help along the border, and it was brought to General Grumman's attention that Archer has been hoping for a change in scenery, last week actually. Fallman said coolly. Ed nodded with a smirk. He caught the message. Archer refused to budge on the subject of the Elric's housing, so Mustang or more likely Hawkeye, since Mustang was lazy, had pulled some strings and had him removed. It was petty since it was unlikely it would be reversed, but Ed was still happy. They stood up for him the way they could. Edward had refused to wear the uniform, even if he was stuck in the office. But he had compromised and was wearing black slacks and a white button-down dress shirt, under a black suit jacket. His hair was back in its usual braid, and he was still wearing the same boots. Alphonse had polished his armor and washed his loincloth to improve his appearance, though he would be heading back out to read through some of the research books Ed had picked up over the weekend. Yuri was dressed in a dark blue outfit that Al had picked out, that was remarkably like the military uniform at a glance. Al had encouraged Ed to wear the uniform as well, though he had lost the argument. The carriage was plain and black with a basket that Ed placed the diaper bag in, after briefly peeking at the baby to ensure he was still asleep. He then sat at his desk and took a sip of his coffee before looking around the room expectantly. So, what am I supposed to be doing while I'm stuck in the office? None of the other men seemed to know either, and Mustang was on a phone call in the inner office. Fury was the first to glance over at the carriage as he asked if the baby was doing better. Ed confirmed that his fever had disappeared the next morning, which led him to a member Mustang's conversation with the doctor. Listen, I know I haven't been exactly open about what is going on with me in this whole situation. Ed began as he blushed and scratched the back of his head. I know this is gonna be one of those things where people don't believe me, but, Emma, that was a one-time thing. I mean, well, I didn't thought that kinda stuff. The others all stared at him for a few minutes, before Havoc and Breda snorted in disbelief and Fury and Fallman assured him they believed him. Ed frowned at the mixed reaction, but before he could further defend his honor, WKI arrived and Mustang came out of the inner office to settle at his desk. The conversation was dropped, as Mustang glared, indicating that he had heard and disapproved of the conversation. Fulm, Edel's personal life is not a matter of office opinion, as I informed you all last week. He has generously given you the information you desired. Kindly accept him at his word and allow the matter to drop. I am aware that this situation is highly irregular, however it is hardly unheard of. Now if we could return to work, Mustang said coolly. Everyone nodded, and Edward grunted in thanks, still blushing over the subject matter. Mustang glared again at Havoc and Breda before turning his attention to Edward. Fullmetal, while we have you here, I am going to have you type up your field reports to make them legible. My reports are perfectly legible. Edward sighed with a frown. He had worked hard at improving his handwriting after losing his dominate hand and was offended that Mustang was attacking his penmanship. Yes, they are now. I was referring to your early reports, Mustang said casually as he stood and pulled a few files out of the cabinet. Ed frowned. He knew that Hawkeye had taken it upon herself to type up all his reports his first year, until he had mastered using both his left hand for writing and typing with automail. Clearly Mustang was up to something. Mustang noticed Ed's frown. I have to have you doing something while you're in the office, and I doubt you want anything that is not in your field of study. Ed nods in agreement. He already knew from trying to study over the weekend that Yuri could be distracting at times, and he wasn't looking forward to dealing with military matters, so he was alright with the busy work. He was surprised to realize. Of course, we can't have you finishing too quickly. Therefore afternoons will be dedicated to your own research. We can't have you falling behind after all. Without another word the room was filled with the NDS of scratching pens and clacking keys. An occasional murmur as someone asked for something to be passed to them, and the periodic bootsteps as Hawkeye collected and filed completed papers. They read on in this manner for most of an hour, until Ed heard the click of a lighter. His head shot up quickly as he glared at Havoc. Ed, Mustang, and Hawkeye all yelled at him at the same time for him to put out his cigarette. Hawkeye reminded him of the ban, as Mustang threatened to fine him, and Ed threw a rather heavy-looking book in his direction. The book in question was the one he had picked up on his way out of England. Though the book was still scary to him, he had finished it at this point, as well as several others he had picked up from the library. Chapter 1. What to avoid around your new baby. It's right there on the list, Havoc. You can't smoke those around Yuri, it says so in the instruction book, Ed said as Havoc hesitantly picked up the book and opened it. Where did you get this? Havoc asked, holding up the book. It says the copyright is 1978. That's not possible. Ed yanked the book back to him. I picked it up in England after they contacted me to have me pick up Yuri. They had just told me I was picking up a baby. Of course I had to research what to do. Ed said defensively, but hid the book away as if it might poke holes in his story. Luckily, what he had just said lined up with Mustang's cover story. England's a crazy place. They are counting time according to some religious calendar, so their time is different than ours. I didn't question it too much. All the other stuff going on over there. Everything west of Creta uses that calendar, I'm told. Mustang said casually. We don't bother with the other continents for the most part, however. Back to the matter at hand, Havoc. If you cannot remember the rule, I can always send you on a field mission until your memory improves. Havoc grumbled about the others ganging up on him, but he put his SHTRAY in his desk and went back to his work. Silence returned to the room for a few more minutes until a wail came from the carriage in the corner. Instantly Ed rose mid-word and reached for the baby. Everyone else looked up as he picked up the baby, who continued to cry. Muttering soothing sounds to the baby, Ed dug through the diaper bag until he produced a clean diaper, an empty bag, and a bottle that appeared semi-frozen. He laid the baby on his desk and changed him quickly, placing the soiled diaper in the bag that he returned to the diaper bag before clapping his hands and touching the bottle. The blue energy danced around the bottle for a moment, then as it died, Ed picked the baby back up and settled back into his chair. Before placing the nipple in Yuri's mouth, "Did you freeze and thaw his bottle with alchemy?" Mustang asked curiously. "Yeah, how else am I supposed to bring his food to work with us?" Ed said. "That's amazing," Breda said, impressed. Havoc, Fury, and Fallman nodded. Mustang hummed in agreement. Hawkeye smiles in their direction before instructing the others to return to work. Everyone returns their attention to paperwork except for Ed, who was happily murmuring to the baby in his arms. Colonel Mustang's office, 12:45 p.m. Team Mustang filed back into the office after lunch to find Edward and Yuri had not left as they had expected. At least the carriage and bag were still there in the corner, though the father and son were nowhere to be seen. Concerned, they searched around for the wayward teen for a few minutes before Mustang found them, sleeping peace fully on one of the couches in his inner office. Ed was stretched out across the seat with his mouth hanging open and snoring lightly, his flesh hand holding the baby to his chest. The baby himself was sleeping on his back against Ed's stomach, mouth hanging open in a perfect imitation of his father all the way down to his tiny hand laying across Ed's hand. Mustang had the inexplicable urge to take a photograph of the scene. Luckily for his apparent lapse in sanity, he did not own a camera. Perhaps he would pick one up over the weekend. Mustang walked lightly back out of the inner office, and informed Hawkeye that the boys had been found, before grabbing his work and retreating to his office while she went to retrieve the rest of the team. As adorable as the moment was, he was concerned the baby would roll in his sleep, so he intended to keep an eye on the pair. Officially though, he needed to finish up a few very sensitive files in the privacy of his office. Mustang had not allowed two preteen orphans ruin his image when he saved them a couple of years ago. He sure wasn't going to let a tiny baby ruin it now. He'd just have to tread lightly to balance helping the hapless teen and epping his carefully cultivated asshole playboy image. Ed snorted in his sleep and slightly tightened his grip on the baby, and Mustang decided that a camera was going to be a necessary purchase as the baby once again imitated the teen. He'd pick it up on the way home. If nothing else, this would be great blackmail material against the secretly self-conscious teen. At least that would be his official reasoning. He would be sure to minimize the teasing though. He needed the boy to continue to trust him enough to come to him if anything went wrong. They may fight like cats and dogs, but the boy did trust him to an extent. Mustang returned to his paperwork as the sleeping pair settled back down, still within his line of sight. He heard Hawkeye return with the rest of the staff and quietly settle back into their work. He watched the sleeping children on the couch to ensure they hadn't been disturbed by the arrival of the others, then returned to the paperwork in front of him. It was dull work, unimportant in the grand scheme of things. The world would go on if it took him an extra 20 minutes to order more typewriter ribbon. So, with one last glance at the kids, Mustang leaned back in his chair and fell asleep himself. Hawkeye heard the silence from the inner office. The absence of paper shuffling could only mean one thing: Mustang was napping again. She waited a few more minutes to allow him the chance to shuffle. Perhaps it was simply a long paragraph. Instead of papers though, a soft snore came from the other side of the door. She walked in calmly, making note of the Elrics still sleeping on the couch, and walked over to Mustang's desk. He was leaning back in his chair, legs and arms crossed tightly, head hanging back, mouth open and snoring loudly. Hawkeye sighed in disappointment, before pulling out her service revolver and cocking it near Mustang's head. Instantly he shot up, looking around wildly before leaning over his paperwork. "Was there something I could help you with, Lieutenant?" "Not at all, sir. I was simply ensuring you had enough work. I can bring you some more if you have finished." "That's all right. I still have a few files in need of attention," Mustang said even as his eyes strayed to some spots on the window next to him. Hawkeye saw what he was looking at and rolled her eyes with a sigh. You should return to your work, Hawkeye. Allow the Elrics their rest. Hawkeye nodded briefly and with a warning looking left the room, firmly shutting the door. Mustang returned to the papers in front of him, which were just as dull before his nap. He signed the requests for supplies and read the field reports of 2 subordinates before his eyes trailed back to the spot on the window. Really, how was he supposed to concentrate while working in such substandard conditions? He shook his head and returned his attention to the current report. Across from him, Ed and Yuri both stretched in their sleep before settling back into the same position. Mustang looked once again at the window. Really, he couldn't, in good conscience, allow the room to remain so filthy with an infant spending the foreseeable future in here for his naps. It would be neglectful of him to not clean the window. This was clearly more important than any of the files on his desk. 15 minutes later, when Hawkeye returned with a stack of files, Mustang was standing on his chair. He had left his jacket on his desk, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows of his white dress shirt, and a rag in his hand. He bent to dip the rag in the bucket again and noticed Hawkeye behind him. Shish, her and pointed at the couch before climbing down and leading the way out of the room. As soon as the door closed, he turned to his assistant. A child cannot be kept in a dirty room. WHO knows how many illnesses they could pick up in the office. It would be negligent to allow the room to remain so dirty. Sir, the cleaning crew was in just last night, Hawkeye said with irritation. They missed spots all over the windows. There's dust on the trim. Who knows what all Fullmetal is laying on right now? They clearly are not doing a very thorough job of it. Mustang said stubbornly. We are not leaving tonight until every inch of this office is suitable conditions for the sake of the health of everyone in this office, especially the Elrics. Hawkeye barely stopped herself from rolling her eyes at her friend and commander but agreed. Under the condition that Mustang return to his paperwork now. Reluctantly he returned to his office and rolled down his sleeves before shrugging back into his coat. He glared at the papers in front of him and pulled them back to him. He had just signed off on the latest form when, with a final snort, Ed opened his eyes and carefully sat up, shifting Yuri to remain laying in his arms. Good morning, Fullmetal. Enjoy your nap? Mustang asked with a smirk. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to get Yuri to settle. How long was I out? Ed said as he looked around, unaware of the strands of hair that had come loose from his braid. It's just about time to leave for the day. For you. Around 3. Mustang said casually. Do try to go to bed at a reasonable hour tonight. Adjusting to a child's schedule can be hard. You mustn't stay up all night studying right now. Crap, I was supposed to meet Al. I gotta go, Ed said as he jumped Ed up and rushed from the room without another word. Mustang shook his head after the boy before glaring at the next report. He was in no mood for paperwork. 15 minutes later, all the papers were clear from his desk and he had returned to his cleaning. Hawkeye just shook her head, prepared for an even longer day tomorrow after she located his latest hiding place. Most likely they were either in the bottom drawer of desk or in the cushions of the couch. That was where they usually ended up when she did her weekly missing paperwork sweep. She sighed as she turned to the others and instructed everyone to help Mustang with his spring cleaning so that they could return to work quicker. Havoc made the terrible mistake of pointing out that it was fall, and as a result ended up with the duty of polishing the floors. 6. A New Normal. Chapter 7 A New Normal November 26th. Colonel Mustang's office 9 a.m. Routine had settled onto the staff as they grew used to the addition of the angry blonde teen and his infant son. Every morning Edward arrived with his son and carriage in tow, thanks to the help of his brother. Al would leave moments later to continue the brothers' research as Ed settled into the rhythm of retyping old field reports. He still felt that it was largely a waste of time, though he was able to revisit enough dead ends to give him inspiration for new ideas for his research. After lunch, he and Yuri would take a nap on Mustang's couch for an hour before Ed would head to the library to join his brother. Mustang had made good on his internal threat to buy the camera, and now had a stack of photographs of the sleeping pair, as well as other moments he managed to catch discreetly. To make himself feel better about this new hobby, because it was absolutely not because he was fond of the Elrics. He would maintain that to anyone who asked, he had also taken a rather large stack of Photographs of the rest of his staff as well. These pictures had not made their way back into the office, because if anyone caught on to his new hobby it was likely that his camera would be broken. Especially Edward. Riza. This morning Edward arrived at his usual time with his brother and son. Though Al seemed agitated before he left, and Edward looked more tired than usual. Havoc handed Ed his usual cup of coffee and asked if everything was all right. Ed grunted in return and muttered something about research. Everyone settled into work, Mustang sitting at his desk in the outer office as he had taken to doing in the mornings. Hawkeye handed out work all around before settling into her own chair. Everything was calm. 10 minutes later a thin wail sounded from the carriage. Ed groaned and hit his head on the desk before tiredly standing to care for the infant. Have you interviewed any nannies yet? For when you return to fieldwork? Fury asked as Ed changed the baby and made his bottle. Why? He can come with me, it's not like he'd be in the way. Ed replied. Full Metal. Field missions are not a proper locale for an infant. Mustang said without looking up from a form he seemed to be reading. Why not? Unless it's super dangerous, which we both know you decided to avoid for now. Then he won't be in the way, Ed said defensively in an annoyed tone. So far none of them had been able to convince him to accept any help with the baby. What had started as an attempt to keep things as normal as possible had morphed into the boy shrugging off all concern. He was determined to prove he could do it on his own. He wanted to be a better father than his had been and convinced himself that meant without help. Ed rejected every attempt to take over for even a few minutes. Mustang needed to talk to him about it before he ran himself completely down. He understood Ed's hesitance, and his desire to prove himself. Mustang watched silently, never interfering, as the others tried to interact with the new family and was mostly rebuffed. Breda had been the only one insulted, though Mustang secretly agreed with Ed's assessment that Breda might drop the child if he became startled. I can hold him for you for a while if you need to finish that, Havoc said, trying again. Fine, but you're sitting right there so I can keep an eye on you, Ed said reluctantly, before carrying the baby over to Havoc's desk and placing him in Havoc's arms. It was a huge step, everyone in the office agreed. Ed then stepped back and watched Havoc adjust his hold on the bundle in his arms. You're doing it wrong. Keep his head in your elbow and support his back along your arm. He doesn't like to be held away from you. Havoc adjusted his arms as instructed and with a satisfied nod Ed returned to his desk. He continued his typing but was also looking at Havoc every few minutes. The office fell back into near silence. Havoc's work ignored for the moment. Fury waited a good 30 minutes before he asked if he could help as well. Ed was at the end of his goodwill however, as he snatched the baby back. Not now. Maybe tomorrow, Ed said to Fury before returning the baby to the carriage next to him. Mustang was pleased with the progress. Soon he would have to talk to Ed about finding a proper caregiver for the child when Ed was on missions. For now, he had already selected the next mission he would be sending the Elrics on and it should be safe enough for a baby. He'd worry about the nanny issue later. November 27th, Colonel Mustang's office. 9:30 a.m. Just as the team was starting to grow concerned, the Elrics arrived in their usual whirlwind of energy. Everyone shouted "Ha!" PPY greeting to the boys as Ed settled Yuri into his corner and Al fidgeted with the bag. Ed returned everyone's greeting as Al bid them goodbye with a promise to be back at noon. This was unusual, enough that it turned the office's attention to Ed, who had sat before his typewriter and was shuffling his latest stack of old files. What's going on? Mustang finally asked when Ed didn't offer any more information. Ed looked up in surprise, as if he was completely shocked. They had noticed a change in his routine, which to be fair was probably true. He always seemed surprised that Mustang knew what he had been up to when he was out of town. They finally have an opening for us, so we are moving in this afternoon, Ed said. I'm not sure if we need to get furniture and stuff. If we do then it may take a couple more days. Where are you in at? Mustang asked, mentally recalling the list of military housing in walking distance. Eastern Arms, Ed said. 2-bedroom, but I think that's too big. They insisted we needed 2 with 3 of us. Like Yuri needs his own room or something. But I guess we can use the other bedroom as an office or a guest room or something. Eastern Arms does not offer furnished units. Hawkeye, I'm taking a personal day, as are Fullmetal and Havoc. Come Fullmetal, I know the best places to get a good deal on furnishings. I can't Avenue the local retailers fleecing one of my men, how would that look? Fury when Alphonse returns tell him to meet us at their new place. Mustang said as he gathered his things and herded the people in question out of the office. Hawkeye just shook her head and had the others return to work. Eastern Arms Apartments Unit 5408, Elric's Residence 4:45 p.m. Ed was impressed with how fast Mustang worked. Not that he would say that out loud and increase the size of his already oversized head. Mustang had managed to furnish their entire apartment, talk the store into a 40% discount, and have it all delivered and set up today. He then had taken Ed to buy all of the things he hadn't thought of, like dishes and linens, before stopping by his own place to pick up the things he had been storing for them. They had arrived at the complex in time to meet Al and pick up the keys well before the furniture arrived. Mustang insisted on helping them carry everything upstairs and offered Havoc's help as well. As soon as they stepped into the apartment, Mustang had sent Havoc to gather the rest of the team and cleaning supplies, because the place was not up to his standards. Since then they had cleaned, unpacked, and put everything away. Hawkeye had suggested sending someone to collect dinner since the boys didn't have any groceries either. Breda and Havoc disappeared at the suggestion as Muse. Tang finally sat in the overstuffed chair next to the couch Ed was feeding Yuri on. Before Mustang could say anything, Ed cleared his throat. Thanks for all your help today. It probably would have taken me all week to do all this by myself. Of course, it is my duty to ensure the well-being of my subordinates. Mustang said with a wave of his hand. This spares us the need for a planned housewarming party. Though I wouldn't be surprised if the men bring you some gifts over the week. Fury joined Ed on the couch as Mustang finished and looked expectantly at Yuri. Ed had promised he would be allowed to hold the child after he washed his hands and the baby finished his bottle. Ed rolled his eyes and reluctantly placed the baby in Fury's arms. Okay, is anyone else going to want to Manon? DLE my son, or will I be able to lay him down for his nap after this? Ed asked the room at large. Fallman and Hawkeye both agreed to wait for another day, and Mustang declined responding at all. So far, he had avoided so much as pat on the baby. He didn't want to appear as though he was fond of the child, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. The one and only time he had touched Yuri was when he carried him into the hospital a couple of weeks ago. He needed to call Maze and tell him about all of this. Using Ed's cover story, of course, it wouldn't do to break cover. Ed suddenly snatched the bye back from Fury when he reached his limit of fury, holding the baby wrong, and took the baby to lay down for his nap. Mustang was surprised when Ed returned a few minutes later, having expected Ed to stay behind to nap with the child. Ed shrugged. I paid for the stupid cradle, he should use it at least once. Besides, it can't take that long to pick up dinner. Food is generally a good motivator for you. Mustang replied in return. Brother, now that we have an apartment, can we get a cat? Al asked suddenly. Al, we've been over this. We travel too much to take care of a cat. Ed said tiredly. But not to take care of a baby. Al countered. Don't compare my son to a cat. Yuri can and will travel with us, a cat would have to stay here all alone. Ed said in irritation. You're just so mean, brother. You never let me have anything. Al wailed. Al, don't be like that. You know I promised as soon as we finish our research and can stay in one place you can get as many cats as is reasonable. Ed whined to his brother. But Al wailed wordlessly in return and stormed into the room that had been dubbed the guest room office. Once there was no chance of Al overhearing them, Mustang inquired. Is there a reason you don't want a cat, Fullmetal? Ed sighed. If I believed him that he would stop with one cat I might reconsider, but I know my brother Mustang. If I let him keep one, the next time it rained my place would be overflowing with them. I see. Yes, that would be a good reason. Perhaps he would be satisfied with something simpler like a goldfish for now. Maybe, but who would feed it while we were gone? You know we need to get back on the road again soon. How many leads have we missed out on by me taking a few weeks off here? Ed said with a frown. I have to fix my mistakes, I promised. I have absolute faith that you will, Edward. I promise nothing has slipped through your fingers during this break. I am continuing to keep an ear out for any and all rumors, Maya. While enjoy this time bonding with your son. You both need it. Havoc and Breda walked in with bags of takeout and more bags of groceries before Ed could reply, so Mustang had to hope that Ed took High's words to heart, and that he himself hadn't slipped character while reassuring the boy. November 28, Colonel Mustang's office. 11:45 a.m. Another breakthrough with Edward's trust had occurred less than 5 minutes ago, when he allowed Fallman to hold the child while Ed ran to the restroom. So far, he had not allowed anyone to watch over the child unless Ed was in the same room. As soon as Ed had disappeared down the hall, Yuri began to cry. Fallman was concerned he had somehow upset the child, but he nervously stood, pacing as he had witnessed Ed do, and began to sing. He didn't know many songs, and he certainly didn't know any of the song he often heard Ed singing softly to the child. Everyone else had left a few minutes ago to have lunch, but Fallman had offered to help Ed out, so the office was completely empty, allowing him to not feel self-conscious about singing. The baby calmed down and seemed to be drifting off as Fallman continued, privately proud of himself for managing the situation without resorting to ask for help. The baby relaxed further and seemed about to fall asleep when suddenly Ed said behind him, "Are you singing my son a dirge? He seems to like it." Fallman defended. "How insensitive can you be? He just lost his mother," Ed said as he took the baby from him, wordlessly, and stomped into Mustang's inner office for his daily afternoon nap. 7. A Parent Anniversary. Chapter 8. A Parent Anniversary. November 29th. Elric apartment, 9 a.m. Edward had been up since 6 with Yuri, who had recently decided that sleep was optional. By recently he meant that morning. Just that morning Yuri decided he didn't need to return to bed after his bottle. Instead he wanted his father to entertain him. Ed, as a result, was tired and cranky. Al had offered to go and get me coffee for his sleep-deprived brother, as well as something for breakfast, and Ed had agreed. Now Ed was sitting on the floor of his living room next to a fluffy blanket filled with colorful stuffed toys and a happily babbling baby. Ed looked a mess, in a milk-stained gray sweatshirt he hadn't bothered to change yet, a matching pair of sweatpants, and baggy socks. His gold-colored hair was a tan-G'd nightmare hanging loose around his shoulders, and he had dark shadows over red-rimmed eyes from lack of sleep. He yawned hugely as he leaned his head against his right fist, his left hand staying close to the playing baby. Al came in, carried in a paper cup of coffee and bag of pastries a few minutes later, and followed by Vado Fallman, Jean Havoc, Haymans Breda, and Kane Fury. Ed didn't notice the others at first, with his eyes closed and bangs falling over his eyes. Brother, the guys from work are here for a visit. At 9 on a Saturday. Why? Ed said in a raspy voice as he rubbed his eyes. He finally noticed the group of men gathered behind his brother. "We didn't think you should be alone today," Fury said nervously. "Why?" Ed asked as he scooped up his son and stood carefully. "To be closer to level with the men. I am aware that it was a terrible violation of your privacy, however, after your reaction yesterday I was concerned. I read your file. I know this is the first-month anniversary of Ms. Vought's passing," Fallman said in an apologetic tone. "I informed the others of the importance of the day, and we agreed you would require company. First anniversaries are always the hardest," Breda said with sympathy. "I was under the impression you weren't that close to this Emma until Fallman reported how upset you were yesterday," Havoc added. Ed just stared dumbly at the team. 1-month anniversaries were a thing. Luckily, he was feeling slow enough he managed to delay asking who they were talking about until his brain caught up. Emma Vaught was the name Mustang had given Yuri's mother. It made sense, he supposed, that Mustang changed her death date, though he hadn't noticed that on the paperwork. If they were doing some weird comfort intervention thing, where was Mustang? As Mustang and Hawkeye? "No, we didn't tell them we were coming here. We would have had to tell them how we knew," Fury said. Ed nodded. He swayed slightly back and forth with the baby, who was tangling his fists in Ed's hair and chewing on the ends. Ed didn't seem to notice this, which confirmed to the others that Ed was not doing well today. "Excuse me a moment, I need coffee," Ed said finally in response. He looked down at his son briefly before squatting and returning the child to the blanket. Don't step on him and don't pick him up. I'll be right back. Al followed him into the kitchen. And Ed grabbed the cup from Al to swallow it down all at once. Are you all right, brother? Just go watch Yuri so no one steps on him. Ed growled in return. I'll be there in a minute. After Al left the kitchen, Ed snatched up the phone and dialed the number Mustang had left him in case of a nighttime emergency after the hospital. Mustang picked up the second ring. Hughes, I am going to burn you through the phone. I will find a way. It's me, Edward. Ed said in a near whisper, not wanting anyone to overhear. Full Metal, is everything all right? No, you're idiot. Staff broke into my file and they invaded my house to comfort me because Yuri lost his mom a month ago today. Help me, Ed said desperately. I'll be over to check up on you in about 15 minutes. Mustang said, already forming a plan to seem comforting and at the same time usher the well-meaning men out of the apartment. He hung up without another word, and Ed sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. He then realized he was not dressed for the day, and he needed to brush his hair. Ed decided after a brief debate that he didn't have to make himself presentable to a group of people who had invaded his space uninvited. He ate a bun then went back into the living room to sit on the floor next to Yuri and ignore his guests. The guys looked at each other, then Ed, before seating themselves around the room. Havoc and Breda on the couch, Fury on the loveseat, and Fallman on the chair. Al was sitting against the wall still trying to piece together what was happening. Ed had explained to Al what had happened when he saved Yuri, and that Mustang had invented a cover story to keep them safe. He had believed his brother, and even memorized the story like he had the train bombing so he could answer the questions nearly as well as Ed himself. Now though, looking at his brother, who seemed upset, and had been up for hours on a Saturday, he began to wonder. Would Ed lie to him? Did H.E. make up the rescue story to somehow appear less guilty to Al? Was he in fact mourning the loss of some girl that Al had never met, but apparently Ed knew well enough to have a baby? Why would Ed lie about something like that? No, the guys at work were wrong, because Ed was becoming such a good storyteller that he could convince anyone of anything, including convincing his brother that he had saved this baby. Of course, he hid the truth from Al. He was worried Al would be disappointed in him. Al shook his head sadly as he thought about all the suffering Ed had endured alone. Brother, I am so sorry. I didn't realize how hard this was on you. Huh, Ed said confused. I'm sorry, I never met Emma, but she must have been very nice. Al said sadly. Ed, assuming his brother was trying to cover the story they had been instructed to use, nodded. It's okay, Al. You can't know someone I never introduced you to. It's not your fault. You've been suffering all this time in silence. I just assume you were trying to adjust to parenting. Quote, well, yeah, I am. I think I'm finally used to getting up a couple times a night though. Mustang's been crazy nice about letting us relax in his office in the afternoons. Ed said, embarrassed. Al was laying in on a little thick. Al decided the flush was a sign his brother didn't want to talk about it. He noted the red eyes when they had come in and remembered how Ed hated to ever let Al know he had been crying. His poor brother. Before the situation could grow awkward, there was a sharp knock on the door. Al jumped to his feet to answer, to find Riza Hawkeye on the other side. Dressed casually for her day off and carrying a bag full of what appeared to be takeout. Hello Alphonse, is Edward awake yet? Oh, hello Ms. Riza. Yes, he's in the living room with the others. Al said as he led her into the room. Hawkeye came in and set the bag on the coffee table before kneeling next to Ed to hug him. As she did, she whispered in his ear. Mustang called me, I am closer. He'll be here in a few minutes. I'll get them out of here as quickly as I can, I promise. Ed hugged her back as she said just loud enough to overhear. It will be okay, Edward. I promise. Al sat back down as Hawkeye scooped up the baby without asking and said to Ed, now, I have the baby, you go take a shower and get dressed. It will make you feel better to be put together. Ed opened his mouth as if to protest, but the gleam in her eyes was not something he was willing to cross. He quickly abandoned his unwanted house guests to prepare for the day. Once he was gone, Hawkeye turned to the others. Fury buckled before she could open her mouth, confessing to Fallman's snooping and their intent to cheer up Edward. Riza shook her head in disappointment. I understand that this was not done to harm, however. Had Edward been comfortable with any of you having this information, he would have told you himself, as he did me and Colonel Mustang. The men all managed to look as hammed of themselves as she glared down at them all. They all mumbled their apologies before she nodded at the all. I am going to go change the baby and get him dressed. If you are staying, I highly suggest that you think of some subjects to take his mind off of the situation instead of helping him wallow in his misery. As soon as Hawkeye walked out of the room, the others stumbled over each other in their attempt to apologize to Alphonse. It's all right. As I said, I never met her. Hawkeye's right though. Brother tends to blame himself for everything. The last thing he needs is to be reminded what happened to poor Emma. When he comes back out, you should ask him about this week's research that will distract him. Before anyone could respond, another knock sounded, followed by Mustang poking his head in the door. Full Metal, I let myself in, I trust you won't mind. The team was quick to jump to their feet and salute their boss. He waved them all away as he pointed down at his white button-down shirt under gray suit. We're here to support a friend, not work. There is no need for formalities in private. He then looked around for Ed and Yuri, but they were nowhere to be seen. Havoc filled Mustang in, including their breach of trust. Mustang gave him a look that promised punishment, before responding. I see. Well, as Fullmetal did not see fit to inform you of the importance of he clearly did not wish for you to know. I think perhaps it would be best if you were to leave and not overwhelm an already grieving father. Properly ashamed, the men filed out of the apartment. Before Mustang grabbed the bag of takeout, which turned out to be biscuit sandwiches and orange juice. As he placed everything on the table, and started a new pot of coffee, Hawkeye reappeared with a happily gurgling Yuri. She set the baby gently back on the play blanket, which was in sight of the table, and said with relief. At least the others have gone. We'll need to stay for a while, case any of them are lingering in the lobby. Quote, I ordered them out of here, so they better not linger. I don't care how well-intentioned they were, they severely undermined Fullmetal's privacy. Mustang saw it as Ed reappeared in a pair of black slacks and white button-down shirt. His hair was damp and pulled back in a ponytail. He looked around until he was confident they were alone, and his son was in sight. Before joining them at the table, thanks for rescuing us, Ed said softly as Al crept back into the room and sat near his nephew. He had gone into the office when Mustang arrived, not wanting to witness the others getting in trouble. I was so tired this morning, I'm not sure I could talk my way around them. Yuri was up early, and my research ran late. It's fine, Edward. You can call me or the Colonel whenever you need anything, Hawkeye said with a pointed look at Mustang. He cleared his throat and agreed. They lapsed into silence as they ate, the only sound coming from the happy squeals of the playing baby. Have you found someone to watch him for you when you return to fieldwork? Hawkeye asked as she cleaned up the trash from their breakfast. He can travel with me. I don't want to leave him behind. Always wondering where his dad has gone. I can't just leave him with some stranger, Ed said as he scooped up the baby and held him tight, the shadow of his own father's departure crossing his mind. You don't have to necessarily leave him with a stranger, Fullmetal. The team is always willing to help if nothing else. I'm afraid, however, that some missions are simply too dangerous to take a child along. And nearly all missions it would be highly inappropriate, Mustang said calmly. In addition, should you allow others to assist you in childcare, it would allow you to further your research without interruptions. I'll consider it. Sometimes. Probably, Ed said reluctantly, still not liking the idea of leaving his baby somewhere now wearing with his promise to return his brother to normal. He realized as he thought about it that splitting childcare and research would eventually lead to delays restoring Al. He couldn't do that to his brother. But the idea of leaving his child behind made him feel like a bad parent. Really, you should not be bothering my brother with these concerns, especially today, Al said as he stood from his spot against the wall. Dee concluded that Ed's cover story adoption was an attempt to buffer Al and try to keep up the image of a good influence. Al didn't want Ed to think he had to hide things from Al like this. He wasn't Owing to be disappointed in Ed, and he needed Ed to understand that. That said, he was still a bit hurt that Ed had intended to hurt alone today instead of letting anyone help him. It's okay, brother. I pieced together what is going on. And I am here for you. I'm disappointed you felt you couldn't be open with me, but I love you and I am not angry that you made impulsive life choices. I'm sure it didn't seem like a life choice at all at the time. What are you talking about, Al? Ed asked, utterly confused by his brother's speech. I'm talking about you hiding your relationship from Emma from me. And how you made up some wild story of a foundling so you wouldn't have to. Admit you made some rash choices. I don't care. I don't think less of you for it's Ed, and neither does Yuri, or anyone else. Emma's not a real person, Al. Mustang made her up to help me hide Yuri. Ed said, desperate for his brother to believe him. Okay, brother. If that's what you want to tell me. Al said as he walked toward their study. When you're ready to talk about it, I'm here for you, but until then I'm sure they can help you feel better. Ed turned in confusion to Mustang and Hawkeye. What just happened? Hen did my brother decide to believe a random doctored file over me? I suppose that the lie seemed more believable than the truth in this situation, Mustang said as he refilled all of their coffee mugs. He will realize the truth eventually, or he won't. Either way, you did tell him what really happened, Ed. Aside from that, there isn't much you can do, and perhaps it's for the best. Less of us who know the truth, the easier it is to hide. No matter how it came to be, he is your son. The details aren't going to matter. Hawkeye added to comfort the teen. I guess, Ed said eventually with a frown. He wouldn't push it though. Al wasn't upset now, and Ed didn't want that to change. Yuri yawned loudly, and Ed happily ushered the others out of his apartment so that he could put the baby down for a nap, and nap himself. The subject of future childcare had been effectively, though not intentionally, sidestepped and tabled for now. 8. Visit from Central. Chapter 9. Visit from Central, November 30th, 10 a.m. Mustang residence. Maze Hughes arrived straight from the train station, suitcase in hand. This is when Roy knew it was going to be a long week. Normally when Hughes was in town, he sta. Yet in the dorms, so arriving to stay with Roy always meant the same thing. Hughes was on leave. Roy sighed, but moved aside to let his longtime friend enter the house. Morning, Roy. Don't tell me you aren't up and about yet. It's nearly noon. I've been up for hours, Maze, as you can clearly tell. What are you doing here? Mustang responded as Maze took off his shoes. Roy was dressed casually in CKS and a sweater since he had no plans to go out today and had intended to spend it working on his annual research. Maze was wearing a dark suit over a purple shit he often wore while traveling. You were very distracted when I called Friday. There's something going on with your office the last couple of weeks, and no one's talking, so I came to find out for myself. Look, Roy, if the problem is concern for line taps, I'm here. You can talk now. Maze said, profoundly serious in tone. No wire taps, Kane Fury checks weekly. No, it's just complicated, Roy said, remembering the call in question. Maze had called during the Elric's afternoon nap, and Roy had made an excuse to hang up when Yuri began stirring around, not wanting to end up yelling and waking them. Well, like I said, I'm here now. Explain, Maze said as he steered into the living room. Roy took one last longing look down the hall toward his office before joining Maze. Clearly, he wouldn't be working on his research anymore today. When Maze is tired of waiting for Roy to start talking, he goes for his breast pocket. Oh, you have to see the latest photos of my Alicia. She did the most adorable thing the other day, he said, as he pulled photographs of his 2-year-old out. Roy had been waiting for this moment since he had come up with his countermeasure. With a smirk, he leaned back and reached over the back of the couch to the stack of envelopes sitting on an accent table. Maze ignored him as Maze continued to flip through the photos rapidly. She is the most wonderful child in the world. My sweet little girl. Have you ever seen anyone more precious? Of course not. Actually, I am sorry to offend you, Maze. Yuri is absolutely the most precious child I have ever seen. Roy interrupted as he pulled out his second weapon. the stack of photos of Yuri and Ed sleeping in his office, as well as a sprinkling of baby-feeding moments, and a single photo he had managed to catch of Ed smiling adoringly down at the child, who was staring up at Ed with awe. With flourish, Roy shoved the stacks of photos in May's face, feeling that he was finally vindicated for his years of suffering his best friend's obsession. "Oh, he is adorable," Maze practically squealed as he flipped through the photos. "Is this what you've been so hush-hush about?" "Yes, Fullmetal has found the adjustment into single parenting daunting at times. So I have allowed him certain liberties around the office," Roy said as he continued to offer more envelopes, intending to overwhelm Maze with the sheer number of photographs he had managed to take in the last month. "This is wonderful, Roy. You have finally accepted the role of fatherhood. I knew that one day you would realize what we all saw all along," Maze said, with a happy tear in his eye. "To think, all it took was becoming a grandfather to realize you were a father. Now to find you a nice wife and—" "I am not a grandfather," Roy said, insulted. "I'm only 28, Hughes. If I'm anything, maybe a proud uncle. But no, not even that. Edward is one of my men. Of course it is my duty to help him through this difficult trial." He learned he was a father and that the child's mother was dead, all in the same letter. The boy hasn't even taken the time to grieve. Instead, he's thrown himself fully into his new role. I simply want to smooth the path as much as possible for him. You know what that sounds like. A father. You are his father in all ways that matter, Roy, just admit it," Maze said. Before Roy could say anything else, there was a pounding on his door. He went to get it, silently thanking whatever powers controlled these things for interrupting his friend. Then he opened the door to find an angry-looking Edward with a cranky-looking Yuri tied to his chest and the diaper bag over his shoulder. The addition of the diaper bag suggested this was not going to be a short visit. Roy once again wished for the comfort of his quiet study as he let the boys in as Ed mumbled a thanks. As Roy shut the door, Ed kicked off his boots and began ranting. "Al's driving me nuts, Mustang. He keeps asking all kinds of questions about Emma. How we met, why she didn't say anything about Yuri, why I hadn't mentioned her to him. It's been all day, yesterday too. We need a break. Hello, Edward, do come in. Is anything the matter?" Roy said sarcastically as Maze poked his head around the corner and Ed spotted him. "Oh no, not another one," Ed said dramatically, as he threw his arms in the air and Roy ushered him into the living room. "Mustang, I can't take any more. I just want to take a nap with my son, finish my latest research book, and enjoy a day off. Can we please hide here for a couple hours?" "I promise to be quiet." "You intend to research?" Mustang said as the boy nods. "Very well. Everyone knows you are silent as a ghost when you're reading. Did you need a coffee or anything before you begin?" Ed agreed with a smile before opening the bag and pulling out a TH.IC book as well as Yuri's play blanket, which he spread across Roy's floor and plopped himself down next to it. He quickly settled the baby on the blanket and opened his book. Hughes blinked through the whole transaction before he smiled again at Roy. Roy rolled his eyes at Maze and left to make coffee for his guests. Maze stooped down next to Ed. "So, this is Yuri, I believe," Roy said. Oh yeah, this is Yuri. He doesn't like strangers, so don't touch." "Thanks, Hughes," Ed said before returning his attention to the book. Hughes smiled down at the baby, who squealed loudly in return. "Please, Hughes, don't excite him. He needs his nap. How old is he, and how long has he been with you?" Maze asked as he wiggled his fingers above the baby, and Roy came back in with mugs of coffee for all three of them. "He'll be 4 months on the 2nd and he's been with me since the beginning of November," Ed said in irritation. "I don't want to talk about it before you ask. Please respect Edward's wishes, Hughes. I'm afraid he has been rather pushed the last couple of days. He needs peace to work on his research," Roy said as he handed out the mugs. Maze nodded and took the mug before moving over to the couch. He stuffed the photos back into the envelopes to hand back to Roy, and everyone lapses into silence. After he finishes his coffee, Hughes stands with a stretch and asks, "Where will I be staying tonight, Roy?" "A hotel perhaps," Roy returned dryly, but stood as well to show Maze to the guest room. Ed barely grunted when asked if he would be all right for a few minutes. As soon as they reach the room, Maze turns on Roy, demanding answers. "What is going on, Roy? What did happen to the child's mother? Edward doesn't like to talk about it. She died about a month ago in a horrible accident. They contacted Edward while he was on a mission. He informed me of that he was having personal issues and left to pick the baby up. Since then everything's been a bit uncertain. Primarily the need to hire a care provider, which Edward seems determined to refuse. Oh, that poor boy. Did he know her well? Well, of course he did. They had a child after all. I do hope he's doing all right. As far as a nanny, you offered your advice. Now let him realize you're right and gives. Just don't give him anything for a couple more weeks. Also, you need to have him connect with other parents. Support is important. And Hughes. Yes, I'm well aware of all of that. I have it in hand. Well, obviously, you are who he comes to when he needs help apparently. Good job, Roy. You're picking up parenting quickly. Roy groans. He isn't going to win this one. He knows that. It still annoys him. Just drop it, Maze. Please. Don't upset him. Of course. Maze says happily. In fact, I think I'll stay up here and take a nap so he can speak freely. He seemed rather upset when he arrived. Roy decided to take that as a win and return to the living room, where Ed and Yuri still remained side by side. Yuri seemed to have drifted to sleep and Ed was now laying on his stomach as he read the book, his knees bent, feet in the air, and left hand propping up his chin. His own eyes looked heavy, and Roy regretted not having a second guest room to offer for a nap. Instead he grabbed his own research and sat in the living room to read himself. The next time he looked up, Ed was asleep as well. His head pillowed in his arms and book pushed away slightly. It was another camera-worthy moment, but Roy feared May's reaction if he was caught taking a picture. Instead he covered Ed with the throw from the couch, then returned to his research. Yuri stirs softly, and without thinking about it, Roy moved down to sit on the other side of the blanket to gently pat the baby he was still refusing to hold. Patting didn't count as being soft though. Patting just helped the kid stay asleep. It didn't say Mustang was losing his edge. This he would maintain to anyone who suggested otherwise. A few minutes of soft snoring later lulled him to sleep as well, just like at the office. An hour later, Mustang is shocked awake by the sound of a camera shutter. At some point he had slid over onto his side, using a stuffed rabbit as a pillow. The baby was curled up against his legs, and Ed was also shift. A single arm reached out to rest on the baby's stomach. Maze was gushing about the cuteness. Roy was going to kill him. Just as soon as he stole that film. Maze must have seen his murderous intent as he gently extracted himself from the sleeping children, because with an eep, Maze took off running toward the guest room. Roy right at his heels. Get back here and give me that camera before I burn it right out of your hand. Roy yelled through the other side of the locked guest room door. Not without your gloves you won't. Maze yelled back. You don't want to burn down your house anyway, not with your kids in here. Just give it to me, Maze. I swear, I'll send you back to Gracia in pieces. Mustang said as he pounded on the door. What's going on? Ed asked as he reached the top of the stairs, Yuri nowhere to be seen. Hughes is just being Hughes. Where's Yuri? Roy said, momentarily giving up the hunt for his friend. Downstairs still sleeping. I could tell you weren't being attacked or anything that could hurt him. Ed said as he yawned hugely. Thanks for letting stay here for a bit. He doesn't nap well in cafes, too much noise. It's really no trouble, Fullmetal. You take up so little room it's easy to forget you're here. WHO, are you calling so small you could lose him in the fibers of your carpet? Downstairs, Yuri seemed to notice he had been left unattended and let out a loud wail. Instantly, the fight went out of Ed as he rushed back down the stairs, Roy right at his heels. Shit, I can't just leave him like that. Who knows what he could have picked up and hurt himself with? What kind of dad just leaves their baby all alone? Ed muttered as he rushed into the living room and scooped up the angry baby. Fullmetal Edward, it doesn't make you a bad parent to leave a child in another room of the house, Mustang said, a little concerned with Ed's level of stress. When was the last time you did anything without Yuri at your side or in your arms? Yesterday, when I called you, I left him in the living room. I assumed the guys could keep an eye on him that long. I made sure to tell them not to pick him up or step on him. And before that, Mustang asked, Is that a trick question? Ed, when was the last time you set him down and left him in a safe location without someone right there? Never. Ed, set the baby down and walk into the kitchen. Roy said with a sigh. Why? So, you can see you are allowed to leave him unattended in the same house. No, he's just a baby. I can't do that to him. He'll think I'm all gone and never coming back, just like his mom. Ed said with a pout, his bottom lip quivering slightly at the idea, reminding Roy the boy still had a whole host of abandonment issues of his own. Wait, if you never leave him alone, how do you shower? Or use the restroom? I hold him, Ed said with an expression that screamed it was a stupid question. I mean, what am I supposed to do? He has a cradle, Ed. He would be okay long enough for you to pee or wash yourself. Parents do it all the time. Well, yeah, when the kid has two parents. Yuri doesn't, Ed said, shaking his head. So, he's gotta come with me. It's no big deal. I spent long enough with just one hand to know how to do just about anything one-handed. Besides, I tried the cradle. He doesn't like it. Okay, Roy said, taking a deep breath. Okay, I know you got most if not all your parenting advice from books. What do they say about it? To shower or clean when the baby is sleeping, Ed said with a scowl. But the books also said all kinds of stuff about co-parenting and post-birth recovery and stuff, so they were clearly written assuming there are two parents and Yuri only has me. I'm not leaving him alone, Mustang. Okay, hand him here, Roy said calmly. Ed clutched him closer. Come on, Ed, you can trust me. I've never dropped a baby in my life. Oh yeah, how many have you held? Ed said skeptically. At least a dozen at one point or another, Roy said as he held out his arms in a silent request. Ed reluctantly placed Yuri in his arms. To his surprise, Roy immediately adjusted the baby to a more comfortable hold with the baby's head in his elbow. As Ed had instructed everyone, he allowed to hold the child. Ed belatedly remembered. Roy had been the one to carry Yuri into the hospital when Ed's leg was acting up. How do you have so much baby experience anyway? Ed asked grumpily. I had a lot of foster sisters. Some of them had children. I ended up the primary babysitter until I started my alchemy training. Roy said with a shrug. You don't forget. Plus, MAGE shoved Alicia at me often enough when I was still in Central. Ah, okay, Ed said as he began to get twitchy. Can I have him back now? No, I'm proving a point here, Fullmetal. Roy said more firmly than he felt. This may backfire and he knew it. I need you to walk out of the room and find something to do for at least 10 minutes. Why? Ed whined. I let Hawkeye watch him while I showered just yesterday. And a couple of weeks ago I let you hold High M while we went to the doctor. And I let Havoc, and Fury, and Breda, and Fallman hold him this week. You never want to hold him. Why do I have to leave? Because Ed, you need to prove to yourself that Yuri will be fine if you aren't hovering. I know it's hard, but you can't keep this up. What about your research? What are you going to do when you have to leave him with a sitter for a mission? I'll keep him with me. It'll be fine. I don't end up in trouble that often. Your damage expenses tell a different story, Roy said as he shooed the boy out of the room. Go finish your book, then come back for him. He'll be fine, and if we need anything you'll be right there. Ed reluctantly left the room, then Roy looked down at the baby. So much for staying out of it, he sighed. Still, they needed help. He smiled at the baby, who stared at him in return, before looking around as if wondering where his father had gone with a frown. None of that now, Roy said to the baby as he shifted the child to his shoulder. We can't have you interrupting Dad when Uncle Roy finally convinced him to take a break. Here, let's go. See if Uncle Hughes has finally stopped hiding. Maze was standing on the stairs, obviously having overheard the entire exchange, judging by his downhearted expression. Before Roy could say anything, however, Maze cheered up to say, Uncle Roy, huh? I'm quite sure that should be Grandpa Roy. I will find your off button one day, Hughes. I swear I will, and everyone will thank me, including your wife. Oh please, people love me, Maze said with a wave of his hand. So, can I ask what happened to his forehead? Or is that a sore subject? It's a sore subject, but I can answer that it happened when the mother died, Roy said. Stop changing the subject. I am not a grandfather. You have to be a father to be a grandfather. I'm at best an uncle. Now I believe you owe me a roll of film. Aw, come on, Roy. I promised to keep the picture to myself, and I'll send you a copy. Maze said as he slowly backed up the stairs, intending to hide his camera before anything bad could happen to it. No, I'm getting that roll from you. You gotta sleep sometime, Roy said, following Maze up the stairs. Think of the baby. Do you really want to expose him to such violence? Please. His father is Fullmetal. He'll know how to throw a punch before he can walk. Roy dismisses. Maze realized he had lost the argument at this point, so he turned and ran the last few feet back into the guest room. Roy had somehow followed through the door before he could close it. The resulting yell and banging drew Edward back up the stairs to the sight of his commanding officer sitting on Hughes' back, a camera in one arm and Yuri in the other. Ed wordlessly walked over to remove Yuri from Roy's AR-M before leaving the room. He threw over his shoulder. No babysitting when Hughes is in town. He turns you into a teenager. Roy was not ashamed of sticking his tongue out and making a rude hand gesture at Ed's retreating back. He pointedly ignored Hughes cackling beneath him. Edward was happily typing away when he became aware of the other's silence. He glanced up to find every single person in the office staring at him with bright smiles. This was incredibly disturbing. He frowned at them all before returning his attention to the typewriter. The silence continued. He finished the page, and went to grab the next sheet. When he noticed Colonel Mustang had joined in the creepy smiling, Ed sighed heavily before he said with a frown, "Okay, what is it?" "It's Yuri's 4-month birthday," Fury said excitedly. Ed frowned. "You guys seriously need to stop tracking monthly anniversaries. Those are annual events, not monthly. Generally, I tend to agree with you, Fullmetal. However, in infants, every month is serious milestones," Mustang said from next to his desk, leading Ed to wonder how Mustang had managed to get this close without him noticing. Clearly his senses were thrown off by everyone else being creepy. Most people count every month for at least the first year, if not the first 2. Well, I suppose that makes sense, but I still don't see why everyone is staring at me. Isn't there any paperwork that's being ignored?" Ed said, throwing in the last bit in hopes of Hawkeye taking his side. "As you have not yet had opportunity to celebrate Yuri's birth, we have decided to honor you both on this birthday," Hawkeye said in return, allowing Ed to realize he had no allies in the room. "Traitors. The whole lot of them. I believe the word may have spread. People have been stopping by all morning with gifts for Yuri," Hawkeye added, causing Ed's mouth to drop. "Forget the office, the entire building were terrible, terrible traitors. I don't need presents or celebrations, I can take care of him myself. I don't need other people getting us stuff," Ed said, but before he could become more insulted, or get into the ranting groove, since Mustang knew it was always best to cut him off early, they brought out a rather large cake from Mustang's office. The cake announced loudly, "It's a boy," with icing, balloons and a carriage, as well as a stork carrying a baby in a blanket. Ed wanted to protest on principle. But cake. Before he knew it, he was surrounded by a large pile of brightly wrapped gifts and a slice of cake in his hand. Yuri had been taken from his carryall. Ian was currently in Mustang's arms, making rounds around the room as other people from the building wandered in to collect pieces of cake and congratulate Ed. It was surreal for him. The number of people offering their well wishes and informing him that his son was adorable, as if he wasn't already aware of his child's cuteness level, was quickly feeling a bit overwhelming, but he couldn't escape until Mustang gave him back his baby. He tried to get Mustang's attention, but between Hawkeye pressing Ed back into his seat and Mustang intentionally staying out of his range, it was a lost cause. Fallman and Fury encouraged him to begin opening presents, and Havoc assured him the quicker he opened it all, the quicker they would stop pestering him. Ed reluctantly picked up the first box, and a camera flashed as Mustang suddenly appeared beside him, holding Yuri up as if the kid cared what someone had given them. To be fair, he might care about the first one, which turned out to be a rattle. Ed continued to open presents as the camera flashed and people ate cake. They now had more diapers, bottles, blankets, toys, and clothes than Ed could ever see needing. It was a long morning. Severa people had seen fit to give him presents for Ed too, including photo albums, a camera, a bunch of books and journals. It was all very strange as far as Ed was concerned. After the majority of the crowd had finished trickling in, Havoc asked to borrow the keys to Ed's apartment, citing his intention to transport the gifts for Ed so he wouldn't have to try to get it all home later. Ed agreed, handing over the keyring before he noticed Mustang and Yuri had disappeared in the last couple of minutes. Hawkeye saw his expression and whispered, "It's okay. Yuri needed a change and you were finishing your cake." The colonel excused himself to his office. "I'm sure they'll be right back." Ed vaguely remembered Mustang mumbling something about a soggy bottom, but Ed was trying to set a record for nailing the largest amount of sugar possible before his stomach caught up with his eyes and he had just nodded. Since his memory lined up with Hawkeye's explanation, he relaxed. Nothing was going to happen to the baby with this many soldiers around anyway. Plus, anyone attempting to kidnap or harm his kid on Mustang's watch would end up a pile of ash. Ed decided a fourth piece of cake would be a steak when his stomach protested the idea, so he excused himself in search of something not sugar. He was halfway to the cafeteria before he realized that Mustang had used his Mustang magic to trick Ed into leaving the baby behind. Ed was fuming. He also still needed to eat something not sugar. He decided to carry on with his mission and punish Mustang later. Elric apartment 5 p.m. Edward arrived later than usual, but Havoc had let Al know what had been going on at the office. Al, meanwhile, had sorted and put away the baby gifts so that Ed wouldn't have to worry about it when he finally got home. He also made Ed soup for dinner and had finished and arranged neatly their latest research material. Ed had been irritated with him the last few days, and Al could only assume it was over his questions about Emma. Clearly Ed wasn't ready to talk about it yet, and Al asking him questions hadn't helped. He needed to consider his brother's feelings about it. She was the mother of his child, and Ed had to be mourning her loss still. Then there was the baby. Apparently she hadn't told him about the baby, but she knew him well enough to name the baby what he would have chosen, so they had to have had some sort of falling out. But been together for at least a little while. What was confusing for him was why Ed kept insisting on this crazy story about rescuing the child from some random situation. Al decided to leave the matter alone for now to give Ed time to recover. With this in mind, he greeted Ed happily as Ed walked in the door, and mentioned dinner and the research while pretending their argument never happened. Ed relaxed as he happily ate his soup. "Thanks Al, I really needed this after the crap I ate earlier. I ended up with a huge stomachache and spent a couple hours sleeping on the colonel's couch. It was really embarrassing." "Don't you usually nap in his office in the afternoon?" "That's what Havoc said." Al asked, confused by Ed trying to hide his napping. Ed always napped. It wasn't new. If he wasn't eating, studying, or fighting, he was napping. "Why are you and Havoc talking about me?" Ed asked, sounding guarded. Ed was once again worried this stupid Emma fight was going to happen and he just didn't have it in him tonight. Maybe Mustang was right, and he should just let his brother think whatever he wanted about the whole thing. Then they could go back to normal, and life could be back on track. "It's nothing really. Havoc dropped off your stuff earlier, and he mentioned you and the baby were probably napping because you usually do after lunch. It's no big deal. I know you need your naps," Al defended, not wanting to fight any more than Ed did. "I promise we didn't talk about anything else. Well, Havoc did mention you ate like 3 or 4 pieces of cake and might be feeling sick, but other than that we didn't have much of a conversation." "Oh, okay," Ed said, letting it go quickly. "So, you finished the journals. Was there anything useful?" "No, it looks like another dead end," Al said sadly. "Brother, what Al?" Ed asked, tensing, fully expecting another round of, "What was Emma like?" "The lady downstairs, Mrs. Cutlass. Well, she was on her way home from the market this afternoon, and I offered to help her with her bags. She's very nice, and she said she's seen you with Yuri and Yuri's really cute. Anyway, her cat had kittens a few weeks ago and she asked if we wanted one of them. Because the building tends to get mice in the winter and a cat can help keep them out. I mean, I haven't seen any mice, but Mrs. Cutlass said we get them, and she's been here forever." Al rushed out quickly. "Okay, so basically you're asking if we can get a cat?" Ed asked. Yes, Al said, before looking down at his feet knowing his brother was about to tell him no again. Al, Ed said, then paused to think about it for a minute. They had their own place now. Plus, if there were mice in the building it would be a good thing to help keep them far away from Yuri. Which meant he also needed to talk to the building maintenance to find out the story there, and possibly Mustang because he couldn't let his baby be exposed to vermin. However, it took Ed a minute to get back to his original subject. This could work out well for him too. Okay Al, I'll think about it. Al jumped and clapped excitedly. It wasn't a yes, but it was the closest to yes he had ever gotten from Ed. Oh thank you brother. I didn't say yes, I said I'd think about it, Ed said as he struggled in Al's hug. Al let Ed down when he heard Ed's squeak. Ed coughed a bit, but then smiled at his brother before he picked Yuri back up out of his cradle that Ed kept in the dining room. Yuri and I are gonna go take a shower, we'll talk about it more after I get out. Al nodded happily. This sounded promising. Al washed the dishes and tidied up the living room as he waited. He was trying to not to be too hopeful, but things had changed a lot the last few weeks. Eventually, Ed returned, his hair dripping around his shoulders and Yuri playing with the tips. Ed extracted the baby's fingers from his hair before placing the baby on a blanket with his toys. Al waited silent, on the edge of the couch twiddling his thumbs. Ed sighed. Okay Al, I have some ground rules. Okay, first, you need to call around and find out if someone is willing to come over and feed the cat when we are on missions. We would not take it with us, that just would make any sense. Okay, next, this is a one-time thing. One cat Al, no more. That means no more trying to hide strays in your armor and sneak them past me. You can feed the strays, but they stay outside. Okay, this time a little sadly. Finally, no more Emma questions. I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to think about it. I just want to move on with my life. I have two goals. Get your body back and keep Yuri safe. And your body, Al said. Sure, whatever, I'm going to call around, thank you brother. Ed nodded after Al and sighed in relief. If the price of peace was letting Al get a cat, so be it. Al had very little that Ed could give him to make him happy, and this was something he could manage. Plus, Al was good at keeping promises. If he promised to drop this stupid Emma thing, it was dropped. Now Ed could happily pretend his brother wasn't doubting him. And life could go back to normal. As normal as things were going to be with a baby and now a cat. Hopefully now Ed could just forget the stupid cover story and move on. December 3rd, Colonel Mustang's office. 3 p.m. The subject was decidedly not dropped. Ed had spent most of the day blissfully ignorant of this fact. He'd had a peaceful cat talk-filled breakfast, a pleasant walk to the office, a boring morning of paperwork, and a long nap before he was made aware of the subject still being an issue. Colonel Mustang was the one who brought this to his attention, which is why he was currently staring blankly at the man across the desk from him. Mustang, for his part, looked equal parts amused and concerned. Concern seemed to grow as Ed continued to stare at him blankly. After a full 5 minutes of silence he ventured to question the boy. Fullmetal, did you hear me? Mustang asked, as if the boy would be this silent had he not heard the colonel. Oh, I heard you. I'm just waiting for the punchline. Ed responded as he adjusted the baby in his arms. Who was squirming unhappily. It's not a joke, Fullmetal, and it's not one or two people asking. We need to take care of this before the higher-ups start digging too. Yo, you said all the paperwork would hold up and look perfectly legal. It will, but if someone goes around asking questions in West City it could possibly cause issues. Why, you chose it because it's a larger city and I was assigned a mission there in alignment with the timeline. Ed said, uncomfortable with using the word conception even if he didn't actually have anything to do with that part. MMA Vought did die there last month as well. I chose the name for that reason. The problem stands that if they dig deeper than that, it's a simple solution, Edward. We just need to produce a few photographs to stop the curiosity. This is stupid. There's a dead Emma and a living Yuri as proof. It's just a few photos, Ed. You can say the estate finally finished with them, show them around. Keep one on your desk for a few weeks. Everyone will drop it. So, what's the other shoe? You wouldn't have called me back in here without another shoe Mustang. You've already decided this is what we're doing. Yes, I have already made the arrangements for the photographs to be taken. We were thinking we should have at least one with you in the picture as well. Mustang said. Ed stared at him again. Mustang stared back. This continued for a few minutes before Ed rolled his eyes. Our story was that I only learned about Yuri after her death. That implies a rather short affair. Why would I take a photo with her? Ed asked as he pulled the tie out of his hair and handed the now loose ends to the fussy baby. Clearly, you cared for her deeply, Ed. After all, you can barely stand to talk about her. Mustang said with a frown as Yuri twisted his hands into Ed's hair and Ed began swaying slowly back and forth. Can you stop? Stop what? Maybe I don't say much because I don't know. That makes more sense, Ed said before making a face at the baby and adding a light humming to the swaying. You knew each other well enough that she named the baby for you. Seriously, you're trying to be distracting, Mustang said as Ed's swaying grew more pronounced. What? Doing what? Parenting. Because parenting is all I'm doing, Ba Mustang. You're using the baby as a distraction, so we don't have to talk about this. I'm keeping my cranky son happy so we can talk quietly. I don't want them overhearing, Ed said with a frown. Compromise. I'll leave a photo of this girl on my desk for 6 months. No photos together. Seriously, I thought I was over the worst of this. I just bribed my brother with a cat to get him to drop it. You're the one who makes impulsive choices, Fullmetal. You have to live with the consequences. Ed rolled his eyes before walking out of the office. Like Mustang had never done anything impulsive in his life. Ed would believe that just as soon as he witnessed the end of the world. He left without another word to anyone, simply grabbing the diaper bag and slipping Yuri into his sling. Ed had taken to just leaving the carriage in the office when he decided it was too big of a pain to drag it up and down stairs. Mustang sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Honestly, that had gone better than he had expected. He didn't really believe that Ed would agree to having his photo taken. But he had promised Madam he would ask. The photographs had already been taken. One of the girls with her hair temporarily dyed black and green eyes, and they should arrive tomorrow. According to the message he got this morning. Madam suggested the second shoot with the father, and Mustang had already told her it was unlikely. On the other hand, Ed had agreed to display one of the photos which should finally put everyone's curiosity to rest. Mustang agreed that it was annoying how the gossip hadn't moved on yet. He was almost considering starting a new rumor about himself just to end it. In truth, he wasn't worried about anyone digging deeper. He trusted that if they did, everything would hold up, and the higher-ups weren't going to give a damn. No, he had insisted on his because Havoc and Breda were annoying him with constantly asking questions and making up their own scenarios of events. It was distracting, which Mustang could care less about. It was unproductive. Mustang was fine with this as well, and it was a serious risk that Ed would grow so annoyed he blurted out the truth. This was actually a problem, and the reason Mustang decided to do this. After all, once there were photos, even if Ed did get angry and blurt out the truth, no one would believe him. Also, having a dead girl's photo on his desk should give the others the cue to drop the subject to the clearly mourning father. Mustang was also considering sending Ed back to the field soon. It had been 4 weeks. Certainly he should be ready in another week or 2, maybe 3. Definitely no more than 4 or 5. Aside from Ed's whispered ranting about the foolishness of attempting to trick people into believing the girl in the photo was this Emma person, the plan had gone off without a hitch. Mustang had informed Ed, in front of the office, that the estate had finally released Emma's personal items, and that he had been sent several photographs. One, hand-selected by Mustang to complete the sentiment and close the conversation, had been placed on the corner of Ed's desk facing his typewriter in an apparent display of affection. The picture in question featured a black-haired, green-eyed young woman sitting in a hospital bed holding a swaddled-up bundle as she smiled sweetly down at presumably the child's face. Ed felt the picture was sickeningly sentimental, which was made worse when Mustang assured him the girl was a model, the photos staged. He hated the picture. Every time he glanced at it, he felt the girl was judging him on his lies and his parenting skills. Ed didn't care if he was being melodramatic or not. He wanted away from the photo's judgment, which is why instead of napping with his son as usual he was silently sitting on the hardest chair in Mustang's office waiting for the man. Mustang was surprised to see Ed awake when he slipped into the office as usual at 1:15. Ed looked tired. The baby was sleeping peacefully in his arms. Mustang frowned in confusion. The only time Ed wasn't napping after lunch had been when Yuri was fussy last week. Before Mustang could ask, Ed began talking. I need a new mission. I know you said I had more office time, but I need a mission. I'm getting stir-crazy here. I see, Mustang said calmly as he tried to determine Ed's current state of mind. The man seemed agitated, something that the Y had been seeing less often since Yuri's arrival. Is there a particular issue that has led to this early departure? Don't do that smarmy bastard thing to me. I need to get to work finding a way to fix my brother. And to do some research. Ed seethed, refusing to admit the small silver-framed photo on his desk was driving him out of the office faster than a boogeyman ever scared him out of his room as a child. And what of Yuri? Have you found suitable accommodations for him? Mustang asked as he shuffled papers around on his desk to look busy should Hawkeye come in. He's coming with me. I'll have Al there too. It won't be a problem. Ed said confidently. What's wrong, Ed? Mustang asked quietly. Ed considered not telling him. After all, Ed knew it would seem childish and silly to Mustang. Then he decided that by being the only person who seemed to know the truth, Mustang had by default agreed to be Ed's sounding board. I can't stand that picture. Every time I glance its way, I see and feel her judging me and my life choices, saying I'm not doing this right, that I'm building Yuri's life on a series of lies and Mustang shut him off with a simple raised hand before he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. It should have occurred to him that sooner or later the boy's guilt complex would rear itself again. Okay, I'm going to find you a short safe mission. When you get back you can remove the photo. Just tell them it's too hard to look at, which is why you had insisted on a mission now. After that, you will wait the rest of your required desk duty before taking Annette, her mission, at which time we will revisit Yuri's childcare options. Okay, thank you, Ed said grudgingly, before he stood and headed toward the door. Feel free to take your nap, Fullmetal. We all know how cranky you get without it, Mustang said as he turned to his paperwork. It was, in fact, a theory Mustang had been working on that the improvement of Edward's mood had a direct correlation to his afternoon office naps. Ed shrugged and then went to lay on the couch, taking a moment to situate the baby on his chest, and was soon snoring. 5 p.m. Ed had called ahead to tell Al he was eating before coming home. So Al wasn't worried that he was late. When Ed came in, Al was sitting on the floor playing with his new kitten, who Al had named it Cobalt and Ed dubbed Lazy Cat. Ed set Yuri down on his blanket as usual, before giving the kitten a warning look and heading to the kitchen. Hey Al, Ed yelled from the kitchen. I finally talked Mustang into giving us a new mission. Really? That's great, Al said, without getting up from the floor. He preferred to stay close to his nephew, though he still refused to hold the baby. Yeah, it should be an easy one. Mine inspection, only have to be there overnight. Mustang said he wanted to ease us back into it. Ed said, secretly glad it would be short and simple since this would be his first mission with a baby in tow. I'll call Havoc to see if he can come by and check on the kitten while we're gone, Al said excitedly. Ed came back into the living room with a glass of water, and Al jumped up carefully to make his call. Ed sat on the ground next to Yuri and began reading through their latest notes. His only disappointment was that this mission had nothing to do with the stone. They couldn't all be, though. He'd learned that over the last couple of years, Mustang tried to kick them, as many of them as possible, but to avoid suspicion he had to send them out to other things too. Not that Ed was going to let up on complaining about it. He couldn't let Mustang think parenting was making him soft. Yuri squealed happily as he shook a rattle hard enough for it to fly out of his fist and hit Ed on the forehead. Ed stared blank L.Y. at the rattle in his lap before slowly turning to the baby. If I didn't know better, I'd swear you were Winry's kid with that aim. Brother, Al said in a scandalized tone. You can't just say things like that. He's going to want to know things about himself when he's bigger. Things I swore on my kitty I wouldn't mention, so I'm not saying directly. What are you thinking? You'll just tell him he's Winry's What the hell, Al? You know Winry's not. I'm not what? Ed sputtered. Al was torn between scandalized and amused at this point. Besides, I was just saying he has a good aim is all. He just hit me right in the head. He's just trying to knock sense into you. It's not working for him any more than it does Winry, but it was worth a shot. Al said as he sat back down near Ed and pulled the kitten into his lap. Have you talked to Granny and Winry yet? About what? Ed asked as he handed the toy back to the baby and closed the file. About Yuri. Al, I can't even convince you of the truth apparently. And you're always with me. Just give me some time, I promise I'll tell them. It'd probably be better in person anyway. Okay. We aren't always together though, you know. There have been 2 or 3 cases where I couldn't go. Yuri happened last year. Last year you had that case in the West where you had to go with Mustang, and I had to stay away because Mustang was worried about that general would ask too many questions. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Ed said, finally remembering what Al was talking about. I was only gone like a week and we spent most of that time on the train. Really Al, I know you've decided to believe the cover story, but seriously, if any of that happened wouldn't Mustang have already known? Since he was with me. Who said he didn't know? He seemed to take Yuri in stride. Conversation over, Ed said with a sigh. On the plus side, Al putting all these details into it would help the cover story. In fact, he should mention this conversation to Mustang. On the other hand, he just wished his brother would believe him. I need to pack and get a shower before Yuri's bedtime. I'll talk to you in a while. I didn't mean to upset you, brother. Al called after him. Ed waved him off as he scooped up the baby and disappeared down the hall to his room. It would be better to leave Ed alone for now, to let him calm down, because if Al kept pushing Ed would get mad at him for breaking one of the cat rules, and if Al was going to get in trouble for breaking a cat rule, it needed to be in rescuing another kitty, not upsetting his brother over Yuri. December 11th, East City Train Station. 11:30 a.m. Ed was proud of himself. He had managed to get himself, his brother, and his 4-month-old son to the train station with 30 minutes to spare. He had remembered his paperwork, luggage, and the baby sling. After a brief panic, he realized he had also remembered the diaper bag, which was carried by his brother. It was their most organized departure to date. So of course, the train was running early, and they ended up in a rush anyway. Al jumped onto the train with the luggage as Ed rushed forward, just managing to hit the rear platform as the train pulled away. He looked down at his son as he entered the car, but Yuri had managed to sleep through the whole thing. Ed made his way forward, joined by Al one car up, and finally found open seats in the last car. Luckily, this train made frequent stops, and by they got to this use, well, they would likely be the only ones left on the train at all. Ed sat gratefully, feeling slightly NCED by the added weight on his chest in a moving train car. He was sure it wouldn't be hard to adapt. After all, he had adapted to 2 limbs in a year when it should have taken 3. After they had settled into their seats and Al had placed their luggage in the above rack, Ed pulled out his travel log and Al his list of food. They worked silently until Yuri began to stir around, when Ed looked around for the diaper bag. Al, where's the bag? Stored above, Al said as he turned the page unconcerned. Why would you put it up there? Ed asked as he looked above him, finally spotting the diaper bag behind his suitcase. With a sigh, he stretched as far up as he could reach, his fingertips barely touching the suitcase handle. The diaper bag was completely out of reach and Yuri was beginning to whimper. Ed glared pointedly at his brother, but Al seemed to be completely unaware. Yuri started kicking his ribs and making his "feed me or enjoy my" screams muse. Al, do you mind? You're fine, brother. You aren't disturbing me at all, Al said as he once again turned the page. Ed huffed in his direction but was ignored. Ed sighed heavily and looked around to ensure his humiliation would go unnoticed. There were about 15 people in the car that he could see, including another baby and a young girl traveling with who he had to assume was the mother, half a dozen soldiers dressed in uniform, an elderly couple sitting across from a young couple, all talking to each other quietly, and a couple of young men who seemed to be ignoring everyone in the car. Good, no one would notice him. He then carefully climbed on the seat. Holding onto the luggage rack for support, he reached around his suitcase and grabbed the diaper bag. He stepped back down and sat back in his seat before opening the bag and looking through it. That was a rather irresponsible move. You should think before you act, young man. You could have fallen or knocked the rack down. Now who does that bag belong to? Said the elderly lady, now standing right behind him. I know what I'm doing, lady, and it's my bag. Ed said with another scowl at his brother. Why in the world would a boy your size carry a baby bag? The woman persisted. Yuri was calm again because apparently all he needed was to see his father make a fool of himself to relax. At least as far as Ed could tell. It has my son's thing. And I'm not short, Ed said in reply. The woman looked taken aback by the statement. She looked rather scandalized, much to Ed's enjoyment. He loved watching people backpedal if only for a moment. She read quickly as Ed finally found a bottle and rezipped the bag before pulling Yuri out of the sling in proof of his child. Well, why isn't the mother watching him? Surely she didn't agree to allow some teenager to run all over the countryside with her baby in tow. She's dead, Ed said dully as he turned his full attention to the baby. For once, he felt no guilt at the built lie that Mustang Ted as Al turned his attention to the sputtering woman. Brother is doing his best to care for my nephew in every way possible. He had no intention of becoming a single father, however fate decided he should be, since Emma, who he loved dearly, was killed and he was left to raise their child. Brother is also a very respected member of the military, and I'd advise you to consider that before speaking out of turn. Al said coldly. Ed wanted to argue a few of those points, but it did make the woman back off, especially when her eyes widened at the sight of his watch chain, finally making the connection. You're the Fullmetal Alchemist. The woman said. Yeah, that's me, Ed said dismissively. Now do you mind? I need to feed my son. The woman shuffled away and started talking to the other three in her party again in low tones. Ed groaned. It would not surprise him at all if all of Armistress heard about Yuri by the end of the week. Oh well, rumors about him were popular things at any rate, he only slightly cared. Al attempted to apologize, but Ed waved him off and returned his attention to Yuri. Soon he had the baby back inside the carrier, the bottle safely stowed in the bag, and his own head pressed against the window as he drifted to sleep. The next time he woke, to a warm puddle slowly spreading across his chest, he noticed the car was nearly empty save for the mother and her children. He'd slept most of the afternoon, as had Yuri. Al seemed to see the unasked question and let him know they had 2 stops left before the train turned around. Ed looked down at his son, who was still asleep, then at his brother, before he said, Al, can you hold him while I change my shirt? His diaper leaked and I'm covered in pee. Well, I want to, brother, but the spikes in the metal and, Al said nervously. Ed rolled his eyes. They'd had this argument before and so far, Ed had let Al win. Because the steel of my arm is so safe and comfortable. I'll swathe you in blankets and it'll be fine, Al. Please, don't make me walk around in pea shirt. It's gross and it'll get cold and that will bother Yuri and he'll cry and upset everyone else on the train. Well, why don't you just change your shirt here? No one else is paying attention. Al said, still trying to get out of holding his nephew. Ed sighed as he pushed Yuri into Al's arms. Come on, Al. It's no different than holding your kitten. I'll be right back. With that he hopped up on the seat, grabbed his suitcase, and disappeared down to the bathroom. Yuri stared up at Al. Al stared down at Yuri. It was an uncomfortable silence as his nephew assessed him. Al didn't even want to be here. He'd offered to stay home this morning, but Ed had refused. Al knew he was being petty, and it was stupid to still be mad. His brother had tried to hide Yuri from him, but he was still mad anyway. The lady that was still in the car seemed to notice his nerves. She came forward, briefly leaving her children in the seat behind her. Did you need a basket to set him in? Would that be easier for you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overhear, but I couldn't help but notice your nervousness. A basket? Al asked, confused. How would a basket help? Then he remembered how Ed sometimes set Yuri in a laundry basket or cradle if he needed both hands free. Sure, thank you, ma'am. The lady smiled as she went back to her seat, and scooped up her baby from the Moses basket he had been laying in, before bringing said basket to Al. She watched as Al arranged the baby in the basket, before speaking again. You should probably change his diaper too. I assume you don't have much childcare experience. No ma'am. It's okay. Brother will be back quickly, he'll change the baby. I mean he hates not being able to see Yuri, so he won't be long. Thank you for your help. As if on cue, Ed reappeared in the doorway of the car and made his way quickly over to his brother and son with a frown. I was gone less than 5 minutes. Was this really necessary? Ed asked, gesturing to the basket, before picking Yuri back up and taking it back to the mother. Thank you for your help. My brother is an idiot. I'm trying to get him comfortable around the baby, which at this rate may happen around the time he's not a baby anymore. It's fine, dear. I hope you have a good journey. The woman returned with a polite smile, and Ed returned to his brother before quickly changing his baby and reattaching the sling. Within a few minutes, he was once again sleeping with his head leaning against the window. Al put their things away and returned to his food list. As with many small towns, there was only one inn in town. As with most border towns, the people disliked military. And as with almost every mission ever, Ed had stuck his foot in his mouth. And now he was sitting on the curb with his son in his lap and bags beside him, wondering how he managed to get himself into these things. It was bad enough when he had to sleep on a random bench. Not he had caused it to happen to Yuri as well. Mustang was right. Oh, how he hated thinking that it would have been better to have left Yuri at home. Al arrived a few minutes later, with a plateful of food and mug of water. I'm sorry, brother. They aren't being fair, but I managed to sneak this out to you. At least it's a warm night, isn't it? Al, this is the edge of the desert. It's warm right now, but it'll be freezing by midnight, Ed said as he inhaled the food. Al, I know it makes you uncomfortable, but I'm going to need you to keep Yuri with you overnight. He can't sleep outside. Al took the plate back quickly, as he tried to think of a way around having to care for the tiny baby. He was terrified that he would hurt Yuri, and this was not making it easier. The idea of taking on the child without Ed was daunting. Al hedged slightly, before he said, let me just put this back and find out where I'm staying, and I'll come back for him. Before Ed could reply, they noticed a military man and his guard enter the inn. Ed was curious what was going on this late in the evening, so he followed. Which is how Al once again got out of watching his nephew, much to his relief as Ed followed this Yoki guy back out of the inn and up to his mansion. Guest room of Yoki's mansion, 9:30 p.m. Ed had this guy figured out now, and he highly suspected the reasoning behind sending Ed was for that reason. Whenever it was something not stone-related, it generally was some corrupt jerk throwing his weight around in such a way that you could see it but not prove it. Then Muse Tang would send Ed in and Ed would fix things. Ed helped the people. Mustang looked good and managed to pull off yet another chip in the armor. It was win-win. Ed hated it, still complaining to himself. F wasn't going to change much of anything. He needed to come up with a plan and fix this and get his son back to the relative safety of the office. For the second time today, much to Edward's dismay, he admitted to himself Mustang was right. Ed wasn't ready to go back to field missions yet. He needed more time to get used to less sleep and more time for research since the baby interrupted his normal study flow. Not that he was complaining, he just needed to find his new balance, and decide who he trusted enough to leave his son with while he was away. So far, he'd expanded the list from nobody to probably Winry, Havoc, and possibly Mustang. It wasn't a big list, and the biggest problem with it was Winry still didn't know about Yuri, and Mustang was a smug bastard who Ed hated Completel. Why, but also respected and sort of liked sometimes when he was being human. It was complicated. He didn't want to admit he trusted Mustang with his son, even if he did trust Mustang with his secrets, and Mustang had proven himself well talented with baby care, which meant Havoc was the only reasonable answer if Ed wanted to skip admitting defeat or getting a wrench to the head. He knew he'd get the wrench. If not for keeping the baby secret, then for the fact that he hadn't oiled his joints lately. He didn't even remember where his oil can was at the moment, but he was pretty sure it was in his closet at home, which didn't help him now. Ed shook himself from these annoying thoughts and back into trying to plan how to fix this terrible town. He looked around for his journal, before remembering he had placed it in his suitcase for some reason. With a sigh, Ed set Yuri down in the center of the twin-sized bed and stood to go get the book which was on the other side of the nightstand. This is when it happened. Yuri had never before in his life rolled, so of course this was the moment he chose not only to roll from his back to side but he kept the momentum going and flipped toward his stomach and off the edge of the bed. He was headed straight to the hard wooden floor, but Ed managed to dive just in time to catch the baby in his left arm close enough to scrape his elbow on the floor. No one could ever know about this. Ever. Ed spent the next 5 minutes clutching the baby before spending another 10. Examining every last inch of him for injury, then went back to the cuddling. He was never leaving Yuri on a bed again. Carefully, he leaned over and picked up his fallen journal, then he sat on the bed, placing Yuri between himself and the wall. He opened his journal and began coding his notes for what he had found so far, stopping every few moments to glace over at the baby who had drifted to sleep. Slowly he came up with a plan. Not one he could put even in his coded journal, but a plan, nonetheless. December 12th, Colonel Mustang's office. 10 a.m. Edward busted into the office, slightly quieter than usual on his return, with a baby in one arm and his crumpled report in the other. Al trailed behind him as usual with the diaper bag and jubilant air. It seemed like old times. For the Elric brothers, much to the relief of the team that had noticed the tension between them the last few weeks. Ed waved at the staff as he made his way to Mustang's office, slamming the door open then closed behind him. Well, it looks like things are finally back to normal. OC said happily as he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. The sound of Hawkeye's gun cocking caused him to quickly return it to his pocket. Meanwhile, in the office, Mustang was reading over what Why have been the worst report he'd seen in years. It was crumped, with what appeared to be milk stains on it, and consisted of 2 lines that read simply. Busted the crook. Fixed the town. I am going to need more detail than this full metal. Your report on England held more and you had to cover up much as well as not completing the mission, Mustang said as his head began to pound. It was a familiar feeling, though thankfully mostly absent the last few weeks since Edward had been at a desk. Okay, so, my plan was a bit impulsive and not really able to be put in print. Edward saw Ed calmly as he juggled Yuri gently to keep the baby happy. Okay, fine. Off the record, what did you do so I can spin it on the record? Mustang said in a resigned, tired tone. That guy was using his post to completely rob those people blind. So, I tricked his thieving greedy ass into signing the town over to me by offering him a large amount of fool's gold, which he mysteriously lost with no evidence of it ever existing and no one ever saw aside from him. Ed rushed out. Well, it sounds to me like when you arrived to do the inspection, Mr. Yoki admitted that he was overwhelmed by his post and felt it would be necessary to resign both his post and his rank. You generously agreed to take control of overseeing the town until another suitable leader could be found. I left it to Harlan. He already Eddie much ran the town since Yoki ignored them aside from taxes. You then appointed Mr. Harlan to take care of the town in your stead as you don't have the clearance to resign your current post nor desire to do so. I of course oversaw the entire transaction and it had my full approval. I'll have the paperwork and report ready by Monday, Mustang said, back in his element and headache receding. He hadn't had to yell to get the information, the boy was learning to let him help. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to sign and type it up, Ed said with a slight bow. Also, regarding your suggestion, I wait a bit longer before returning to fieldwork. I believe that may be for the best, Ed said, hating to give Mustang the satisfaction of being right. But when Mustang didn't get that smug look, he relaxed. I also am going to have to figure out a babysitting schedule for Yuri because I can't let him get caught up in military matters as much as I hate the idea of leaving him behind ever. Well, if nothing else, it guarantees you'll cut back on those unauthorized side trips that keep making your reports late. Mustang said, have you narrowed the list yet? Kinda. Oh, Yuri rolled over the other day, Ed said, intentionally changing the subject. Really? Did you get a picture? Mustang said, dropping the superior officer persona instantly and slipping into devoted uncle. Not the first time, but I kind of did this morning. I'll bring in copies after they get developed, Ed said, as he stooped down and spread a blanket on the ground. Here, let's see if he'll do it again. He seems to like it. Both man and teen waited with breath held as the baby looked around before slowly twisting his back and turning over. They cheered loudly, enough to draw Hawkeye's attention, who smiled briefly, congratulating both father and son before coldly suggesting they all return to work. With that, the mood was broken, and Ed gathered his son and brother to go home for the day, promising to return Monday. Mustang was not expecting company tonight. He had decided to have a quiet night at home, secretly catching up on the paperwork that would remain missing until it was overdue. After all, a resistance isn't all fighting. Some of the best won battles were won subtly. He learned this lesson at his foster mother's knee. He was a third of the way through his stack of paperwork, and halfway through his bottle of bourbon when a frantic knock sounded at his door. Mustang grabbed his left glove and a pistol in his right hand as he cautiously crept to the door. One did not survive to be a colonel at the young age of 28 by being trusting to things like midnight visitors. Therefore he left the lights out in the foyer and peeked silently through the small window near the door. Surprisingly, what he saw was a flash of blonde and the glint of steel. It appeared Fullmetal was once again paying him a visit. That was 2 times more than he had ever visited in the 2 years prior to the arrival of Yuri. Roy sighed heavily and put the gun in the pocket of his robe. He kept the glove hidden at his side as he opened the door just as Ed raised a fist to knock a 4th time, pounding once accidentally against Mustang's chest. "Can I help you?" Mustang asked calmly, as he stared down at the teen, who had a frantic look on his face, and a bundle in his arms. The baby looked more put together than the father, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket as opposed to Ed's black tank top and loose jeans over his normal boots that appeared to have the laces tucked in instead of tied. His hair was down in a wild halo and had a frantic look in his eye as he pushed past to Mustang's house. "Okay, so I took your advice and I bought a thermometer and tried not to panic when Yuri was a bit flushed after dinner. I put us to bed as usual at 9. But 20 minutes later he woke up screaming. I took his temperature and it's only 99. So the book says it's not high enough to bug a doctor, but every time I try to lay down, he starts screaming again. Then I remembered you said you know a bunch about babies, so I brought him to you because something is wrong and I don't know what is wrong, and I read all the books again." As he spoke, Ed kicked off his boots and made his way to the living room where he collapsed on the couch. Both looked so dejected that Roy didn't even muster a sigh as he plucked the baby from the father's arms. Ed collapsed sideways in relief that someone who knew what they were doing was taking over. It wasn't a feeling he was used to. Seldom in his life had he had anyone of authority take over. Generally, he was considered the authority, and as a result he was unusually good at pretending he knew the answers. Mustang had been the exception in the past, and he was now. Ed watched head anxiously as Roy looked over the baby to figure out the issue. A few tense minutes later, Roy handed the boy back to his father, then leaned into their personal space to gently push the baby's bottom lip down slightly. "See that small swelling? He's cutting teeth," Mustang said with authority. "For the next few days, you can expect a low fever and overall crankiness. His mouth hurts where the tooth is trying to come through." Ed sighed with relief that his child hadn't contracted some strange baby illness while they were traveling, though this idea confirmed his plan to find a babysitter before his next mission. Then he tensed again when it hit him his baby must be in pain. "So, I do need to take him to the doctor since he's in pain. Is he going to be okay? What do we do for him?" "Calm down. He will be fine," Mustang said casually as he left the room. Ed huffed annoyed, but before he could react further, Roy returned with a glass of amber liquid from his study. He sat down next to the boys and dipped his index finger in the glass before reaching over and rubbing it against the baby's gums. "This will numb the gums and ease his pain." The baby settled down as he sucked on Roy's finger for a moment before spitting it back out and nuzzling Ed's shirt. Roy then frowned as he looked around before asking, "You left in such a rush you forgot to bring a diaper bag, didn't you?" Yeah, I forgot my coat too. I just threw on my pants and shoes and ran out. I need to plan better. What kind of parent just runs off without anything for their kid? Plus, I just agreed to leave him home next time. His earliest memories of me are all going to be of my back turned from him. I knew I'd mess this up somehow, Ed said, working himself up into a panic again. Edward, stop. I am going to call your brother to bring over Yuri's bag and your coat. You are going to calm down. You are still very new to parenting. You can and will find a way to balance work and family, and I will do everything I can to make that easier on you, Mustang said before leaving the room again, his voice sounding briefly from down the hall. Before he retreated further into the house, Ed listened for him, not knowing where exactly his commander had gone without his voice as a guide. Ed tried to calm down as he's been instructed, finding surprisingly the idea of Mustang helping him was not as annoying as he would have expected. In fact, it was a bit comforting. Mustang returned a few minutes later with a freshly created, from a milk delivery bottle and a rubber glove perfectly formed and warmed bottle of milk. Ed was impressed, if for no other reason than Mustang must have drawn the arrays rather quickly to both create a bottle and warm it. He nodded his thanks as he took the bottle and began to feed his son. Mustang watched them for a few minutes until Ed carefully pulled the bottle away and quickly replaced it with a pacifier. His own eyes fighting to drift shut, Roy sighed this time before he walked over from his spot on the side chair and plucked the baby from Ed's arms. Come on, I'll let you borrow the guest room for the night, and I'll show Al up when he gets here. MMK, Ed muttered, as he followed Mustang up the stairs in a daze. Mustang took him back to the room he had seen a few days ago when Hughes had been visiting. It was a smaller room with a double-sized bed pushed against the far wall, a night table next to it, and a dresser across from it next to the door. Ed blinked around at the room, before muttering what sounded like a thank you, before holding his arms out to collect his son. Mustang shook his head gently. I'll bring him up to you when Al gets here, so we can change him first. Go ahead and get to bed, you look about to collapse. Ed nodded again as a tase. Testament to how tired he was. Instead of protesting the idea, he had admitted himself that he took the baby with him everywhere after all. Mustang closed the door most of the way and headed back down the stairs to wait for Al. Mustang sat in his study, with Yuri tucked into the crook of his left arm, as he continued to sign paperwork. The wait was oddly comforting, as he continued with the dull rotating work in a much calmer state than he generally felt dealing with these forms. Perhaps he should borrow Yuri more often when doing office work, though it was doubtful Fullmetal would agree. Truthfully, he probably only agreed tonight because he was already mostly asleep. Al finally arrived a few minutes after midnight with a much softer knock. Mustang let him in and accepted the bag without a word. Al then looked around and asked for his brother, so Mustang explained the situation. Al then waited for Mustang to change the diaper and rid the bottle of its remaining contents before letting the armored boy up to the guest room as well. Feel free to explore my library if you grow bored. The door under the stairs leads to the basement, Mustang whispered as he gently laid the leaping baby on the bed closer to the wall, next to the sleeping father, who had shed his jeans, and was sleeping on his back, mouth hanging open and hand on his stomach. Al tutted at his brother's sta. As he pulled Ed's shirt back down and recovered him with the kicked-off blanket, he made sure to tuck it in, avoiding the baby's face and shoulders. Ed shifted slightly in his sleep until his left flesh hand found the baby and settled back in. Mustang nodded as he left the room, leaving the door cracked in case any of his temporary charges needed him in the night. He retired to his own room, having decided to finish his work in the morning, and left his own door cracked as well after changing into his pajamas. 2 a.m. Roy was ripped from sleep by the wail of an infant, yanking him from a blood-filled nightmare. He was almost grateful for the distraction as he stumbled from his bed and down the hall to the guest room. Inside, Ed was sitting up in the bed looking groggily around as if he didn't remember where he was with the baby in his arms. Roy rubbed a hand through his hair as he said in a rough sleep-filled voice. Is he all right? Yeah, it's feeding time, sorry to wake you, Ed said as he finally stood from the bed, limping slightly on his left leg. I need to get his bottle, so you know where his bag is. I'll get it. Go ahead and sit back down, looks like your leg is bugging you, Roy said as he left the room. Ed sunk back onto the bed and looked around again, wondering where to find his brother. Before he could worry though, Roy reappeared with a bottle and a fresh diaper. Ed muttered a thanks as he took both, then laid the baby back onto the bed and swiftly removed the diaper. Stupid pins, Ed muttered for what felt like the 1000th time as he struggled with the squirming baby to get his diaper back together before he could ruin the sheets. You could get the kind with snaps. No more pins, Roy suggested, watching the proceeding and a bit impressed with the boy's dexterity considering his limitations. He knew Ed was impressive, he also knew Ed struggled with fine motor skills. Snaps? Ed asked. Yes, snaps. I'll pick you up a couple for you to try out. If you like them, just go buy more. Roy said. Would you like me to feed him? You look really tired. Nah, you need your sleep. I've bothered you enough for one night. Ed said, then yawned. I'm not returning to bed anytime soon. Roy said, gently arguing. You look ready to collapse. Remember, we've talked about this. It is all right to accept help. Ed blinked up at him for a minute before he shrugged and after another minute of debate reluctantly handed the baby to Roy and laid back down. When you get tired, go ahead and bring him back. Don't bother trying to hand him to Al. Al won't take him. Al won't take him. He never does, afraid of hurting him. Got Al to hold him once on the train, but when I got back from the bathroom, he was in some borrowed basket thing because Al couldn't handle it. So, you haven't had any help at all. I told you before, never set him down. I had assumed Al was the exception. Ed snored instead of responding, and Roy decided he would be keeping the child the rest of the night. He knew the situation was less than ideal, especially with Ed refusing outside help, but if he wasn't receiving inside help either, they were just going to have to push harder to get the boys to open up. He took the baby down to the living room, grateful for the distraction. He settled down on the couch and began feeding the baby as Al appeared, carrying one of E. Tomes carefully and sat on the floor across from Roy. Roy looked up and said, So, your brother tells me you refuse to hold the baby. Yes, sir. He's too small. I'll hurt him. He won't like the feeling of cold metal anyway. Al said politely as he turned a page of his book. Correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not frequently pick up small animals without hurting them? Roy said casually. Al nodded reluctantly. So, are you afraid of hurting him, but not your cat? It's different. I help tons. I do the laundry. I make dinner and clean the apartment. I even took over most of our researching until he can get back to it. Al said nervously, concerned that Mustang was about to make him try to hold Yuri, and Yuri was just so small. I need you to convince your brother that getting someone to help him. He can't do it all without a break. I've seen too many burn out and have breakdowns from the stress of it all, and he has more stress than most. Mustang advised. He intentionally avoided mentioning the people in question were all his sisters, and that his aunt would often step in long before it got to that point. That's what he was doing here, stepping in like she would have. I can try, sir. He is letting you care for Yuri now. He is softening. Brother is worried that asking for help will make him a bad parent. Al said sadly. Mustang nodded, having already had this conversation with Ed himself. Another thing, Alphonse. I have discussed this with Edward, and he seems at a loss on the matter. I know you have chosen to believe the official story of Yuri's origins, rather than what Edward told you privately. That is your choice, and he has agreed that he is no longer trying to convince you otherwise. However, you need to let the matter drop altogether. Edward is this baby's only parent. No matter which story is the one you choose to believe, do you think it is helping him to have his brother constantly pointing that out to him by bringing up the mother? I hadn't thought of it that way. Al said quietly. As an orphan yourself, I'm telling you from one orphan to another, drop it. Perhaps one day your brother can settle down and marry. This would lead to this child having two parents. If that occurred, would you be the one to bring up that she isn't his real mother? Roy said. Al shook his head. Every time you bring this up to him you are pointing out to him that the situation at hand is less than ideal. He already feels he is failing at this. He doesn't need anyone else suggesting it. You are right, it doesn't matter, does it? Yuri is Ed's son, and my nephew. The rest of it doesn't matter, Al said as he promised himself to drop the subject. He'd never considered he was making his brother feel bad by asking questions. It was time to stop asking about Emma. She was gone. If it was easier for brother to just not talk about it, so be it. I'm headed back to the library now if you don't mind. That is all, thank you. Remember what I said, drop the asking. And talk him into getting help, Roy said, as he stood himself and headed for the stairs. He'd already decided that the baby could just stay with him the rest of the night. Once he arrived in his room, he emptied the bottom drawer of his dresser, lined it with a spare sheet, and set it on the floor next to his bed before laying the baby down and climbing back into bed himself. Tomorrow was not a workday and he never slept well after nightmares anyway. He had rubbed a bit more on the baby's gums before putting him to bed, but with a shrug he drained the glass. It shouldn't sit out all night, wasted. Roy then drifted into a light sleep. 6 a.m. Edward rushed down the stairs, hair wild, in his boxers, with a wild, terrified expression on his face. He spotted Roy in the kitchen, right to the left of the staircase, and said frantically, "I can't find Yuri. Yuri's gone." "He's fine, Edward, I assure you. He over there with Alphonse," Roy said calmly. Ed's head swiveled the other way to him shocking sight of his brother holding a thickly swaddled bundle as he sat on the floor with his back against the couch. Roy had managed to talk Al into holding the baby while he made breakfast. He had managed this feat by utilizing Al's residual guilt following their conversation earlier and his wizard-like manipulating skills. Ed was shocked. He also wasn't going to rock that boat, so he turned back around and announced he was taking his first baby-free shower in a month. He returned 10 minutes later dressed, with his hair dried and braided but clean, just as Roy finished setting plates on the table. "So, I am going to talk to Havoc tomorrow about maybe watching Yuri for me when I go on missions. I guess if he can't, I can ask Hawkeye. She kinda scares me, to be honest, but Breda is clumsy. And Fallman tried to sing him funeral songs, so that's that." Roy finished chewing his bacon and said calmly, "When Havoc is unavailable, I could take him for you." Ed stared at him a long time as he ate silently. He was still trying to figure out this new angle of his boss. Mustang was a selfish, manipulative, lazy jerk. However, ever since Yuri arrived, he had been generous, kind, and helpful. Ed wanted to know what game he was playing because Ed refused to trust it just yet. Finally, he came up with the only reasonable solution to why Mustang would make such an offer. "You plan on using the baby to get out of work. I should be insulted." "No, Fullmetal, I am simply offering my aid to ease the burden you have undertaken. I more than nearly anyone have a vested interest in you succeeding in your goals. I have and will do everything in my ability to aid your quest. In return, it aids my own," Mustang said smoothly, in the same tone he used when lecturing Ed about his latest collapsed building. This allowed Ed to relax, falling back into familiar territory. "Bah, Hawkeye would set you straight if you tried to slack anyway. I'll think about it. You seem surprisingly good with him. And he likes you for some unknown reason," Ed said, already moving Mustang back up the list to right below Havoc, just above Winry, who he still hadn't called. Hawkeye wasn't really on the list. Ed had just finished eating when Al appeared in the kitchen. The baby was no longer in his arms. He explained as he grabbed the now empty plates off the table. He started moving around. "I set him down next to the couch. He'll be okay. Here, I'll take care of the mess." Ed sighed heavily as he stood to go retrieve his son. "The chores thing is what he always does. As soon as I even look like, I might suggest he hold Yuri. Thanks for finally getting him to hold the baby for a few minutes, Mustang. It's a start." Mustang took the plates from Al, and suggested he join his brother in the living room while Roy took care of the dishes and invited both brothers once again to browse his personal library. The morning passed quickly, with Mustang finishing up the paperwork he had started the night before and his houseguests hiding out in his library. 1 p.m. Mustang called the boys up for lunch and was surprised that they arrived after the first time. Ed's ability to get low Saint in a book was legendary around command, rivaled only by his temper and his appetite. Mustang silently wondered if the boys intended to stay the whole weekend, or if they would be going home tonight. Not that them staying bothered him. He found himself genuinely concerned over their personal well-being. Admittedly, he had always worried about the boys, which is why he kept tabs on them, but he had resigned himself to staying distant. Now he found himself a part of their daily lives, and it made it impossible to continue to lie to himself over it. These boys had grown on him. Like little brothers, or nephews. Or some strange wart-like fungus that killed his reputation. Darn it, it was too late. Now, they'd gotten in. They had become part of his circle. His internal musings about the fate of his carefully cultivated public persona was interrupted when Ed called his name. He nodded for Ed to continue and nervously Ed asked in his usual "I'm embarrassed so I'm being obnoxious" tone. I said, "Would you mind watching Yuri if Al and I spared? I've been working out every day, but we haven't been able to actually practice since Yuri arrived." "Not at all. Here, hand him over. Feel free to use my yard," Mustang said as he plucked the child from his father's arms. He then waved them off and headed down in the direction of his study. Yuri looked around curiously as they sat back at Mustang's desk, then loudly yelled "Dog," before frowning. Mustang smiled at the baby as he assured that his dad would be back. The baby responded by blowing bubbles and smacking Roy on the chin. It was the end that Mustang realized a part of him hoped Havoc said no to babysitting. Mustang had long ago set himself on his path, and knew that family wasn't in his cards, but it was nice to have children part of the time. Even if they weren't truly his to claim. Al, as usual, was carrying the bags for Ed while Ed carried Yuri in his sling and was quickly consuming a breakfast sandwich and coffee from the local cafe as they headed toward Ed's office. It had been a relatively good morning, after a rough start of the weekend. Yuri seemed to be feeling better, and Al had even offered to hold him while Ed dressed this morning. Ed had still had to take Yuri with him in the shower, but it was a step in the right direction Mustang had coached Al to head toward. They had reached the crossroad that Al would be handing over the diaper bag and going left as Ed went straight, so he waited while his brother finished eating quickly. Just as Ed swallowed the last bite, Al decided this was the best time to talk to Ed about it. "So, I called Winry this morning and gave her our new number," Al said as he handed off the bag. Ed somehow managed to choke on nothing. A few moments later, a gasping Ed asked, "What did you tell her?" "Al, I told you I would get to it." "I know, so I didn't tell her anything aside from it was the number she could reach us at if we were home," Al said, continuing to pat his brother's back. "You'll tell her, I'm sure. Especially now that she'll be calling. My brother is an evil little monster, Yuri. I can't believe it took me long to see it. He's become the master of manipulation. I'll have to let the Colonel know Alphonse has stolen his crown," Ed said dramatically, the baby gurgling in agreement. "You're overreacting, brother. You know that once you had gathered your vase you would have given her the number anyway," Al said as he turned away to continue his shopping trip. "Betrayer. My own brother. I can't believe it. After I generously adopted him a cat too. There is no honor left in the world. I'll see you at dinner." "Oh, okay. Have a good day," Ed said as he started across the street, spotting Lieutenant Hawkeye just ahead of him, so he sped up a bit to catch up. Havoc must be the one driving the Colonel today. "Good morning, Lieutenant," Ed said as he fell into step with the older woman. "Good morning, Major," Hawkeye replied, ignoring Ed's cringe. He hated the rank thing, but since joining the office it had become expected that was how he would be addressed, at least until he got to go back to fieldwork. "It's going to rain later. I may leave early to avoid it," Ed said, trying not to cringe. He genuinely liked Hawkeye, but as he'd often remembered, he was also afraid of her. She reminded him of Teacher, which reminded him that he hadn't talked to Teacher since he left home. And she would probably kill him if she ever found out all the stuff that had happened since then. To prevent nightmares, he pushed Teacher back out of his mind for now. "That's up to the Colonel," Hawkeye said, as she looked up at the cloudy sky. It was overcast, but didn't really look like rain, but Ed was often right about the weather. They fell into silence as they climbed the steps and were waved into command, meeting Havoc and Mustang in the lobby. Breda, Fury, and Fallman had not yet arrived. They collectively walked down the halls, a method Mustang preferred as it gave the impression of unity and power of his inner circle. Mustang gestured for Ed to follow him to the inner office, where he handed Ed the modified version of the Uswell mission for Ed to type up. "I took the liberty of typing it once. You can type it again and then sign it. We can't have a copy with my handwriting floating around command. You can skip handwritten as you are now in the office. After you have finished, You should go ahead and leave for the day, it feels like rain. I need to talk to Havoc about babysitting as well, but yes, the rain is coming fast, I can feel it in my shoulder. Ed replied casually. Ed then headed out to the office to get to work typing, Yuri now deposited in the carriage as usual. Everything was running smoothly as the other three arrived, and Bridge. Ida, who was the last one in the door, left to bring everyone a coffee. 10:30 a.m. Edward was feeding Yuri a bottle when an unknown colonel came into the office. The rest of the team stood to salute as soon as he entered, but Ed took a moment to adjust the bottle so it would stay in place against his left shoulder before he joined them. The man scoffed, before spotting Mustang come out of his office. I see the rumors that you are running a nursery out of your office are true then. The matter of my office is none of your concern, Harelson. Mustang responded smoothly. Nothing here is against regulations and has approval from the brass. Of course, it is. Somehow everything you request is allowed. You and your little prodigy are Grumman's favorite alchemist pets, aren't you? The other man sneered as Ed stiffened. Some of us actually earned our stations. Fury, hold the baby, Ed said as he stepped forward, passing of the child to the nervous man. WHO, are you calling AMIRCOSCOPIC? Pipsqueak. WHO can only hold his post through pity. I earned my right to stand here just the same as the rest of this team. You. Mustang grabbed Ed and shoved him behind himself as Havoc caught the angry teenager and dragged him into the office. The sneer on the other man's face looked triumphant as he straightened up from the defensive crouch he had taken when Ed rushed at him. Ha, now I have you, Mustang. You should have learned to control your pup there. Have me what exactly? Mustang said as the room seemed to grow colder. I saw nothing out of the ordinary. I have witnesses to his behavior. What behavior was that? All I saw was you decide that it was really for the best you carry on your business as this office is rather busy. He tried to attack me. Major Elric would never physically attack a fellow officer in front of his son. As Fallman said, he would be setting a bad example. Fullmetal likes to talk loud, but he is currently very preoccupied with childcare. Breda added, I'm afraid you seem to be suffering from travel fatigue, sir. Hawkeye stated stiffly. He looked around at the office's residents with a scoff. They had made their point. He stormed from the room. Once he was gone, everyone sat back down, and Mustang pinched the bridge of his nose. He then snapped a, watch the baby, as he stormed into his inner office to have a conversation with Edward. E looked at Mustang's expression, and Havoc released Ed and rushed out of the office as quickly as his dignity would allow, which honestly was rather quick considering the state of his dignity. Mustang too. RNED to the still fuming teen who began pacing the room as soon as Havoc ran for it. I'm not apologizing. He insulted you, and the team and my son, and he called me shish less than average. I refuse to sit here and say nothing. Ed ranted, knowing already a lecture was coming. Mustang sighed and said, you need to control your temper, Fullmetal. When you do these things, I have to cover for you. You need to at least pretend to behave. I am not going to just sit there while some random asshole talks shit about nearly everyone I care about. What I don't get is why you do. Because I'm an adult, and I understand there is a time and a place for it. Mustang said with a sigh. I deal with this kind of thing daily, it comes with the job. I manage to shield you for the most part, but there are always going to be times when you are going to have to put on your big boy pants and suck it up. Who are you calling so small he could be mistaken for his infant son? Screw you, Mustang. Edward saw Ed, fuming. I never said that. I said act your age. Mustang said coolly. I am adding another week to your desk duty to help you learn to rein in that temper. Frankly, between your impulsive life hoises and that hothead, I'm not sure I should be returning you to fieldwork anytime soon. My personal life has nothing to do with work, Ed said, flailing his arms around. It does when you choices are brought into the office. Are you saying you don't want Yuri here anymore? I'm sure I can figure something out if him being here is causing trouble. Ed said, suddenly deflated over the idea of attempting to find a trustworthy nanny. Not at all. By all means, bring him in. He isn't interrupting anything. I'm referring to your tantrums. Mustang said, backpedaling rapidly from what he had uttered in anger but had not meant. The idea of Ed hiring a nanny made him cringe as well. So far Al's secret was just that, but if some person was in their apartment daily, they were bound to notice something sooner or later. Frankly, he was surprised the team had not pieced the truth together yet. "I am not a child, bastard," Ed said with an angry scowl. "No, you aren't, not anymore. Have Havoc drive you home. The rain is getting worse and you still need to talk to him about babysitting. Just remember, if he says no or is unavailable, I am willing to take him for a few days." "Yeah, thanks," Ed said, already half out of the door. He was still angry himself as he stormed back into the office, the others having clearly overheard part of the conversation. All seemed to be pretending to be busy, rather than actually busy. Yuri had been returned to his carriage in the corner, Fury sitting at Ed's desk instead of his own so that he would be nearby. Fallman, Breda, and Hawkeye all had open less on their desks that they were reading. Havoc was Ed's target and seemed to have left the office. Before he could ask, Hawkeye stated calmly, "I sent him ahead to collect a car and have his cigarette break before he drove you and Yuri home. Have a good day, sir, we will see you tomorrow." Ed nodded his thanks and went to gather Yuri and his things and had just finished reattaching the sling place the baby into when Mustang came back out of his office with a bag. He handed off the bag to Ed as he reminded the teen he had promised to bring the samples of the other diaper style for Ed to try. Ed grudgingly thanked him before leaving with the diaper bag over his shoulder and the new bag shoved inside. When Ed and Yuri reached the vestibule, Havoc was pulled up out front, so with a final wave at the front desk he dashed to the car. The rain had started but wasn't terrible yet. Ed hoped Al was home by now. The pain had begun building in his ports as well, which was not improving his mood. But he needed to try to be pleasant to Havoc. "Havoc, can you join me for a cup of tea? I needed to talk to you about something," Ed said as they pulled up in front of his building. "Sure thing, boss. Let me just go park the car. And I'll be right there. You can go get the baby inside," Havoc responded before waiting for Ed to climb out of the door before jumping back in and driving off quickly. Ed would likely head upstairs and wait for him in the apartment, but Havoc knew how to get there. Ed had gone upstairs, to keep Yuri from getting cold and to see if Al had gotten home all right. Al was in the study and came out when he heard Ed kick off his boots. Ed grimaced when he managed to move his shoulder wrong as he removed Yuri from the sling. Al came forward as he asked, "Is it the rain? Do you need your medicine or hot water bottles?" "Yeah, it's the rain. Havoc should be up in a minute. Can you fill my water bottle and put the tea on? I'm going to try to settle Yuri into his playpen," Ed said as he walked over to the recently acquired piece of furniture. When Yuri had begun rolling often, Ed bought the playpen because he was worried about just leaving him on the floor. He would wander off while Ed made food or answered the phone. After laying Yuri down, Ed collapsed onto the couch next to him and tried to not curl into a ball. Great, it was going to be a big storm. And he'd aggravated his muscles when he tried to fight that guy earlier. Havoc knocked on the door just as Ed found a semi-comfortable way to sit, so he called for him to just come in. Havoc walked in to the apartment and started toward the living room. "Take off your boots," Al yelled from the kitchen. Havoc shrugged and toed off his boots before joining Ed in the living room where he took the chair across from Ed. Al came in a moment later carrying a tray with a teapot, 2 cups, a sugar bowl, and 2 hot water bottles. He set the tray on the coffee table before fussing with the water bottle, settling them on his brother's shoulder and leg. Satisfied that he had Ed sorted, Al then poured the tea. "I'm afraid we don't really have any milk for the tea, but there's sugar, sir," Al said as he handed a cup off to Havoc, then added a generous amount of sugar to the other cup before handing it to his brother. He then excused himself and disappeared down the hall. "So, what's up?" Havoc asked, after a moment of silence as the two sipped their tea and the baby happily waved around a rattle in his playpen. "Do you have experience with babies, Havoc?" Ed asked as he set down his cup on the end table so he wouldn't have to move his shoulder. "Yes, I was the eldest," Havoc said simply. "I have a favor to ask, and you can say no of course, and I wouldn't hold it against you," Ed said as he attempted to smile through the pain. "When I have to go on my next mission, would you be willing to keep Yuri for me? He's a really good baby, but he does freak out if you leave him alone. So, it will Be kind of time consuming, but it's worth it because I've never met a happier baby most of the time. And you're not at all biased. Havoc said, ignoring Ed's frown. Sure, I can watch the little guy, he really is a great kid, I agree. Ed made a considered effort to suppress his rage at the use of the word little, which had not been directed at him, so that he could thank Havoc for his help. Thank you, Havoc. I will be sure to write up a list of his needs. Before that happens, Mustang just added another week to my office time thanks to that guy today. Sure, I'd better be back to the office now, I don't want to see how angry Hawkeye gets if I'm gone too long, Havoc said as he stood. Do you need anything before I go? Ed frowned, hating that he was about to ask a favor that might show any weakness. But it wasn't about him this time. Yeah, actually, can you hand me Yuri and take the tea set back to the kitchen? I'm a little stiff right now because of the rain. Oh sure, no problem, Havoc said before gathering the dishes and taking them to the kitchen, then returning to place the baby in his father's arms. Ed grimaced as he sat up more to adjust the child and remove the water bottles. Wordlessly, Havoc moved these to the kitchen as well, before bidding them goodbye. 6 p.m. Elric apartment. A brisk knock at the door was answered by the clanking of armor as Al rushed to the door. Before the sound could wake his brother or nephew. Al had been in their study and hadn't realized how late it had gotten until he passed the clock on the way to the door. He was going to have to make Ed something to eat soon. To his surprise, Colonel Mustang stood on the other side of the door with a couple of bags in his arms. Oh, hello Colonel. Good evening Alphonse, may I come in? Mustang asked, shifting the bags slightly. Al nodded and stood aside, letting Mustang into the apartment. Mustang shifted the bags to one arm as he untied his boots and left them by the door before heading toward the Elric's kitchen. Havoc said that Edward seemed under the weather, so I brought dinner and some medicine. Where is he? Brother and Yuri are taking a nap in their room. I think Yuri might be awake now though, Al said as he watched Mustang unpacking boxes of noodles and vegetables from one of the bags. He grabbed a couple of plates from the cupboard to hand to Mustang before pulling the orange juice from the icebox and glasses from the counter. Actually, brother should be out in a moment, he always seems to come out when the food is ready. As if on cue, they heard the bedroom door open and the uneven footsteps of the boy in question before he appeared in the doorway with a babbling baby on his left shoulder. Food, Ed muttered, before noticing Mustang standing at the counter. Oh, that explains food. How are you feeling, Edward? Mustang asked in concern. Even from here he could see the stiffness in the way Ed was holding himself, suggesting a severe amount of pain. Ed grunted in return without a real answer. But Mustang wasn't insulted. He had long ago become accustomed to Ed's short temper in pain. Mustang then wordlessly held out his arms in an unspoken offering to take the baby for Ed to eat. Ed nodded and handed off the baby before digging into his plate. Mustang pulled the other chair out and turned it sideways before sitting in it, situated that he could eat and hold Yuri at the same time. He sat and began eating silently himself as the baby babbled happily and Ed ate at an alarming speed. Yuri reached for Mustang's spoon for the third time when he asked. He's what, 4 months? Has he started eating yet? He wants a bottle every couple hours, Ed said, pausing with his spoon partly to his mouth. Is he supposed to eat? I didn't read anything about eating. I need to get some books on feeding. It's easier with a baby spoon, of course, and you can ask his doctor which foods to try him on, but potatoes and oatmeal seem to always be safe to start. Make sure the bites are tiny. And he still needs to eat all his milk, Mustang said, attempting to recall all he could on baby feeding from the ones he used to watch as a child. I'll pick him up some spoons tomorrow. Those new diapers were great, by the way. I tried them this afternoon. They really help when he's struggling and I'm sore. Why'd you come over? Ed asked. Havoc said you looked a little under the weather. I assumed you would appreciate not having to cook or clean up after. Roy said easily. I also assumed you wouldn't want to go back out in this weather, so I brought dinner to you. About this morning. I know at times it is hard to hold your tongue when someone insults those you care about. At your age I doubt I would have reacted any differently, but you do need to try Edward. He was looking for an excuse to start trouble. I know, and I try. I am not just going to ignore someone being that blatantly rude though. If he spoke to you, an equal, like that, how do you Think he talks to his men. I agree. However, I've been dealing with Confronting Harelson since the academy. He's been trying to have me removed since then. If I made anything more difficult for you, I apologize. You have done nothing but help the last few weeks, and I repay you with causing a fight. Ed said with a frown. It is of no matter. Roy dismissed as he smiled down at the baby. However, mind your step. I would not be surprised if he asked for a reconsideration in the matter of in-office childcare. Ed frowned. It would be problematic if Yuri was not allowed at the command center. In fact, Ed had no idea what he was supposed to do then, because his babysitter plans both would have an issue then as well as they were in the same office. Mustang seemed to know where Ed's thoughts were headed because he smiled reassuringly before saying, "Don't worry, Edward. Between Grumman and my network, it won't be an issue." Before Ed could say anything else, Mustang shooed him out of the kitchen and set about cleaning up after their meal. Ed swayed on his feet for a few minutes, then headed back to his room to lay back down. Mustang assured him that he would return Yuri to his room before leaving. Havoc had given the Elric brothers a ride to the train station and collected Yuri to stay with him during their trip. Edward saw they should be gone for about a week, and that they would be sure to call. Yuri, who had turned 5 months old a few days ago, was still in his father's arms as they waited for the train. Ed hugged the baby to him, dropping a kiss on his forehead before he said to Havoc, "Okay, I left you out his foods, and there's a clean stack of diapers on the dresser. He won't sleep in his crib, so you'll have to be sure that he is on the inside closest to the wall because he does roll now. If you have to take him out anywhere, make sure to bring a bottle with you because when he decides he's hungry he won't stop complaining until he gets it. I will call when we get to the hotel. If you have any questions, ask Mustang. He knows Yuri's schedule almost as well as I do because he's a nosy bastard who stalks me constantly. Okay, now get back to the car. I'll not allow my son to see me leaving him behind ever. So, you gotta leave first. We're fine." He then pushed the baby into Havoc's arms and gestured for the other man to leave. Havoc was amused by Edward's reaction but left as requested. Much to Edward's relief, he boarded the train as soon as Havoc and Yuri walked out of the front door and found Al about halfway down the car reading his journal. Ed slumped into the seat across from him and looked out the window one last time, knowing that they had already driven away by now. He hoped Yuri wasn't too upset by the separation. It shouldn't take too much time to look into the series of thefts in the town he was headed toward, or the rumors of an alchemist living just outside of town that was familiar with bioalchemy. He should be home in a week. 2 tops. He still was nervous about this. What if Yuri thought he was leaving forever? How do you explain field missions to an infant? He was shaping up to be a terrible father after all. Al seemed to read his mind again. A talent that should be impossible, but he still managed on a semi-regular basis. Yuri's going to be fine, brother. He's going to have a great time with Havoc, and he'll be spending most of the day in the office the same as normal. You will be fine too. Once we get there, you'll be busy. The time away will fly by and you'll be back together in no time." Ed scoffed. Oop did sit back and allowed himself to drift to sleep. He planned to get started as soon as they arrived so that he could get home as fast as possible. He also had to get the job done quickly so he could get to his real research. With any luck, this would finally be the key he needed to getting Al's body back. 1 p.m. Colonel Mustang's office. Yuri was sleeping peacefully in Roy's left arm while he signed paperwork with his right. Roy was tempted to just take a nap with the baby. Only the secretly brilliant master planned to become Yuri's regular babysitter and used that as an excuse to avoid Pa. Her work was keeping him from avoiding his paperwork. He signed 3 more pages before Riza poked her head in, clearly expecting to see him sleeping with the baby. He smugly smiled back at her as she collected his completed work silently and dropped off a few more files. Yuri snuffled slightly, then settled back in as she left. Roy, completely unaware of Riza's own master plan to maximize the amount of work she could get out of Mustang while he was trying to prove he could handle both the baby and his work so he could later use the baby to avoid work. She was well aware of his future plans because he was Roy Mustang. And he hadn't really changed that much from that goofy barely teen that had shown up at her father's door. He signed a few more files, as the baby stirred around. Well, that just wouldn't do. Roy knew for a fact the baby took a 90-minute nap every afternoon. He had only been asleep for 30 minutes. It was for the good of the baby's schedule to lay on the couch with him. After all, Fullmetal would never forgive Mustang if the baby's schedule was disrupted. Then he would pick someone else in charge of the baby while he was out of town and Roy would be stuck doing paperwork and worrying about Yuri, who had become a fixture in the office, but Roy would rather admit he already signed everything than confess his fondness for the child. The next time Riza came in, she spotted Mustang sleeping on the couch with the baby on his chest, drooling in Roy's shirt. The paperwork she had delivered was all neatly stacked on the corner of the desk, completed. She smiled and took it before returning to her normal stoic expression as she left the room. Roy had finished all of today's work and he had no appointments, so she would let him sleep. Havoc then came in and collected the baby since it was time for his afternoon bottle, and there was no way he was going to let Edward down on this. One, he liked the kid, and his kid. Two, the kid was technically his boss, and three, Fullmetal hit hard. Like really hard. Havoc had seen the punching bags in the gym after Ed finished in there. No one with a brain wanted to end up on the receiving end of that fist. 6 p.m. Mustang woke in a panic. The office cast in shadows and the weight of the baby missing from his chest. He looked around as he jumped to his feet as if the child would magically appear before rushing to the door. In the main office, Hawkeye sat calming at her desk in the otherwise empty room. She didn't bother to look up from her filing as she said, "Havoc left an hour ago. With Yuri. Fury, Breda, and Fallman left shortly after that. I decided to let you finish your nap before offering you a ride." "Thank you, Lieutenant," Mustang said with dignity. "I believe I shall stop by the Elrics to ensure Havoc has settled in." "That is unnecessary." He called to inform the office that they arrived safely. "The cat has been fed, and Yuri seems in good spirits." Hawkeye replied as she stood, now finished with the day's paperwork. "I promised Edward the First would keep an eye on them while he was gone," Mustang said, not giving up on the idea until the look Hawkeye gave him screamed she wasn't buying the excuse. Edward had not actually asked Mustang to do this, but he had promised himself that he would keep an eye on things while the boys were gone, just as he did when they were home. They reached Mustang's townhouse rather quickly, and Hawkeye bid him good night, before he let himself in and watched her drive away. Once he was sure she wouldn't be back, he walked back out of his house and down the block toward the Elric's apartment, because he was going to check on them no matter what Hawkeye thought of the subject. He arrived at the apartment building 10 minutes later and knocked on the door. Havoc answered quickly. He had changed into a sweatshirt and jeans and had a dish towel over his shoulder. Yuri was nowhere to be seen. Havoc looked surprised to see Mustang but invited him in. "Where's Yuri?" Mustang asked as he looked around the room, the cat winding around his legs. "In the crib. I was washing the dishes," Havoc said as he walked back into the kitchen. Mustang walked back to the bedroom where the baby was laying in the crib, staring at the doorway. He squealed when he saw Mustang, and the man didn't hesitate before crossing the room to pick up the baby, mentally adding a check-in. His favor to his campaign to become Yuri's official sitter in the future. Mustang carried the baby back out front with him. Before either man could say anything, the phone rang. Havoc answered, to hear Edward on the other end. Hopeful that Edward would ask Mustang to leave and let Havoc handle it, Jean decided to explain Mustang's annoying behavior. "Hello Edward. How's it going?" "Fine, fine. We arrived okay. Already well underway to wrapping this up, I'm sure. How's Yuri doing? Did he eat his dinner?" "Sometimes he won't finish his food, just be sure to give him extra milk if he does." "Yuri's fine. He finished everything. I just had laid him down in his crib when Mustang arrived, but Mustang picked him up, so it might be a while before he goes to bed now," Havoc said, hoping that Edward would insist. Mustang leave so that Jean could get the baby back in his crib and relax for a while before bed. "Mustang's there then." "Okay, good. He can help you if you have any questions. Yuri won't stay asleep if you try to make him sleep in the crib overnight. I thought I explained this to you. He always sleeps next to me on the bed next to the wall. Can I talk to Mustang?" Edward said. Sure, I guess," Havoc said before holding out the phone. He wants to talk to you. Mustang took the phone and gestured for Havoc to leave with a shooing motion of his hand before saying hello into the phone. Havoc frowned but left to go change into his sleep clothes since Mustang was still holding the baby. He could vaguely hear Mustang talking in the background but decided if his superiors wanted to talk about him behind his back, so be it. A few minutes later, Havoc came back out front, now sporting an old gym shirt and sweatpants. Mustang was still on the phone, it seemed, Yuri asleep in his arm. "Yes, I will see what I can do. Yes. Oh, here he is," Mustang said before handing a reluctant Havoc back the phone. "Hello Havoc. Listen, I know the bastard can be a pain in the ass, but he knows Yuri. I would feel a lot more comfortable if you would let him offer you advice, hell let him help out if he wants. In the end it's easier that way. Trust me, he's pushy." Edward Said, seemingly not noticing Havoc's groan. "Are you sure you don't want me to just let him take over?" Havoc asked, not caring that Mustang was still standing right there. He had signed up to watch a baby and a cat for a week, not deal with his boss out of work. Mustang was an alright guy, usually, unless there was a woman nearby. That said, Havoc did not want to spend the next however many days being second-guessed. He knew how to take care of kids. He used to take care of his siblings and cousins after all. He had had a couple of past girlfriends with kids too, so he wasn't even out of practice. Meanwhile, as far as he knew, neither Mustang nor Ed had ever actually taken care of a kid before, so they were basing this all on books. "No, it's fine. I left you in charge and I'm not letting him win that easily." "No, you were the sitter. Just listen to his advice." Quote. Suddenly the whole thing made sense. Mustang and Fullmetal were having another of their infamous arguments and he had somehow gotten caught in the middle. There was no way this was going to end well for him. Wordlessly, he turned and walked back into the living where he laid down on the couch and made a point of falling asleep. Mustang wanted to take over for the night, let him. Friday, January 9th, East City Park, 5:30 p.m. Gene Havoc miserably pushed the carriage through the park. It had been a terrible week, and he was stressed out. All day long at work he dealt with Mustang's appraising glare, Hawkeye's disapproval of Mustang's appraising glare, and Breda's sympathetic comments. The baby himself wasn't that hard, aside from his refusal to stay asleep at night when placed in his crib. Havoc kept at it anyway because that's where babies belonged in his opinion. Mustang had dropped by the apartment every evening to ensure that Havoc was taking care of everything. The first night, after Havoc had passed out on the couch and Mustang had stayed over with the baby, Havoc hadn't made that mistake again. It wasn't worth Hawkeye's wrath. Instead he dealt with Mustang until about 7 when the man would finally leave, and Havoc proceeded to care for the kid and cat. Edward had called this morning to let the office know to expect him tomorrow, and Havoc decided to hide around town until bedtime because he just couldn't deal with Mustang again. He was fuming as he nearly ran into a red-headed woman. He apologized and struck up a conversation. "I'm Gene Havoc. Nice to meet you," Gene said with a smile, wondering if flirting would be inappropriate with a kid in tow. "Gretchen Holloway. And who's this?" The woman, Gretchen, said as she peered into the carriage. "Oh, this little guy is Yuri Elric. He's my boss's kid. I watch him when his dad has to go out of town," Gene said, lifting the blanket to give her a better look at the baby. "Oh, he's adorable. It's very kind of you to babysit for your boss like that." "Yeah, well, he's a state alchemist, so it's not like he has a choice in going, but he wants to leave the kid with someone he trusts. They've had a rough few months, what with losing the boy's mom and all," Gene said, before internally wincing at the amount of information he'd just given out. Ed or Mustang or worse. Hawkeye would kill him if they knew he had passed on so much. "Oh, poor baby," Gretchen said sympathetically. She pulled a notebook out of her purse and scribbled down a number. "If you ever need any help or just want to get a coffee or something, go ahead and give me a call," she said as she handed him the paper before cooing at the baby and walking away. Havoc couldn't believe it. He hadn't even tried, and he'd scored a number. This kid was great. No wonder Mustang was so bent on getting to babysit next time, and here Havoc was assuming he just wanted a better way to keep tabs on the Elrics. 8 p.m. eastbound train. Ed groaned as he shifted in his seat. He hadn't slept well this week. He kept jerking awake, looking for the baby, then remembering Yuri was at home. He had managed to figure out who the thief was and how to stop him the first day, before heading out to the woods to speak to the alchemist reportedly out there. It had taken a couple of days, but he managed to talk the guy into explaining the very basics of his research. It was not going to be of any help to them in their quest on one hand, but on the other hand he was going to recommend Mustang follow up with the guy because he was smart and his research was interesting. Now though the week was catching up to him and the hard wooden benches were not helping. Usually he would just fall asleep anywhere he sat still for a few minutes. But now he was missing his baby. A few minutes later he gave up on sleeping and decided to challenge Al to a game of poker to keep his mind off of it all. They had decided to take the night train instead of wasting money on another night in the hotel. Al was concerned Ed needed more sleep, but he was aware that Ed hadn't slept well the last few days since they'd arrived in town. As a result, they should arrive around 2 in the morning. Ed would then have all weekend to catch up on his sleep. Before reporting back to the office, Al asked if they should have called ahead to let Havoc know they would be early. But Ed decided against it, just in case there were any delays. He didn't want the man to stay up late only to have them not arrive until morning. Al had lost the last 4 times in a row and was growing bored. Ed was trying to be quiet so not to bother the other passengers. He ignored Al's exasperated sigh and dealt another round but groaned himself when he saw the cards. Okay, we can quit now. I know you're bored. Oh no brother, I think we should finish this round. Al said as he looked at his own hand. Really, I should try to get some sleep. Ed tried. After all, we both know Yuri's going to get me up really early. Then you can take a nap with him. This isn't going to take long. You're being unreasonable. You're being a sore loser. Just show your cards. Fine, I lose. Okay. Is it too much to ask to let me just have this one thing and let me fold so I can get some sleep before I have to deal with an angry teething baby all by myself? Ed wailed, waking most of the car. You're being melodramatic. It takes less than a minute to end the round so you can go to sleep. You're being selfish. You're being a brat. I'm telling Mustang you were being mean. I'm telling Mustang you made me stay up late. Shut up both of you, yelled a man further down the car. Damn kids shouldn't be allowed to travel alone. Hey, I am not a child. Ed yelled back. I'm nearly 15 and a state alchemist. Whatever kid, just shut up. The man answered. Edward was decidedly not pouting as he let them into the apartment. He was angry and frustrated but not pouting. He'd been pouting when the conductor insisted he sit in the caboose for the remainder of the trip, and when Mustang met them at the train station because they had called ahead to insist that someone vouch for Edward. He stopped pouting and turned angry when Mustang lectured him over his childish behavior. Mustang followed Edward and Alphonse into the apartment. He had not called Havoc to let him know the boys would be home, so it was no surprise the apartment was quiet and dark. They filed into the kitchen after shutting and locking the door, so that Ed could explain what happened exactly on the train. They had barely sat down when Ed said, "Okay, I know what you're going to say, but it was not my fault the guy got hateful with me. I told him to shut up and point out that as a state alchemist I have every right to travel without an escort. He continued to argue with me. Then the conductor arrived, and he didn't believe me. He accused me of stealing my watch. And made me sit in the caboose with him, and then he called you, but even after you confirmed my identity, he insisted that I was lying. So, you did nothing wrong aside from sitting there and they just attacked you for no reason?" Mustang asked with a raised eyebrow, uncertain if he should believe the story. On one hand it was possible they thought Ed was lying. There weren't any other young alchemists. On the other hand, it wouldn't be the first time Edward started a fight with someone without even realizing that is what happened. "Alphonse, do you know what caused the fight?" "Fine, just believe everyone ahead of me. I don't care. I'm going to go kick Havoc out of my bed and get some sleep," Ed said grouchily before leaving the room. Roy turned back to Al, who shrugged. "We were playing cards." But the man down the train decided he didn't like the fact that there were kids on the train without an adult. Ed pointed out that he was almost 15 and a state alchemist and therefore allowed to travel alone. The conductor arrived and sided with the man. then went on to accuse brother of lying about it being his watch. He demanded to speak to our father. You can imagine how that angered him. But then the conductor drug Ed away. You would be very proud of brother. He didn't hit anyone, and he barely yelled. Al explained. Mustang pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, he was proud of Ed for not making things worse. But that still didn't change the fact that this had generated a great deal of paperwork, including a complaint against the conductor who had tried to confiscate Ed's watch. Before Roy could say anything else, Havoc stumbled into the kitchen with a half-asleep scowl, followed by an equally glaring Edward. Roy felt the headache building. Alphonse slipped off to the study, not wanting to be involved. I don't know what's up with Ed, but he's saying I can go now. Havoc said, rubbing sleep from his eyes. He had a difficult trip. I'm sure he simply is ready to crawl into bed and sleep for a while. Mustang said soothingly. Oh, no, I'm pissed at him. Ed said, he's never watching Yuri again. He stuck my son in his travel cot in the study and just went to bed. What? Mustang said, confused. Well, he wouldn't stay asleep in the room, so I figured he was ready to move into his own room, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Havoc said in his defense. Gretchen was the one who suggested it after dinner. Who's Gretchen? Ed asked in a low, dangerous tone. I met her in the park this afternoon. She offered to follow us home and make dinner for us. I'm telling you guys, this baby is a great way to pick up women. They are just drawn to him. Gretchen though, she my new girlfriend. She said he probably was just tired of sharing a room and to put him somewhere else. You used my son to meet women, Ed said, face growing red with anger and embarrassment. Havoc, Roy added, sounding cold in the way he did when someone was in trouble. Not really. I mean, I didn't set out to meet anyone, it just happened. Havoc said, trying to backpedal his way out of the situation. Get out. You will not be watching my kid again. Ed said. Well, who else are you going to trust him with? Havoc said, annoyed at them ganging up on him. Mustang, you still want to sit for me when I'm out of town? Ed asked without actually looking at Mustang. I already outfitted my place for his care. Mustang said in reply, though he had done so when Ed showed up for the third time to hide from his brother, so that Ed wouldn't have to lug around half his apartment every time he came for a visit. Whatever. You were all nuts, Havoc said as he gathered his bag and went to the bathroom to change. The cat would have to come over too. It might be better if you watched him here. Ed continued as if Havoc hadn't said anything. I can accommodate the cat as well if necessary. Mustang said smoothly. He preferred dogs personally, but the cat seemed sweet-tempered. Good. Because I'm not trusting him with my brother's cat either. The furball deserves better than to be shoved off somewhere if he is inconvenient. Ed said as Havoc came back carrying his overnight bag. You can leave the key. We won't be needing your help anymore. Ever. I wouldn't even trust you with a fern after this. Havoc left with an eye roll, and Ed went to go put his baby back to bed. Al emerged after the door slammed. As Mustang put a kettle on. Oh, are you staying, sir? Al asked. He had thought their guests had all gone. I might as well. I have a feeling that it's going to be a long night for Yuri. And I still need to talk to your brother about what happened on the train. Mustang replied. I can always lay on the couch if I grow tired. 7 a.m. As predicted, Yuri had had a restless night, thanks to this. When Ed stumbled out of his room to look for coffee, he had completely forgotten that his boss and somewhat friend was bunking on his couch. Therefore, he was surprised to find breakfast mostly finished. He had thought he smelled coffee and bacon, but thought it was coming from another apartment. Yuri sat happily on his hip babbling around two fingers, letting Ed know the baby was hungry as well. Ed set the baby in the recently acquired high chair and went about gathering dishes while Roy set platters of eggs, bacon, and toast at the table and poured them both a cup of coffee. Ed mixed sugar and cream into a small bowl of oatmeal and sat down next to his son to feed him in between bites of his own food. Roy had added a bowl of oatmeal for each of them to the table before sitting down as well. When Ed had finished his second cup of coffee, he was finally awake enough to speak. Thanks for making breakfast. I could have done it, but I do appreciate it. It was no trouble. Everyone knows you need to eat often and in large amounts. Yuri seems to have your appetite. Mustang said in response, waving off the thanks before pouring himself more coffee. He's always hungry. According to the books he's probably about to grow again or start moving more. I need to baby-proof the apartment before he can get into trouble. Ed said, as he turned his attention full wide to his own meal while the baby played with the spoon. I don't know, the place is already baby-proofed from what I've seen. Mustang said in response. No, it's not good enough. I gotta make sure there are no hazards in his eyesight anywhere in the apartment. We need to do that for the office too. I mean, I know he spends all his time sleeping or in a playpen, but just to be safe, Ed said with a frown, mentally calculating the dangers of keeping the baby cooped up. We have time to take care of it all, Roy said, attempting to sound comforting. Yuri seemed to agree, though with which one of them was uncertain. As he threw his hands in the air, yelled, and then blew his oatmeal all over the tray in Ed's face. Roy managed to suppress his laugh. Al didn't even try, having just arrived to join them. Ed wiped oatmeal off with a cloth before saying calmly, "It's not funny, Al, and I know you're over there laughing too, Mustang." "Whatever do you mean, Edward?" Mustang said, managing to control his voice thanks to years of practice. Well, in that case, you can finish feeding him while I go clean up," Ed said with a smirk as he pushed the half-empty bowl over to Roy and left his empty plate at the table. Al clucked in sympathy before gathering the dishes to dump in the sink. "What just happened?" Mustang mused as he resumed spooning food into the 5-month-old's mouth. "You pretended not to laugh. You might as well laugh, because if you pretend not to, it becomes your job to finish feeding him," Al said as he turned on the sink to soak the dishes. "It's the rule. Rule number 3. Since when?" Mustang asked as the baby pounded the tray and blew more oatmeal over the table. "Brother made a long list of rules about 2 weeks ago when he decided it wasn't fair that he was doing all the work and all I ever did was laugh at him, and then pretend not to laugh," Al said before returning to the table and sitting in Ed's seat. "I think he just came up with it as a way to make me spend more time with Yuri." "That sounds reasonable." "Yeah, but the list is long and I'm pretty it's designed to force me into childcare," Al whined. Roy looked at Al, then at the spoon in his hand, then at Yuri, before returning his attention to Al. Perhaps he was just annoyed that you were laughing at his efforts. After all, childcare is not easy. Rule number 1. When Yuri pees in Ed's face and I see it, I have to finish the change. Rule number 2. When Yuri bathes Ed in milk and I see it, I have to finish the feeding. Rule number 3. When Yuri covers Ed in food and I see it, I have to finish feeding. Rule number 4. If Ed trips over the cat, I'm on baby duty for an hour. Rule number 5. If Yuri wants me, I have to hold him. Rule number 6. If I ask Ed what the song is, he's singing, I have to sing. Rule number 7. If the cat breaks into Ed's room and gets fur on Yuri's things, I have to do the laundry. Rule number 8. If I wake Yuri by playing with the cat, I have to hold him while Ed finishes his nap. Rule number 9. I have to hold Yuri while Ed cooks. Rule number 10. Ed is allowed to add new rules whenever he feels like it because he pays the bills, he's our guardian. And he's the eldest, and because children need rules, and he gave me a cat. Okay then, that doesn't sound too bad, and most of that could be avoided by being the polite boy we all know you are," Mustang said as he began wiping oatmeal off the baby with the washcloth that Al had provided. "You don't know him like I do. He's only polite in public," Ed said as he came back into the room drying his hair with a towel, now dressed in black slacks and a gray t-shirt, instead of the tank top and sleep shorts he had been wearing. "Al is rude as hell when we're at home." "I can't imagine," Roy said, though he was amused and not really surprised considering Ed's overall behavior. It would make no sense for them to be complete opposites. No, instead Roy had long assumed that Al was simply more professional. Rule number 11. Anyone who doubts Ed's word when he is absolutely telling the truth has to give Yuri his bath. Ed quips back. Roy sighs. Before standing to gather the baby from his high chair. Ed cackles at Roy's expression before he practically skipped over to the sink where he began filling the empty side with warm water. "Wait, did I just get drafted into this strange war of yours?" Roy asked, even as he rolled up his sleeves to bathe the baby. Recruited. You started it. You said I shouldn't do it all on my own and should make him help me. Ed said before cackling. Have fun. He decided he hates baths. Roy sighed again, before placing the happily babbling baby in the sink. The reaction was immediate as the baby's smile turned into a frown, then a loud wail. He thrashed about in the water angrily as Roy struggled to keep a hold of the tiny slick body now covered in soap. After quickly rinsing the child, he laid Yuri on the towel that Al had set on the counter. Then briskly dried the still angry infant. Roy handed the hiccuping child to his uncle and pulled his now soaked shirt away from his chest. He was going to need to change, but hadn't brought anything since originally he hadn't planned to stay over. It was doubtful Ed would have something he could borrow while it dried, and with the weather being what it was, it would be stupid to try to go out in the wet clothes. Wordlessly, though still smirking, Ed solved the problem by holding out a sweatshirt that was likely to big on the boy, but fit Mustang well. Before Mustang could ask and piss him off, Ed said with a shrug. Oversized clothing is more comfortable on rainy days. I might have a pair of sweatpants that fit you too around here somewhere. Just leave the wet stuff on a chair and we can throw it in the wash. Thank you, Edward, Mustang said, doing his best not to antagonize the boy since they weren't at work, and he didn't want the offer to babysit rescinded. Ed nodded in reply, before taking the baby back from his brother and announcing he was taking another nap. 10 a.m. When Ed and Yuri next emerged from their room, the apartment was empty. Al had left a note on the counter announcing his intent to go to the market, and Mustang had clearly left after his clothes had dried. Someone, Ed noted gratefully, had cleaned the kitchen after break. Fast and put away the bedding left on the couch. His sweatshirt was neatly folded sitting on the table. Ed sat on the floor next to Yuri's blanket and pulled out his notebook to go over his latest findings while the baby explored his rattles. He felt he was close to getting somewhere with this line of research. It was only a matter of time. He'd heard rumors, as had Mustang, about some strangeness going on out in Leor. Having just arrived home, however, Ed would prefer to wait a bit before going back out on another mission. He needed to fix his brother. Of course that was his number one priority, but it was important that Yuri always know his father was there for him. This too was his number one priority. Having two number one priorities made his life more stressful. Mustang wasn't going to let him rush out to Leor yet anyway, even if Yuri wasn't a factor. He would have to wait until enough rumors hit East City to be believable that Mustang was concerned about the overall behavior of the area. It wouldn't do to have anyone questioning why Ed was sent to look into the stone. This was how it was done, frustrating, but necessary to keep his brother safe. Sometimes Ed wondered if it wouldn't be better to have left Al with the Rockbells or at least the barracks then to drag him along on some of this stuff. After all, he had relented that taking Yuri was a bad idea, but what kind of brother was he to keep bringing along Al? The biggest difference, the one he comforts himself with even as he makes plans to drag his brother along with him into even more issues, is that, unlike Yuri, Al can defend himself. He turns his attention away from these thoughts back to his research just as Al walks back into the apartment with 2 heavy bags of groceries. Mustang followed behind with another bag that smelled like takeout. Ed was about to ask him why Mustang was still hanging around, but food, so he held his tongue as they set about dividing everything onto 2 plates and Roy brought them in. He silently handed one to Ed before sitting on the other side of Yuri with his own. They ate silently for a few minutes, then Roy cleared his throat. Investigations assures me that Havoc did not meet this woman until his last day, and she was the only woman he engaged with during his stay. I am not defending him, I am simply assuring you that he was not abusing the privilege of caring for Yuri. Whatever, he still stuck him in a room all by himself, Ed said with a scowl. He's too young to be put in his own room according to the books and, as I said, I am not defending him. He had no right to alter how you choose to care for your son, Mustang assured. He is your son after all, and ultimately, his upbringing falls to you. I am honored you listen to my occasional advice. As anyone who manages to earn that favor should feel honored. I simply wanted to assure you that your child was not exposed to a series of strangers while you were gone. Yeah, Thanks, Ed said reluctantly. Why are you still here anyway? I thought you'd be hungry after the long trip and late night. You seem to have lost weight recently, Fullmetal, and it is my job as your superior to ensure you remain healthy. Oh, please, if anything, I've gained weight sitting behind a desk so much. I don't get out to spar as often as I should either. I have been keeping up with my exercises because like hell I going to let Winry kill me over lost muscle tone. My luck teacher would find out and then I'd die again. Mustang had too many questions about that statement to ask any of them. Instead, he nodded and finished his food in silence before he finally said, should you have need to exercise or spar, you could always leave Yuri at the office for an hour or two in the afternoon and meet up with your brother. Hawkeye and I could easily drop him off on the way home in the evening. The same is true should you need time for research. Ed stared at him, once again wondering if Mustang was really wanting to help or if he was just searching for a new way to get out of working. Either way, Ed was going to allow it within reason because he was truly afraid of disappointing the Rockbells. Sure, I'll work out a schedule so we can try to avoid interrupting work. That would be helpful, yes, Hawkeye I'm sure would appreciate that. Mustang said as Ed nodded. The idea of angry Lieutenant Hawki was right up there with angry Winry or teacher. 6 p.m. Edward was blatantly ignoring Al's nervous chirping from the living room as he cooked his dinner. Al did this every time Ed left the baby in his care, and frankly, Al needed to get over it. This was their lives now. Sure, it would have made things a lot easier if it is just the two of them, able to take off at a moment's notice when road of a clue came up, but that wasn't the way it was. Ed joined the military, which both opened doors and slowed him down. Then he saved a baby, which was the only option he could see, but slowed him down. Then they moved into an apartment, got a cat, and started pretending to be grown-ups. The hand-carved inscription of his watch burned in his pocket most days. Not literally, but the pain of it was still real. He hadn't forgotten his promise, or his oath. He would save his brother, even if it meant being stuck in the military the rest of his life. It was the price he would pay because Alphonse deserved a better life than the one Edward had given him. The vow he made to a tiny frightened baby burned in his heart as well. He would keep the child safe and loved, no matter what personal cost. Because like his brother, this child deserved the best life he could provide. Both of these things aside, and for him they were hard to put aside, he needed to eat. Al needed to act his age and help out. Because if Ed burned his dinner again thanks to Al freaking out and demanding Ed take over, Ed was going to lose his mind. No one wanted that. That generally ended with late evening walks leading him to Mustang's house. And that had already happened 3 too many times. With a heavy sigh, Ed turned the heat off of the pasta he had been attempting to boil, mourning the loss of the meal, and growled as he entered the living room. Fine, Al. Just fine. If you can't handle him for 10 minutes, just fine. I have some money in my wallet on the dresser. Go pick me up a pasta bowl, would ya? Oh, and take the ruined food out with the trash. Quote. Ed returned to ignoring his brother as he sat down next to the baby and picked back up his book. He was mad because honestly, all Al had to do was sit right next to Yuri while Ed cooked and make sure Yuri didn't find some way to hurt himself. No holding involved. Al bustled around in the bedroom then the kitchen before leaving with a full trash bag to find dinner for his brother. Yuri played happily with his stuffed animal that Ed was certain was some sort of bear-mouse-dog hybrid. I had large round ears, a lolling pink tongue, and a bobbed nub. Why maybe tail covered in light blue fuzzy fur and stitched red eyes. In Ed's opinion it was creepy enough to be cool, and apparently his kid agreed. He had picked it up at the toy store about a month ago when he visited to buy Al some more model train kits and saw it on the shelf. When Yuri was left to play with his stuffed animals, especially this one, who Al had dubbed Ms. Fuzziness, Ed could usually get a fair bit of reading in. He was just beginning to immerse himself in the book, however, when the phone rang. Ed jumped up quickly before the sound could disturb the baby and ran for the phone. He managed to stub a toe and pull a muscle in his back at the same time thanks to the mad dash. Hello. Oh, Elric residence. Shit. Ed rushed out as he rubbed his injured toe and turned to watch the baby. Ed, are you okay? Oh, hey Winry. Yeah, I'm fine, I just stubbed my toe, Ed said, a little panicked as he glanced back over at the happily playing baby. If Yuri cried, it would all be over. Becca. Hughes, he hadn't gotten around to explaining it all to her yet. He was never good about calling or writing and had only gotten worse since he brought Yuri home. I was just calling to check up on you. I heard from Al a few times. But you haven't called in a couple months, Ed. Al said you needed to talk to me when we finally managed to catch each other. Yeah, actually, I was planning on coming or a visit soon to see you guys and maybe get an adjustment, Ed said while mentally cursing his brother. Al was an interfering little twit. He glanced over to the blanket again to reassure himself that the baby was fine. The baby was not fine. He wasn't on the blanket or anywhere else in Ed's field of vision. Ed tried to suppress the panic. The baby had to be right there. He had just left the room after all. He stretched the cord as far as it could go, then looked further into the room. He still didn't see his baby. Winry was saying something he didn't catch, so he hummed in agreement as he looked around down the hallway. Still no baby, but the stupid cat was sitting next to the front door. Ed noticed then that the door was unlocked. Someone came in and took the baby while he was in the kitchen, he was sure of it. Why else would the cat be at the door? He said quickly, "Sorry, gotta go, someone's here, I'll call you back," and hung up before he heard the response. He rushed toward the door, ready to charge out to find his missing child, when he heard the soft giggles that were familiar to him. He turned quickly and noticed the dust ruffle of the couch moving. With weary relief, Ed sank back to his usual spot, then laid on his side to look under the couch. Somehow Yuri had rolled off his blanket and under the couch. He was relieved beyond belief. Gently he pulled the baby out and held him tightly to his chest. "That's it. You gotta stop rolling places, you. Sooner or later you're gonna kill Dad with these hits to his heart," Ed said to the baby, who gurgled in return. With a sigh, Ed stood and set the baby in the rarely used playpen. He just was not going to sleep until he found a way to prevent this kind of thing. He was halfway through the third ring, waiting for Mustang to answer, before he realized he was once again bothering the man outside of work over a baby issue, and this time he wasn't even sure what help he meant to ask for. It wasn't like Mustang was some engineer Gen Hughes who might be able to come up with something to make the baby stay put. That was Winry. Shit, I hung up on Winry. And when this story is completed, I will be moving it to the crossover section. I am waiting to give those already reading a chance to read it before it moves. The wind had made the morning commute nearly unbearable for Edward as he walked, so he was glad to arrive at the command center for a change. He couldn't figure out why Al had bothered to come with him, since Al almost always went to the library in the morning unless there was something they needed picked up from the office. Al said nothing though as the pushed open the door and was greeted with a chorus of hellos and happy birthdays. Ed sputtered his thanks as he glared at his brother for not warning him. Had Ed known they were going to remember, he would have arranged they spend the day in the library, or at home, or halfway to Central. As it was, he was seriously considering escaping back out of the office, but before he could make his move, somehow Yuri had been extracted from his sling and Al was blocking the door. As Ed started to protest Yuri's apparent kidnapping via Fury, Hawkeye and Breda pushed him into his chair and Havoc presented him with a stack of gifts while Mustang watched from his own desk with a smirk. Ed wasn't getting out of this, so there had better be cake. Ed made sure to frown, so they would know he was annoyed, and opened his gifts. He hoped this could be over quickly enough that he could just get back to work. Havoc had given him a rather expensive new journal he must I'll be trying to gain forgiveness and set of pens. Hawkeye and Breda had both given him books, and Fallman a new book bag. Fury had a bolt of thick red wool, like his coat only warmer, and Mustang had given him a chess set. Al then handed him a large box claiming it was from both Al and Yuri, which contained a new quilt that looked just like the one Ed had been admiring in the store window last week. Before deciding he couldn't afford something so frivolous. "Al, I said I didn't need this, it's too expensive," Ed protested, even as he once again admired the stitching. He was fairly sure it was just as warm as he'd imagined. It was heavier than he had estimated. "You do need it, brother. You grow cold so quickly, and I had the money saved up just for your birthday, so it was already extra." Moan. Why from my allowance? And we aren't going over this like last year. I know you say I can't spend my allowance on you, but I can spend it on whatever I want and that includes you. Ed sighed in defeat, as Hawkeye decided now would be a good time to bring out the cake before the boys could descend into a fight. Ed perked up as soon as he saw the cake, and the rest of the office laughed. He didn't care that they were laughing, he just wanted to eat his cake, get his baby back, and get his work done. 1 p.m. Ed had eventually managed to get Yuri back from Fury and finish his usual paperwork. He had even been happy to learn that he had nearly finished with the backlog of reports. Soon Mustang would be out of excuses and would have no choice to either let Ed return to traveling or to research. Either way, as much as a relief as it had been at first, Ed was tired of being in the office every day. For today, instead of his normal afternoon nap, Ed was whisked home by Al so that they could have tea. He afternoon free to celebrate Ed turning 15 as a family. Once Ed had put away his new books and spread his new quilt on his bed, he made lunch and came to sit with his brother to plan the rest of the day. Al was busy laughing as the cat and the baby were chasing each other around the living room as Al watched. Ed shook his head as he sat on the couches, tried to stay awake. He was tired as usual, but Yuri wasn't, so he would stay awake as long as he could. 15 minutes later he was snoring on the couch while Al watched over the three of them with amusement. When the phone rang, Ed muttered something in his sleep about not wanting the milk and rolled to his side, so Al went to answer it. Elric Residence, Alphonse speaking. Hey Al, it's Winry. Is Ed around? I wanted to wish him a happy birthday. Winry said across the line. Oh, hi Winry. Brother is sleeping at the moment. Hold on, I'll let him know you're on the phone. Al then set down the phone before she could respond and went to wake his brother. Once Ed was upright, and semi-thinking, he wandered into the kitchen to respond to the call. Lo, hey Ed, I called to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, hey Winry, thanks. These guys I work with are crazy. They celebrate everything. Did you know 1-month anniversaries were a thing? Because I had no idea. They were a thing, but apparently, they are, and these guys make a big deal out of it. Really, I've never heard of monthly celebrations. I mean, sometimes people make a big deal out of the baby getting a month older for the first year or two, but really that's it. Yeah, like I said, these guys are crazy. At least there's always cake at these things. Honestly, at this rate I'm going to get fat or hate cake. Nah, I can't. Imagine hating cake. Ha ha. Did they celebrate your birthday then? Yeah, Al, the traitor. He helped them trick me into a surprise party. There was cake though. Ed, are you okay? I've never heard you go on about sweets like this before. I'm fine. It's just been a lot of cake lately. Ed said. Before he could continue, he noticed Yuri was attempting to eat the cat's tail and Al had left the room. I gotta go rescue the cat, Win. I'll talk to you later, okay? Sure Ed, talk to you soon. Winry said before Ed hung up and extracted the cat from Yuri's fist. It wasn't until he had made a bottle and sat back down with his son when he realized he still hadn't told Winry about Yuri. He then decided the best option would be to just go home for a visit and bring the baby with him to explain the whole thing. He would go in tomorrow and talk to Mustang about it. Al returned a few minutes later to ask if Ed had told Winry about Yuri yet. Ed informed Al of his new plan to tell her during a visit home that he hoped to arrange in the next few days, which pleased his brother. 6 p.m. Ed decided that he needed to spar. He also decided that he deserved a night out, being his birthday. He also decided that a night out was likely going to mean mainly eating at a restaurant and then rushing back to his son, but he could pretend it meant staying up late like most of the guys he knew did on their birthdays, and Fridays, and any other day they thought they could get away with. With that in mind, Ed rushed to call Mustang before said man could decide he was going out himself. Luckily, Mustang's only plans for the evening was finishing the quarterly rotation list, which wasn't due yet, so he was more than willing to set it aside and babysit. Ed packed up Yuri's bag and the three of them were out the door before Ed could change his mind. 10 minutes later, Al and Ed arrived at Mustang's house with Yuri in tow. Ed deposited his son into his commander's arms and seemed on the verge of calling the whole thing off, so Al did the only sensible thing available to him. He picked his brother up and threw him over his shoulder. He then ignored Ed's flailing protests as he said in a very calm and friendly voice. "Thank you for watching Yuri for us, sir. We will be back after dinner." "Not a problem at all, Alphonse, enjoy your evening," Mustang said in return as Al carried his brother out of the house. They were a block away from the park they used to spar when Ed said, "All the blood is rushing to my head. Come on, Al, let me down already before I end up passing out and we don't get to fight. It was for your own good, brother. You were about to change your mind, and you know how teacher would react if she learned you were ignoring your practicing," Al said as he set his brother back on his feet. Now that he could see Ed, he admitted to himself Ed was rather flushed, so his claim of all the blood running to his head was likely true. They reached the park without further conversation and began their match. Ed shrugging out of his red coat and Al looking around to make sure no one was going to interrupt or end up in the way. They fought for about 15 minutes, and Al won twice, before Ed's stomach interrupted with a loud gurgle. Ed attempted to carry on with a third round, but Al insisted that his brother needed to eat. Grumbling, Ed led the way to a nearby cafe that he usually stopped in at when they visited this park. Which is when he realized how long it had been since their last match. The new waitress had apparently been hired nearly 2 months earlier, and the cook seemed to think they must have moved away. Ed ordered his usual anyway and was soon eating his way through an extremely large steak as Al had a pleasant conversation with the waitress. "Oh, yeah, he always eats like that. Brother loves his food," Al said at the waitress' expression, but Ed ignored them. "I can't imagine where it all goes though. He must have a hollow leg or something," she joked. Ed nearly choked as Al laughed. "I'm sorry, sir, I was only kidding," she said to Ed as she pounded on his back. "It's all right, I was just surprised. I actually have an automail leg though, so you were right in a way. It takes a lot of energy to keep my body up for the leg," Ed said as he returned to the food a few minutes later. "Oh, well then I'm sorry for being rude," she said, concerned her joke had been insensitive considering his disability. Ed waved off her apology and ordered dessert. "You already had 3 pieces of cake today, brother, so you really want pie too?" Al asked. "It's my birthday. It's not like I eat junk all the time. And besides, with all the excitement today, Yuri's probably going to be restless tonight, so I might as well double down on the sugar so I can stay up with him," Ed reasoned, as the waitress hovered uncertain if he was still ordering the pie. "That's not how it works, brother. You're going to pass out when the sugar wears off and then be cranky in the morning because Yuri woke you back up," Al reasoned. "I'm ordering the stupid pie. I'll just drink coffee if I have to, or I'll bribe you into playing with him for a while I sleep," Ed said, sounding stubborn. "You don't spend enough time with your nephew anyway. You want him to think you avoid him. He might not notice now since he's still so little, but he will eventually, according to the book. If you want to bond with him, you need to be doing it now. Of course, I want to spend time with him, brother. It's not my fault he's so small, it's scary to hold him." "Who are you calling so small he could be? Am I staken for a mouse and eaten by your cat?" "I didn't say anything like that." "You know what? Fine, order the pie. I'll call and see if Yuri can stay over with Mr. Mustang." "No, I'm not ditching my baby overnight even if it is my birthday. Especially on my birthday. Then I'll call and see if you can stay over too. You are going to crash, brother, you've already had so much. Remember when you ate all that cake at your baby shower and then you could barely stay awake to feed him?" Ed grumbled, but if Al was making him stay with Mustang either way, he was absolutely getting the pie, which he told the waitress as Al left to go find a phone. She nodded before disappearing into the kitchen to fill his order and asked the cook if these boys were always this strange or if she should worry they had been drinking. After she was reassured that they were behaving normally, though this was the first the cook had heard of a baby, she returned with the pie and Al returned with the news that whoever Mustang was, he said they could stay over. She was kind of glad considering the smaller boy did seem to be feeling a bit under the weather. After Ed paid for dinner and left a large tip, they made the way make to Mustangs with Al ignoring Ed's grumbling the entire time. Ed didn't particularly want to stay over even if he was feeling tired and a bit sick. Al dropped Ed off on the doorstep and said he would bring by Ed's overnight bag. Mustang said, didn't say anything, simply leading Ed to the living room where Yuri was playing in his playpen, and Ed's book was still sitting where he had left it last time. He come over on the end table. Would you like some coffee or tea? Mustang asked as Ed smiled down at his son before picking up his book. Coffee. It's going to be a long night with as much excitement as he had today. He seems to be growing tired now, perhaps he'll sleep through. Mustang said as he headed toward the kitchen. He never sleeps through, but maybe he'll behave and only get up once. Or twice. Mustang returned with 2 mugs as Yuri yawned widely and babbled to his toys. He was currently ignoring the bigger people, but soon he'd complain about being down. The 3 of them sat quietly. Mustang reading through paperwork, Ed reading the book he'd borrowed from Mustang's library, and Yuri playing with his toys. After a while Mustang set down the file and turned to Ed. I believe the activity in Leor may need to be investigated soon. I am receiving disturbing reports of anti-military sentiment coming from that region. I will of course talk to you officially about this on Monday. But for now, would you be comfortable leaving Yuri for a week or 2? I can go whenever you're ready for me to go. I know you'll watch him while I take care of this. I need to find a way to restore Al. I made a promise to him I would make it right. I can't let him down. Ed said as he walked over to pick up his son and start gently swaying the baby to help him go to sleep. The sooner I can fix Al, the sooner I can focus on taking care of what Yuri needs. Right now, I'm doing my best to take care of them both, but I am letting them both down. Edward, you haven't let anyone down. We are all here to help you any way we can. I am here to help you. Mustang said. Yeah, and I'm distracting you from your own goals as well. Ed said sadly. Think about it honestly, if I hadn't brought this baby home with me, I wouldn't be standing in your living room asking you to watch him while you should be planning world domination or some shit. I need to fix this so you can move on too. Ed, even when you fix you and Al, even if you retire and move home with your brother and your son, you are one of my men, and I will not leave you behind. Mustang said, meaning it. As far as he was concerned, Ed and Al and Yuri were part of his family now. He had tried to avoid it, and had tried to ignore it, but these boys might as well be his sons. Of course, he would never go so far as to say that out loud. He still had his standards. He couldn't afford to show any form of weakness to his enemies. Ed yawned in time with his son but didn't respond. Mustang didn't say anything LSE as Ed carried the baby upstairs to put to bed. Al arrived a few minutes later with Ed's overnight bag but declined staying himself, saying that he still needed to feed the cat and get some research done. Mustang took the bag up to Ed, who was already sprawled across the bed, baby sprawled next to him, both snoring softly. Mustang returned to his paperwork, hoping that Leor would finally hold. He answers the boys so desperately needed. Hawkeye was right, he mused, when it came to the Elrics he wasn't rational. His commitment to their cause could destroy his career if it ever came out, and possibly have him thrown in prison right alongside Edward. He long ago gave up the ability to claim he knew nothing on the matter, and he still stuck his neck out for them as often as they needed. His only hope was that no one discovered them before they could reach their goals. Chapter 18 Southbound Trip February 10, 9:30 a.m. Colonel Mustang's office. Mustang had been drafting the mission request for Fullmetal's trip to Leor when a more urgent mission came across his desk. Mentally, he cursed. Then he actually read through it and cursed aloud. After he had regained his composure, which as usual took only a moment, he called Edward into his office. Not wanting to see the disappointment in the boy's face, Mustang chose to announce the change in plan while staring out of his window. I know we discussed Leor being a priority, however the brass just sent this across my desk. They are requesting you specifically, and I cannot use your paternity leave to get you out of it, not bet. Your recent missions and your intent to visit Leor. Fine, I'll take care of this, and then do Leor next. Ed said with a huff as he flipped through the report. The file was thin, but as he read through it, it became obvious that the issue was lack of information rather than it was a simple case. This could take a week or 2 itself. With a sigh he added, actually, probably will need a week back here before heading out to Leor. I don't want to back-to-back cases with Yuri teething, unless Leor has become dire. There is some speculation that there is unnatural alchemy involved here, Mustang said in an attempt to improve the situation. Both knew that was what was going on, and that the chances of it helping Ed was not good. Ed nodded, then realized Mustang wasn't looking at him, so couldn't know that he nodded. Well, it will help, or it won't. Either way I need to take care of it right. We dogs don't get a choice. Mustang bristled, expecting further insults and attacks, but Ed simply added, "May I go now? I still have another 2 reports to finish typing before I can call that assignment complete. When we get back from the south, I think perhaps I should start back into the library, sir. I also need to compile something for the assessment, so I don't have to worry about its last minute." "Of course, Fullmetal, dismissed," Mustang said before sitting back down to complete his paperwork. Ed saluted him half-heartedly and returned to the front office to finish the last of his paperwork. It was frustrating that this side mission was going to get in his way, and Ed wanted to be angry at Mustang over it, but recognized that it wasn't his fault. That wouldn't stop him from blaming Mustang if asked, though, because he may not feel that way, but it wouldn't help either. Of them, if anyone figured out that Ed didn't hate Mustang as much as he claimed he did. 1 p.m. Mustang's office. Ed had considered going home for his nap, but this may be his last chance for a nap for a while. And he wasn't going to risk Yuri waking on the way home and missing his chance. Naps are too important to him to risk it. With this in mind, he crashed on Mustang's couch as usual, with Yuri sleeping in a playpen next to him. Ed had also decided to give Yuri the chance to get used to napping in the pen so Mustang could work through nap time. This was in direct contradiction to Mustang's master plan. Not that was aware of said plan, though he suspected. Mustang arrived back in the office a few minutes after Ed fell asleep and sat at his desk. It had become such a routine that at first, he didn't notice the change in the baby's sleeping location. Though after his moment of panic, that he would forever deny when he glanced up and didn't see the baby, he wondered how he had missed the playpen wedged between the bookshelf and the couch. Mustang found himself glancing up more than usual as the boys napped, so it wasn't surprising that he noticed Yuri staring at him before the baby had a chance to make a sound. A glance at the clock revealed the baby hadn't been asleep long, but when he picked the boy up it was apparent he had no intention of going back to sleep. Faking a put-upon sigh, Mustang scooped up the boy and sat at his desk again, pushing his paperwork aside. "Well, then what shall we do while your dad sleeps then?" Mustang asked the baby in a low voice to avoid waking Edward. "I know. Let me just leave him a message and we can go for a bit of a walk, shall we?" Mustang jotted down a quick note stating he took the baby for a walk so Ed could sleep and proceeded out of the office. He ignored Hawkeye's glare, and the men's groans as he said, "Taking a walk, I'll be back," before he walked through into the hallway. It was an hour later that Ed emerged from the office, woken by the silence. With Mustang's note in hand to ask where they had gone. Since he hadn't given a destination, Ed then went in search of them with the instruction to have Mustang take the boy home if he returned before Ed found them. Ed started in the most logical places to look, primarily the cafeteria, then library, then secretary pool, but Mustang wasn't in any of them. Ed growled in frustration since he was starting to get hungry, and anxious about where they could have disappeared to, and tried to think of where else to look. He muttered to himself, "Think, if I was a smarmy work-avoiding jerk, where would I take the random baby I stole from his completely unsuspecting father?" All this did was serve to make him angry over having to search for them. With a flip of his hair he stormed around the command center, looking in every office before storming out into the city. The staff of East HQ was made aware by 3 o'clock that the strangeness was over and clearly Fullmetal was back to normal. This had not been Mustang's intent, but it would serve both him and Edward well. Fullmetal had been a little too quiet lately, and it would have been brought to Central's attention sooner or later. By the time Edward finally tracked his boss and son down, he was in a very foul mood. He was hungry, tired, and it was threatening to rain. Mustang had walked the baby L around command before walking down to the cafe and get a coffee, then was making his way back when Ed caught up to them. Wordlessly Ed held out his arms for the child, who in turn practically dived into his father's arms. Still saying nothing, Ed turned and headed toward his apartment. With a sigh, Mustang headed back to the office. He didn't want to further anger the teen and risk losing the coveted job of babysitter. So he would wait and apologize after work, with food. Food always worked to smooth over any offense when it came to Edward. February 12, 9 a.m. Mustang's office. As it turned out, thanks largely to the note, Ed had not actually been angry with Mustang and had still been willing to leave Yuri in his care. The train was scheduled to leave at 9:15, so Ed had left Yuri and tea. He cat at Mustang's at 7 just as Roy was starting to wonder if Ed was planning on taking the baby after all. Havoc picked Roy up for work as usual around 8:30 and they arrived at 9 after stopping for something to eat. As soon as they walked in, Hawkeye looked pointedly at the baby, then the playpen sitting next to Ed's desk, then the stack of paperwork waiting for Roy's attention. He took the hint and placed the happily babbling baby down to begin working. There was always later to find a way to use the distraction. It wouldn't work if he used up all of Hawkeye's goodwill in the first day after all. Central-bound train. Edward and Alphonse had gotten to the station and the train without issue, before Ed once again removed the thin file from one of his coat pockets and thumbed through it. He wanted this done with as quickly as possible so he could move on to the Leor case. Part of him wanted to go straight there, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. The fact that he had to travel all the way to Central to switch trains to go south was not improving his mood either. Al was busy flipping through his food journal, and it was early enough in the day that their car had been relatively empty when they boarded, so there weren't a lot of people to watch either. Al turned another page as he casually asked, "Have you asked for leave to visit home yet?" "Stop nagging me, Al." "Yes, I did. But I have a couple of cases I need to clear up before that," Ed said, doing his best to keep both the irritation and the whine out of his voice. "It's not my fault this case popped up out of nowhere." "I agree. It's not your fault this case came up. It is your fault you haven't talked to Winry yet," Al said calmly. "It's been almost 4 months since you got back, Edward. You should have arranged a visit right away." "Shut up, Al. I'm trying, okay," Ed said before closing the door firmly behind him. He didn't slam random doors. Random door was not alchemically enhanced to avoid breaking when slammed. Now he found himself standing between two cars with no real plan aside from getting away from his brother's nagging. The wind was very cold out on the platform, and really, he wasn't going to be able to avoid Al for the next 2 weeks. Plus, he wasn't a child anymore, and needed to act like the adult he was, so he went back into the car and sat back down. Al looked at him pointedly. But Ed just picked up his book without acknowledging his brother. Central train station 1 p.m. Ed was surprised to see Hughes waiting at the station for them. Apparently, he had learned from an exceptionally reliable source that the boys had a 3-hour layover and decided to invite them over to eat. As they were still not actually speaking to each other, it was going to be an awfully long wait, so they agreed. Ed, Al, and Maze sat in an outdoor table as waited to order. Maze pulled out the latest batch of photographs of his 2-year-old daughter, Alicia, to make Ed and Al admire. Ed, in a move that surprised the other two, countered with an equally thick stack of photos of his 6-month-old son. The waitress managed to interrupt before a full-blown war of the doting could begin. The photos themselves remained on the table to indicate the conversation would soon continue. Al sighed heavily, knowing full well that his brother had brought along a stack of photos only because he had learned of the 3-hour layover, and had assumed Hughes would arrive to see them. As Ed showed off the 6th photo of Yuri lying flat on his back while chewing on a finger, he said, "I made Mustang promise to take photos of him while I'm gone so I know what I miss. I'll be sure to send you copies if you would like. Oh, maybe I'll phone Roy and ask him to send me copies directly. He is almost as cute as my Alicia. You are a very lucky man, Edward." "I agree," Ed said with a smile, and Al sighed again. Mission in the South, February 12th, hamlet of Rushville, 2:33 p.m. Warehouse District. Ed crouched grouchily behind a stack of crates as he watched 3 men walk up and down the aisles in search of him. Luckily, thanks to his stature, they had originally didn't recognize where he could be hiding. A thought that had him biting his steel hand to avoid the angry tirade that wanted to bubble up regarding the unusually tall Amestarians. Everything had happened quickly. Ed had shown up to ask a few questions regarding the missing supplies that all seemed to funnel through this warehouse. He had even attempted to be polite about it, but he didn't get any further than introducing himself when they started shooting at him. If nothing else, this should be fair proof that they were up to something. Ed had ducked behind a tower of crates and run along the road while curing the fact that he had sent Al on ahead to look at the journals a widow of a former state alchemist had offered to show them. He had wanted to get the mission out of the way quickly but loathed to wait on the journals either. So it made sense for them to split up. Of course, then this straightforward mission just had to have issues. Once again, he cursed the fact that someone had asked he handle it instead of sending someone who actually worked this region. After all, he had enough work in his own area without having to clean up other mistakes. With a sigh, and a silent promise to his son that he would make it back, Ed silently shifted over to the left until he could see the men's shadows. He calculated where they were before clapping. The resounding ring of his alchemy activating had all the shadows turn in his direction even as he slammed his hands to the floor. Soon all 6 men were encased in concrete from the warehouse floor now shaped into large fists, and Ed was standing before them. I really so not have the time for this, Ed began as he glared at the presumed leader, the man who owned the warehouse. There's no point in trying to claim innocence at this point, so why don't you do us all a favor and tell me where these supplies are going so I can get out of this flea-bitten hellhole a bit faster? I don't have anything to say to a worthless little shrimp like you, the man says before spitting in Ed's direction. The vein in Ed's forehead ticks as his face grows red and he grits his teeth. He tries very hard to let it go for as long as he can, trying to act as a better influence for his son. Then he remembers his son isn't here to see this, and that had this guy had his way, Ed would not have seen his son ever again. The resulting tantrum terrified all of the men present, especially E.C. Ali, the leader, who received a very strong fist to the face. 20 minutes later the local police finally arrived to collect the men, and Ed was free to go back to the hotel to continue helping his brother read through the journals in question. The widow had allowed the boys to borrow the books if they promised to return everything in the same condition. She lent it before they left town. As Ed walked out of the door, the police reminded him that he would need to make a statement in the morning. Mission out of the way, aside from paperwork, Ed had at least a couple of days to read as much as he could of the journals before they would be cleared to leave town. This was an added frustration, but not one he was going to bring up when he already had being shot at the top of his list of complaints. On the way back to the room, Ed decided to detour long enough to call the office and check on his son. Anything official could wait until they returned, because if Mustang thought being Ed's primary babysitter was going to make life in any way easier for him, then Ed was happy to correct him. He didn't care if Mustang was a great babysitter, he wasn't going to just reveal anything over the phone. Ed knew better than that. Mustang had taught him better than that. At any time someone could be listening in. It was unlikely with Fury on it, but not impossible. Nothing had happened that would be classified as dangerous information, but one could never be too careful. Hawkeye answered the phone after Ed gave his passcode and was redirected. After greeting her happily, he asked to speak to Mustang. A few moments later he answered to Ed's relief. "How is everyone there?" "Hello Fullmetal. Nice to hear from you too. How's the mission going?" "Good, that's nice," Mustang says in return with a teasing tone. Yeah, I know, work on my communication skills, blah, blah, blah. The mission is going as great as expected, should be able to leave by the end of the week hopefully. No property damage yet, or local complaints. Now how's everyone there?" "Everyone here is fine. Some of them are missing you for some reason, but otherwise everything is running smoothly. My new assistant is giving me a bit of grief over some stomach issues, so I am going to head out soon. You just barely caught me actually." Stomach issues can be a problem. I suggest eating less fruit and more liquids until he is feeling better. Hopefully, he recovers by tomorrow. I may be able to return a little quicker if I can wrap this up. No need to rush through anything, we have it covered here. I know you anxious to get back to your research and desk work, but we are able to manage with you out in the field. All right then, If it's going to be longer than expected I will be sure to check in. Ed said before hanging up. Someone was listening in then. At least Mustang suspected some was listening in, and Yuri was overall adapting well but was feeling a bit cranky. Hopefully, he would feel better tomorrow. But Ed would call again tonight to Mustang's home line in hopes of being able to get a better picture of the issue. As he had offered he could always cut out early, the main objective was already completed and the journals could be studied at a later date if necessary. After all, it didn't seem very promising to actually help him and Al anyway. He made his way back to the hotel and up to his room to begin studying the journals with his brother. Al could see Ed was exhausted and dirty, and seemed upset, so he assumed that things had not gone according to plan or there was something concerning Ed about Yuri, or both. He waited for Ed to say what was bothering them. Ed sighed at his brother's obvious unspoken questions. The mission went south by me just announcing my name. I didn't even do something rash this time. I managed to arrest them although. Yuri isn't feeling well, Mustang said. Were you injured? No, I'm just pissed off that they sent me as their errand boy. Honestly, literally anyone down south could have handled this, and they asked for me instead. I don't know or care what game they're playing, they need to back off. I'm more concerned for Yuri. I hope he's feeling better tomorrow. Because I'm kind of stuck here until they take my statement on what happened. Not that they won't just release the guy as soon as my back is turned, they always do. I'm sure Yuri is fine. Colonel Mustang is very good with him. Al said as he ignored the statements made about the case. Al knew it, and so did Mustang. Worse, Mustang told him to stay put until the case was completely absolved of any accusation that he hadn't done his job, the other engineers said behind his back. Ed hated politics. To distract himself he picked up a second journal and began reading, so the whole thing would be dropped for now. East City Mustang residence, 6 p.m. Roy and Yuri arrived home after a trying afternoon filled with a cranky baby, extra paperwork from Central, someone bugging the phone lines, and Havoc whining about losing the babysitting privileges. The baby and the paperwork would continue on, but Fury was certain he had managed to rid them of the bugs and Havoc was quick to get over it after Mustang allowed him the honor of holding the extremely angry baby while he took a call from General Raven. Havoc decided then that had gotten off easy. Now that they were home, Roy planned to try to feed the baby and hopefully get him to finally take a nap since he skipped it this afternoon. He was fairly sure the baby was teething again, and missing his father, as well as whatever tummy bug he seemed to pick up. All in all, it was going to be a long week at this rate, though from the sound of it the Elric's week wasn't going any better. Roy decided now was not the time for brooding when Yuri's loud squawk reminded him he had a sick, hungry, tired baby to settle before he could get to anything else. He set all their things including the paperwork he had been unable to finish but was due in the morning. Then took the baby into the kitchen. His kitchen, like most of his house, had acquired baby supplies in the last few weeks. In the kitchen's case that meant a high chair and special dishes to handle the baby. In the living room, it meant a playpen as well as a toy box standing ready. In his own bedroom, this included a crib and changing table in the corner. In his study he had included a second playpen just in case, like tonight he had to bring work home while babysitting. He strapped the baby into the high chair before removing his blue uniform shirt and after consideration, his white button-down shirt as well. He didn't care if the boy got his undershirt dirty and covered in applesauce finger marks. He then sat down next to the angry baby to feed him his dinner. Yuri seemed more interested in throwing food than actually eating it, however, and this was not helped by the phone ringing just as Roy managed to trick the baby into actually trying some of the food instead of slapping it away. Mustang, Roy said sharply into the phone as he held in between his ear and shoulder and just barely managed to stretch the cord far enough to return to the baby. The baby had managed to get a hold of the bowl of applesauce and spill a generous amount onto the tray where he was slapping it around and squealing. Roy stole the bowl back, moving it further down the table. Roy, are you busy? Hughes said through the phone. Good, because the greatest thing happened today. My Alicia. Hughes was there a point to this call? Roy asked as he dodged a handful of apples. You aren't planning any trips out this way anytime soon, are you? Hughes asked. No trips at all, Why do you ask? Roy answered as he continued to feed the baby and ignore the mess that was being flung around his kitchen. He could clean later after the baby settled down again. No reason, just wondering. Well, we've run into a bit of trouble, but it shouldn't cause any harm your way before we clear it up. Just stay out of the city for a while, okay? Maze said, as Fullmetal coming back through here on his way home. I assume he is it as the quickest route after all. I'll be sure to tell him to stay alert while in the city for whatever it is that has you spooked. Roy said as Yuri loudly announced that he was done eating and considered it a great insult to still be CK in this chair after being done for the last 30 seconds. If that was all, I need to get him down for a nap. I won't keep you then. Enjoy the time you have with him. Perhaps he'll finally convince you to settle down and build a family. Maze said, if you would just find a good woman. Goodbye, Hughes, Roy said before standing and hanging up the phone. He was tired of the constant nagging. He had far too much to do to bother looking for a wife at this point. The angry wail behind him was just a reminder that he had much to juggle tonight. He filled the sink and bathed the baby quick Why before setting him to play in the playpen in the living room and clean the kitchen quickly. After a couple minutes of angry grumbling from the playpen, it grew silent. A quick peek around the corner proved the baby had fallen asleep. Roy grabbed his paperwork to finish at the coffee table instead of leaving the baby alone. While working in the study, or risking waking him by moving him. When the phone rang again, he managed to lung for it quick enough that Yuri didn't stir. He sat on the couch as he barked a quiet, Mustang. Sorry, is Yuri sleeping? Ed asked over the line. Yes, he skipped his afternoon nap. I expect he won't sleep much longer. Roy said, how are you? Fine. The case is all wrapped up, and we've managed to talk the widow into allowing us to borrow the 2 journals that look promising. So we can be on the train tomorrow. The only problem is the only train available tomorrow takes the long way around. It goes further south than through the east past my hometown Hen up into East City instead of going straight through from Central. Al is moaning about not stopping to visit with the Rockbells, but honestly it is only at the station for maybe 15 minutes and the next train wouldn't be for like 4 days. I know I checked. At any rate, we should be back in the city around Friday. Very well, then I'll expect you back in the office Monday. If you want to collect Yuri after work, or on Saturday depending on what you need to do and what time you get in, just let me know and I'll be sure to be here. Thanks again for taking care of him. Don't let him sleep much longer or he won't go back to bed tonight, and then Hawkeye will shoot you for sleeping at work. Ed said with amusement. Are you still feeling up to watching him while we go to Leor? We will be fine, Roy assured. Would you like to head straight there and then collect Yuri, or would you still prefer to spend a week with him in between? Is he teething still? Yes, he also seems to have a slight virus. Nothing serious. Quote, Then I'll spend the week with him for sure, though I hate the idea of disrupting his routine again so soon. Ed said with a sigh. There's nothing for it though. Once I get Al's body back, I'll be able to stay home all the time without leaving him. You and your brother are welcome to stay with me for the week instead of hustling the baby and cat CK home just to drag them right back over here. It may help Yuri settle in better that way. Roy said. Maybe. I'll think about it, Ed said, before saying something muffled to someone else. Al, I told you we don't have time. Sorry anyway, I should go. Wake him. Seriously, unless you enjoy staying up all night. I will in a bit, I have one more file to get through. That reminds me, should you travel through Central anytime soon? They seem to be having some sort of issue. I was not clear on the details, I'll have to look into it tomorrow, but should you travel there, stay in the train station between trains or ask for a car. Please, Mustang said, fully expecting Edward to rant about it, but to his surprise Ed simply agreed. The train to East City, February 18, 1914. Eastbound train, skirting the southern border, 11:15 a.m. Edward was done with his brother's sulking. He knew Al wanted to visit Resembul. Ed wanted to visit too, but he wasn't going to leave his son longer than he absolutely had to. That's why he took this stupidly long train anyway, because it would get him back to East City 2 days faster than the more direct train. It wasn't like he enjoyed fighting with his brother, either. He wasn't going to just give in to him either. He was willing to compromise however, because Alphonse's pouting tended to make him eventually give in. It was just the way things were. With a heavy sigh he finally said, "Fine Al, I'm not getting off this train before East City, but if you want to spend a few days with Granny and Winry, I can take care of the furball for you, as long as you promise to not tell about Yuri because I still want to tell Winry about him in person, preferably with him with me at the time." Ed said in a resigned tone. "Really brother, you wouldn't mind?" Al asked hopefully. "Nah, go ahead and visit a while. Tell them I had to get back to do my report, but I should be able to take some vacation time in the next couple of weeks and I'll come out and see them then." Ed said with a handwave. "Okay, thank you," Al said simply, but his entire demeanor improved now that he was no longer pouting. "How long before you head over to Leor? It isn't pressing at the moment." And Mustang mentioned some sort of other issue he had heard of, so it may turn into a few weeks. Ed said, secretly hoping a couple of weeks would be enough time to get Yuri feeling bet. So he wouldn't as guilty over leaving the baby behind. "I hope this lead works out though Al, then I can retire, and we can settle down the three of us." "I'm sure we'll find it soon brother," Al said. "Why don't I go get you something from the dining car?" "Sure okay." Al wandered slowly through the train, barely watching where he was going as he lost himself in his thoughts. It felt unlikely that Ed intended to talk to the Rockbells about Yuri anytime soon, though Al had promised not to mention it himself, and he had never broken a promise to Ed. Ed had never broken a promise to him either. And he had promised to tell Granny and Winry about Yuri. It was a matter of when more than anything else. Alphonse was also concerned that Ed would start to forget about him. He tried really had, but he admitted to himself he was a bit jealous of his nephew, who was suddenly here to divide his brother's attention. Even now Ed was willing to let Al just wander off on his own, rather than stick with him. Because Ed wanted to get back to the kid. Al then deflated, feeling guilty for thinking so hatefully about his nephew. No matter how inconvenient it was that Ed had managed to make himself a single teenage parent. There was nothing to be done about it now, and everyone including Al loved Yuri. Al decided to stop thinking about it before he started yet another fight and instead challenged Ed his brother to a poker match when he returned with Ed's lunch. February 19th, 3 p.m. Both brothers were pouting, and not speaking to each other, when Al accidentally discovered that Edward had been cheating. Ed still refused to admit that he had cheated, and Al still refused to return Ed's luggage until Ed admitted it. They had been at a stalemate for the last 6 hours. They were also rapidly approaching the Resemble station. Alphonse had called ahead at the last station to let Granny know he would be visiting, by himself, after he had shoved Ed's suitcase under his chest plate and refused to speak again. Ed continued to grumble, but in truth he didn't actually need anything that was in the case since he had his journal, his watch, and his ticket in the pockets of his coat. Al was simply being petty, and so was Ed. When they slowed again, Al said, "Oh, look, Winry's on the platform, here's your chance to talk to her in person. I already said I want Yuri here with me when I talk to her about it. Besides, I am not risking missing this train to listen to a lecture that at some point is likely to end with a head injury. It will be fine, I'll talk to her soon, and meanwhile, I need my suitcase." "Too bad, you'll just have to go on without it, unless you're finally ready to admit you were cheating." "I was not." "Okay then, you can have it back when I get home," Al said smugly. He stood as the train stopped and Ed growled. He knew Al was trying to trick him into chasing after him, to make it so Ed would have to talk to Winry, but he wasn't falling for it. "Go ahead and keep it. It's just some clothes and some cards in there anyway. I have more at our place. There's nothing in there I can't live without." Without another word Al left the train, and even though Ed stayed neatly hidden instead of at least waving, Al managed to drag Winry close enough that Ed would hear the conversation. Al then berated his brother for cheating, and for refusing to at least wave. Never one to be outdone. Ed stood up and half hung out of the window to scream red-faced. "I told you I didn't cheat. Hi Win. If you are going to keep lying about me brother, at least tell a good lie, "'Cause I am perfectly honest and do not cheat." Oops, the train is moving again. Bye Winry. Keep an eye on Al for me, I call when I get back to my place. Bye, Al. You're still a sore loser. As they waved as the train pulled away, Winry said. Was he cheating? Ed was trading out cards from his sleeve and I only noticed because he was lecturing some random guy that he was being rude, and cards flew out of the sleeve. Ed locked himself in the washroom, reopened the door only because they started serving food again. Al explained as they headed toward the house. How are you and Granny? We're okay. How are things going with you guys? Quote, slow as usual these days. It's too cold for too many emergencies right now. Thankfully. So why did Ed have to rush back then? Winry asked with a frown. If there's nothing for you to do, he could have stayed for a few days to catch up. Oh, he needed to pick up Cobalt. We left her with a pet sitter, but brother doesn't like relying on sitters for too long. Al said, telling a half-truth instead of a lie, though irritated that he had to hide anything from the Rockbells even by omission. I see. So, what is really going on with you guys? Winry asked, sensing Al's discomfort. Really, you should ask brother about it. Al said. Oh, have I told you about Cobalt? She's a great cat, but brother keeps saying her real name is Lazy Cat and that she's tricked me into thinking it's anything else. He always calls her that no matter how many times I point out she's my cat, because he says since he buys all her food and it's his apartment and his, well, everything, then he can call her that if he wants. She comes to him too. Al hoped Winry didn't notice his stumble, because he had almost mentioned the baby. This was going to be a long 4 days. Winry, for her part, decided that whatever was going on, Ed had clearly made Al promise not to talk about it, and while this was frustrating, she wasn't going to badger him about it. No, this was one of T.H.O.'s things that she would have to get out of Ed. Hopefully he came home for a visit soon, or she would just have to pay him a surprise visit in East City. They made it back to the house and Winry announced to Granny they were back. Granny appeared in the doorway before looking around. Where's that brother of yours? He couldn't stay. He had to get back to the city. Al said, as they all sat in the living room. He had to collect our cat and he has to be back in the office Monday. How did you manage to talk him into getting a cat anyway? Winry asked. Well, after we ended up in an apartment instead of the dorms, he didn't see a reason to continue to say no about it. Plus the lady downstairs said that the building gets mice and a cat would keep them out, and brother decided it was for the best as long as I kept to the ground rules. He gave you rules? Yeah, I have to take care of the cat. I have to arrange pet care when we are out of town, and I can't pester him anymore about some stuff. What stuff would that be? Just some work stuff. It's always work stuff. I think he just likes hiding stuff from me, and you help him. No, that's not true. Some of the stuff at work can't be talked about. But Ed plans to come see you guys soon. He promised me, and he always keeps his promises. That's true, he does. Okay, enough just sitting around when there is work and chores to be done. Granny said as she stood up and walked back out of the room. East City train station, February 20th. 1 a.m. Havoc was waiting at the station to pick him up as he deboarded 2 hours late. Thanks to a delay in some town when some cow decided to block the tracks. Havoc was half asleep leaning against a pillar. Luckily Ed spotted him and poked Havoc's shoulder when Havoc continued to stare dazedly at the schedule board. Oh, sorry, I think I was sleeping with my eyes open. Havoc said to Ed, grunt, and led the way outside. I'm taking you right over to the Colonel's then. Hey, where's your bag? Yeah, gotta see you. Al has it. I don't need anything inside it before he gets back from visiting. Ed said as he leaned his head against the window. I hope Mustang's awake or wakes up at least. Oh, he's still up. I talked to him not that long ago to update him on the delay and he said he was going to wait up, so you weren't stuck waiting on the porch all night. Havoc said, as he turned the final corner before reaching Mustang's place. You want me to wait for you guys, or are you crashing here tonight? Probably crashing here. No point in getting you all worked up just to try to get him back to sleep. Havoc nodded and waved before pulling away. Ed then knocked on the door and unsurprisingly it opened a moment later since Mustang had been in the living room. Like Havoc, he asked where Ed's suitcase was, though his was more concerned that Ed was going to try to carry the baby home in the middle of the night. Al has it and said I don't get it back until he gets home. Because he decided I cheated him at cards. I probably should have stopped by my place and picked up some stuff. Are you still okay with me and you and Lazy Cat staying with you until we have to leave for Leor? I am sure. Did you eat? Do you need anything? I can make some tea. Roy said, fretting over Ed like an overprotective hen. I'm okay. Just going to grab Yuri and get some sleep since you don't mind. Ed said as he headed toward the stairs after kicking off his boots. Next to the door, Mustang followed him up, insisting that the baby should just sleep with Roy tonight and Ed get some sleep. After a brief debate on the matter and Ed had peeked in at the baby, he finally agreed. Roy then went down to make the young father a cup of tea and make sure everything was locked for the night as well as feeding the cat once again. A few minutes later he makes his way upstairs with the mug, only to find his houseguest already passed out sprawled across the guest bed. With a sigh he set the mug on the dresser before grabbing the spare blanket off the foot of the bed and tucking it around the boy. As usual, Ed had managed to strip down to his tank top and boxers and undo his hair before collapsing on top of the bedspread in a manner that suggested he had had no intention of falling asleep. In moments like these it was hard to believe he was anything other than a young teen, in need of adult care. The world had not been kind to the Elrics, and there was only so much he could do to ease their burdens. Especially with Ed's tendency to cause himself more trouble. With any luck, Mustang thought as he settled in himself, Leor would be a solid lead and Ed could spend the rest of his contract on desk work. Mustang would do everything he could to keep these boys safe, because he was finally almost ready to admit to himself that he considered them his kids. To be continued. Spam yellow hearts if you want next part.